Hello everybody and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup 1000 Days Edition. My name is Ibris and I'm joined by...
Lampy in the booth with you as well, and indeed we have another exciting weekend of dueling action ahead of us with not only one but two tournaments happening today and tomorrow. And today the focus is going to be on the 3v3 edition of that 1000 Days of Challenger Cup special edition. Great players entered already. Let's go through the tournament road a little first of all, right? Let's break that down.
Exactly that. So we have teams of 3 duelists. Hopefully they'll all be bringing a variety of decks.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll just be able to crown the top 3v3 team in Europe today.
Yeah.
64 teams.
Yeah, and then single elimination all the way. If your team wins, you're into the next round. In that case, top 32 next.
Yeah.
And if you lose, that was your tournament run for today.
Single elimination does sound a bit harsh when it comes down to it, but think of it more as a best of 9 with
Yes,
each
of course.
member hopefully playing against every member of the opponent's team once. So yeah, so best of 9, first team to 5 victories in that 9-game set will proceed.
Yeah, and then all the way, of course, to the big finals somewhere at the end of the day. And yes, there's decent prizes up for grabs, because not only for the winning team there is an iPad, as far as I'm aware, and also the cool 1000 Days of Challenger Cup special prizes with the figurines and the playmats and everything, but also there is the invitation for a live final happening in March next year. So if you're winning this tournament, you and your friends are going to go to a live tournament together, which is great fun if you ask me.
And on the topic of live twin, evil twin, you know, we have this 1000 Days of Service campaign in Master Duel, celebrating 1000 days of the game that we so love. And
oh yes.
Actually, the third member of our commentary team, Emre, he's very well known for his love of Yu-Gi-Oh! And for his proficiency in 3v3.
Indeed. So we're going to have him in the booth with us as well later on. We're going to be rotating, so you're always going to see Ibris and me, Ibris and Emre, or then Emre and me. So should be a really, really fun day of Master Duel action. And we already, I think, have our first round ready. And speaking of Emre being a specialist in 3v3s, maybe we're going to see his teammate first of all here for the first round, right?
That was also the segue I was going to go for as well. You know, we have Emre here with us. We have Josh playing at the YCS.
Troop.
And now we have Quantal actually entering this tournament with a new team. So it'll be really interesting to see if indeed he can come out ahead here with his teammates.
Yeah, I would say let's not waste any more time. Let's go over into the game for the first round of top 64. Oh, okay, they're still setting up for the moment, I've heard. So we can talk about it a little more. You said first to 5 or best of 9, that's the mode. So as per usual with Challenger Cups, a little different to the World Championship, there is no deck restrictions at all. Everyone is free to enter whatever deck they like. So we could see a team with 3 decks all being the complete same, but we could also mix it up in all different ways.
Indeed, and there is a little bit of nuance to it, of course, because with it being a teams format where you are playing against the members of the opposing team each time, it is very easy for someone to say, hey, I played against this guy. He played Tenpai Dragon in game 1. Maybe you bring something else that can deal with that in game 2.
Imagine that. And then game 2, he plays one of your favorite decks, Dynamorphia, all of a sudden. And then that could be a problem. So I think there's a lot of cool mind gaming and meta gaming going on. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how people are going to capitalize on that information.
Yeah, and we mentioned that the shared card pool rule from WCS will not be applied.
Correct.
So the decks could be the same for each player.
Yeah.
But on the topic of things being different from one another, a whole new pool of cards was released to the game yesterday.
Yeah, true.
And that is something we're really excited to see, whether that means the gimmick puppets, whether that means the white forest cards, but also in addition to that, the forbidden and limited list changes that we were theorizing as being so influential to the state of the competitive game. Really, really intriguing to see just where we go from here.
Yeah, I have a question for you, but also maybe for the people at home in chat. What do you think we're going to see more of today? Is it going to be more Orcust with Nightmare Mermaid and Nightmare Goblin coming back? Or is it going to be more True Draco with Dragonic Diagram and now Masterpiece being back to free? What is it going to be?
Given the two options?
Yeah, the two options only.
Okay, I don't know if either of them will be super prominent compared to the likes of your Gimmick Puppet, the likes of your Tenpai Dragon, but I do think that True Draco is underrated. I know you're a big fan of it as well, and especially, you know, we're speaking about Tenpai, we're speaking about White Forest. These are very spell-centric strategies,
that's true.
which True Draco traditionally does very well into, because Masterpiece of the True Draco Slaying King oftentimes immune to spell cards. And
but
actually,
we are not immune to the featured match anymore because they are just starting. Let's go over to the table and we have Quantal on top versus Bazalup down below. And we are seeing, what are we having here? No one could see that coming. One of your latest favorite archetypes with super heavy samurai cards in there, but more importantly, Adamancipator.
So I haven't really seen much of Adamancipator since Block Dragon was made forbidden, so it is still a bit risky to commit so heavily to it. That being said, Super Heavy Samurai, always a big fan of seeing it. Of course, it does rely on you not having any spells in your graveyard. Right now, still looking pretty okay for Bazalup here, as he is setting up a field of Adamancipators.
Yeah, imagine that. You're waking up, playing the first round, playing top 64 of this very, very important and high-stakes tournament, the 3v3 Challenger Cup, with a lot on the line. And then you lose the coin toss and you play against Adamancipator all of a sudden. Because this deck is not super popular lately anymore, but if it goes first and it goes off, it is super, super strong.
And I like how we mentioned, oh, you need no spells in your graveyard to make Super Heavy Samurai connect. So far, with all those reveals from the deck, it's just been monster after monster after monster. And now, really interesting to see is the fact that Quantal is going second, because he has been a Tenpai Dragon player as of recent.
True.
And it will be really interesting to see if he can play through what you have to consider to be a really, really strong Adamancipator disruption board.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to get a little lucky with the Adamancipator strategy because you are revealing cards from the top of your deck, trying to find specific ones, as for example with the Reptide, but that Reptide is not going to reveal anything as Quantal shows the first sign of interruption with the infinite impermanence on that Reptide.
Yeah, the negation coming down there onto the Reptide does mean that the infinite impermanence will resolve. And now, suddenly, all of these combos that we saw coming out of the Adamancipator going to just slow down a little bit. But the Synchro Summoning will not slow down here. Something else is going to hit the field. What will it be? I think that makes a level 10 Baron de Fleur.
That is an early Baron de Fleur, and now, of course, the main question is there anything coming after this? Because very often those big combo decks, their plan B is just to pass on a Baron de Fleur, but if he has more... Okay, it is just going to be the Baron de Fleur. And it's interesting to see, very noteworthy, Bazalup decided to summon the Baron de Fleur in attack position. So if Quantal is on the Tenpai Dragon strategy, a Lightning Storm would be very happy about that attack position Baron de Fleur there.
Yeah, very easy to essentially bait out the...
It's not that, Ritual Beast. Spiritual Beast Tamar Lara is the one starting things off.
Still got that one negation from the Baron de Fleur, though, so there is a chance to stop this in its tracks. The thing with Ritual Beast, though, is that it can continue to play through disruption. I am thinking maybe Bazalup does have access to the likes of your Maxi or your Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, because he has to be holding monsters in his hand. You know, this is a deck with Super Heavy Samurai. You wouldn't expect it to have access to spells and traps.
Agreed.
And after committing the normal summon earlier in turn 1, we didn't see any further follow-up to the Baron de Fleur, and therefore you can surmise these are gonna be some form of monster-based disruptions in the hand of Bazalup here. But Quantal, so far, doing pretty okay with the Ritual Beast strategy.
Yeah, the emergency teleport resolved, and it's always tough. Oh, you were right, there is a Maxi, and interestingly enough, we're using it on the resolve of the emergency teleport. So Quantal was allowed the first special summon, and I don't really... I'm having trouble to find an explanation for that, because usually you're playing around Gamma, possibly by holding the Maxi, but there already was a monster on the field of Quantal, so Gamma was absolutely no possibility there.
Are you still playing around Gamma now that it's limited?
That's also an additionally very good question.
I did see Cyframe Driver revealed off the top of the deck here for Bazalup. But regardless here, we do see Quantal continuing. The fusion now comes through as well. This Ritual Beast deck is actually starting to get pretty scary. The field starting to be established here for Quantal.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same pace, now with the Maxi resolving, the hand of Bazalup is also going to be evolving quite significantly. Oh, and we're going to use the effect of Baron de Fleur on the Banish effect of Lara. Lara would special summon out another Ritual Beast from the deck, and that is going to be denied here, which is a fairly interesting point of interruption there from Bazalup.
That single-use negation now means Bazalup essentially just has a 3,000 attack monster on the field. That is it. No other disruption on the field right now, but Maxi in a pretty good position as he continues to build this field out.
For sure. So we're going to use the effect of Ulti Cannonhawk. And the good thing about Ulti Cannonhawk always is it does not only have that one effect, but two effects. And very often that makes it pretty much impossible to interact with the card. Because if you're using Effect Veiler on the first effect, they're always just going to chain the second effect, putting it back into the extra deck for cost. So interacting with the Ulti Cannonhawk is almost impossible, to be honest. And therefore, it is such a prominent and good strategy at the moment, especially among the top players. And we see a little bit of an update there for the score. I love this. We're getting to follow all the different matches, and we see the team 1 WC. And I guess that is probably a sign of saying 1 world champion. That's the Quantal team. And that team has won at table C already, being up 1-0 over on the best of 9. And I think I can spot some, I saw some Fire King and some Tempai cards on the other table. So we have all kind of different decks here around. And now we get to continue. There is the Not Your Drago being summoned. And we get to continue. There is now Valara. All right, more and more cards being drawn for Bazalup, though. Is he... I mean, I think in this deck specifically, in the Adamancipator deck, playing Nibiru is very, very popular as... that is actually a rock, you know? You can actually reveal it with your Adamancipator cards, and therefore the connection is immediately there. So Nibiru not super popular overall in the format right now. In this deck specifically, though, I would absolutely anticipate it. 7
cards in hand. You have to imagine that Quantal is continuing to commit here because he's confident that he can close this one out in this turn. If he doesn't, Bazalup is going to be in a great position to make a comeback. But right now, Quantal, even with just 1 card left in hand, it's not stopping. Ooh. The field continues to build. Nemesis Flag now comes out.
That could be a cheeky way to play around the Nibiru by possibly calling Light here if we get to a Protoss, but not so fast. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring is not going to bring a Protoss to the hand of Quantal anyways, so Bazalup drew into additional interruption. And is there anything else that is going to resolve?
Risk you have to take there, yeah. And as you mentioned, the Arc Nemesis Protoss is going to really be difficult for, well, I guess Earth in the case of Bazalup's deck, for the rare occasion where you're not using it against fire.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, just Quantal really, really in a good position despite that, but well done by Bazalup to consciously decide to disrupt at that point. Quantal now, though, the fusions continue, the special summons continue, the draws off of Maxi now continue for Bazalup, but Quantal has to be confident that he's able to close this out this turn.
Yep, absolutely. And it's so contrarian with the main deck monsters of the Ritual Beast deck and then the extra deck monsters, because all the main deck monsters, they all share one thing, that they can only be special summoned once per turn. On the other hand, then you have the extra deck monster, the Ritual Beast Ulti Cannonhawk, which is just being summoned for the 2nd time, and also it can use both of its effect multiple times per turn as well. So the searching and the resummoning is going to give you such an insane loop, so it is no surprise that sometimes Ritual Beast players even take turns for 10 minutes because they just keep on summoning back and forth with that Ulti Cannonhawk, and they even get the additional searches from the deck, and there we see the Lara being added for Quantal here. That's so many cards in hand for Bazalup. I would be very, very, very afraid of Nibiru here. And there it is! Immediately when I say
very
it,
well done on the call
with
there,
Nibiru.
yeah.
We see the signal. 5 summons have been made, so the entire field for Quantal is gone here. It only needed that one Baron de Fleur and nothing else, basically.
And that Baron de Fleur, once the negation was used, was basically just a Blue Eyes White Dragon for that turn. So trading that away for Nibiru the Primal Being, great presence of mind from Bazalup to hold that for as long as he did, and now has so many cards in his hand with which to close this one out, you have to imagine.
Absolutely, and what a start for the world champion, immediately having that bad of a situation. There's the Meru Guardian on top of that, making himself safe from cards like that Nibiru possibly in Quantal's hand.
That being said, though, you remember we said this is a best of 9 between the two teams. So even if this game gets dropped by Quantal, it's still a chance for 1WC to make their comeback. But Bazalup, you have to imagine, for BSL, is going to be the one to take this first feature game.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we have to find a way to just get rid of that 6,900 defense point Nibiru token. That's nothing to laugh at, to be honest. Let's see what way he's taking. Usually that's not going to be a big issue, but possibly his only way of answering that maybe is an SP Little Knight, and when he has to go down that route, he can't attack directly anymore. So let's see what Bazalup's way to go with that is. Of course, also the Baron de Fleur already gone, which would be an easy way to out it as well. So we will have to see. And I think on Table B, it does look like there is a couple of Tenpai monsters attacking directly, which usually is a good sign for a Tenpai player. That's all I'm going to say. But we will have to figure out how this is going to go down. And I think on table B, it's also the team BSL on the bottom. So that would look like an overall 2-1 possibly for Bazalup after 1WC starting off with a quick victory on table C.
We could very well see a Psychic and Punisher maybe making the difference here.
That's one of my favorite cards. I would love that.
I actually love it as well, by the way, because it's so flashy.
Yes.
And it feels really, really good to resolve that. But actually, we see something else coming out here.
Gallant Granite. Not enough rock monsters in our hand and on our field yet, because Gallant Granite is about to fetch another one from our deck. Which one is it going to be? Is it one of your favorites? The Fossil Dyna Pachycephalosaurus that we're searching here? Maybe, but we already normal summoned, right? So that wouldn't make a whole lot of a difference here. Nope, it is the Adamancipator Seeker instead.
So that will actually get to be special summoned here.
That's indeed true. There it comes, and we're summoning more and more monsters. And as we have this cool split screen here, it also looks like the Tenpai player on table B was not able to close out the game just yet, because there is a Baron de Fleur now in main phase 2 on their field, meaning that the upper player, that the 1WC player on table B, is going to get another turn apparently. Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
But they are also down to 0 cards in hand, so that's going to be a challenge on its own against that one Baron de Fleur.
Doki Doki coming out now.
Doki Doki. Such a funny name, isn't it? Doki Doki. Another rock monster, another classic for the Emancipator deck. That's a link free. What are we seeing here?
No, link 3. Yeah,
Unicorn.
Right. Unicorn. Okay, that is one way to remove the token.
Haven't seen Unicorn in ages, because nowadays usually Nightmare Unicorn has been replaced with SP Little Knight, but Bazalup still relying on that card. And the one upside that Unicorn has over the SP Little Knight, you can attack directly the turn you used the effect. And you were already anticipating it, but here it is. Access Code Talker coming down now as a link 4. And the combination of Nibiru and an Access Code Talker made with a link 3 is over 8,000 points of damage.
Yep.
There it is.
Quantal also read that perfectly.
Yep, so we have multiple games there finishing at the same time. Quantal not able to win his, and I think his teammate on table B also was not successful, as that one Baron de Fleur for the Tenpai player was enough, which is unusual for Tenpai, because Tenpai likes to synchro summon, but going into Baron de Fleur is not usually their cup of tea. They're also sometimes locking themselves into fire monsters, but there, in main phase 2, Baron de Fleur was enough. Therefore, I think the team one world champion, I'm sorry, Emre, I think that team is down 1-2 for the moment.
We've seen Quantal make
he's a man of comebacks, right?
Yeah. But that being said, yeah, really, really well played there. And actually, unconventional deck choice in the Adamancipator as well to weather the storm of a Ritual Beast deck. Really, really well played there. That being said, Quantal maybe overcommit a bit by giving, I think, 10 cards in the end via the
Possibly.
Via the Maxi.
On the other hand, he saw there's a bunch of cards in hand already, even without the Maxi. For an Adamancer player, he had no more further interruptions, so I think he just had to go for it, right? He just had no choice. And then there was the Nibiru coming down eventually. And I'm wondering how Bazalup's thought process was before the game. Maybe he was like, okay, I'm playing a former world champion. I'll just go with my favorite deck and let's see how it goes. And he was rewarded massively here because he was able to overcome the world champion. So I think his day already going pretty good.
Yeah, and as you mentioned on the other featured game that we saw, Snake Eye and Tenpai. So really a good selection of decks that we're seeing so far. We've seen Adamancipator.
Yeah.
We've seen Ritual Beast. We've seen Tenpai Dragon. And we've seen Snake Eye.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what happened on Table C, because that game was done in a heartbeat. We didn't even get to see anything of it, because immediately already there was the one victory, the one very important victory, by the way, for the Team 1WC, as the other two games were lost. But yeah, as you were saying, Quantal, and probably like he's bringing that mindset now into his new team as well, right? He's like, hey, I've done this before, we can do this. He's probably like, he's the team captain, in fact, this time around. Usually at World Championships, he always had to give over that honor to Josh, but now he's the one leading the team.
To be fair, when he did it before, Primeval Planet Perla Rhino was still available to the Telements deck that he was so famous for playing.
Yeah.
Will be really interesting to see if he sticks with the Ritual Beast for the next one, but right now we're going to see Haas
for
1WC taking on Bazalup.
Oh, we have back-to-back Bazalup games, but we do not see him going first this time around. Haas was not able to overcome the Tenpai Dragon strategy on Table B last game, but now he gets to go first with his Snake Eye deck. And now we get to see all three games at the same time. Beautiful.
We see a Diabell Star the Black Witch actually opening up on Duel C as well, which is really interesting because we didn't see that from the Snake Eye feature on Duel A.
That's true.
But we shall see where exactly this does take us here. Interesting to see whether or not Bazalup did stick with the Adamancipator deck again. We shall indeed see how this one plays out, because right now, Haas resolving Snake Eye's monsters pretty much uninterrupted.
Yep, so far so good. But I mean, we saw a very, very impactful Nibiru last game against Quantal. We may as well see it again here. I wouldn't rule that out. And one thing very, very noteworthy though is, I think Team 1WC, after being down on the first set, being down 2-1 overall right now, I think they have won every single coin toss here for this second set of games. And that's a good way to start into a set when you're down at the moment. But, oh, we see on Duel C there is a Magnamut coming down right now. And therefore, the going second players have plenty of interruption there. There's the original Sinful Spoils now for Haas. Haas, by the way, I mean, Quantal, everyone knows Quantal, as Quantal is a previous world champion, currently second place finisher of this year's world championship. But Haas has been crushing the Challenger Cup season this season as well. He has plenty of tops, even a couple of wins, I believe, and therefore definitely a worthy teammate for a world champion here.
Yep, indeed. And actually, we now see the Fire King Sanctuary coming out. This is going to be the Snake Eye Fire King build from Haas. And Fire King Island now coming out. So again, if this resolves, you have to imagine that the Snake Eye deck is going to get to that final field pretty cleanly.
If not for Nibiru, right? Because if now after this there is a Nibiru coming down, and I think that could be the best moment after that Garura resolving, or Garunix resolving. So that's going to be interesting. In the meantime, on Duel C, even though not going first, we see a lot of Tenpai monsters there on the field already for the lower players. So stop the opponent efficiently, and now bringing him down to very, very, very little cards. Being in the battle phase there already, this is looking very, very tough for Team 1WC at Table C. So possible 3-1 there coming soon. But on the other hand, I think Quantal is doing way better on Table B this time around, because I see a lot of Ritual Beast monsters there at the moment.
Yep. But right now we're seeing a lot of Snake Eyes and Fire King monsters, and a lot of disruptions already set up for Haas. As the Link summon does continue, is this... no, actually it's just a Link 2, so...
First of all, we're going to go for the IP Masquerena, and that one's probably going to go into the Promethean Princess afterwards, because now we're going to get more monsters to link summon with Flamberge bringing some back. And yeah, as I was saying, Table C, quick Tenpai victory. That's what Tenpai does, right? Tenpai sealing the deal there early. And now very importantly, we have set up the avatar already for Haas, meaning Nibiru is no longer a fear because we have set up a monster negate for our own turn already, and therefore Haas, at this point, probably safe against almost anything.
And there is the eventual climb into the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames that we mentioned before, going to get off a revive from the graveyard, and we'll see exactly what is selected for Haas here as the Fire King Snake Eye strategy continues to develop a really formidable field. And as you said, the monster negation from the Avatar affords so much protection, so much safety, that this is currently looking very, very scary for Bazalup.
Absolutely. And I see that also Quantal there just activated triple tactic talents onto his opponent. And we have Fire King Snake Eye on Duel B as well as the opponent for Quantal. But Quantal, I think, is this time around just summoning out the Protoss. Oh wait, is it Protoss? No, that's not. I think that's not Drago there. He banished cards from the graveyard. That always looks like Protoss, but I think in that case it was not Drago.
Infernal Flame Banshee actually going to get linked off there as well.
Indeed. And there's Sunlight Wolf. Sunlight Wolf now for Haas gets to add back a fire monster from the graveyard. We are going to get back the Kirin, which is additional way of interacting with the opponent on their turn. We see the overall scores updated. BSL 2 games away only from victory overall here. If they get to win here and on Duel B, they would be through after 2 sets already. It's not looking too beautiful for them at the moment.
Yeah,
though.
Duel B is looking a little bit scary right now, mostly because Ritual Beast ulti Reirauturi has already come out. And once the game gets to the point where that is able to come out onto the field, you have to consider the Ritual Beast player to be in such a comfortable position. Speaking of comfortable positions, though, we have now the Nibiru, the Primal Being, ruining that for the Fire King Snake Eye deck. But
Is there something else? Is there an Effect Veiler? There's no Effect Veiler. Ooh, imagine there would have been an Effect Veiler on top of that, negating the Avatar. Then that would have all been for nothing. But I mean, at least we get to destroy the Ulcanix from their hand now. They had to use the effect first of all. So that's an alright start. And something that rarely comes up but can happen is Nibiru also being able to use on your own turn. And I mean, think about it. Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon summons back 2 monsters from the graveyard. Then also very often you're using the graveyard effect of monsters to bring back IP Masquerena to the field. So if you don't pay attention, there is a world in which you summon 5 times on your opponent's turn. But now that you know that there is Nibiru, of course, Haas is not going to do that anymore. That looks like an Amblo Whale to me. That is the Amblo Whale.
So this was the classic combo of the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames, the Amphibious Swarm Ship Ambler Whale. There is oftentimes a Salamangreat Raging Phoenix thrown into the mix as well, and the World Sea Dragon Zealantis. Just so many options that you can take with this, but the core pieces of the combo are the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames and the Ambler Whale. They're just playing off of each other. Yeah,
for sure. Ambler Whale is the way of bringing the IP Masquerena onto the field on the opponent's turn, because as we can see, in pure Snake Eye decks, the IP Masquerena would usually be in the Spell Trap zone, and the Flamberge Dragon would bring it out on the opponent's turn. Here, though, it is in the graveyard, so we would bring it out with the Ambler Whale. We start out, and we're still with the Adamantipator strategy for Bazalup.
And we saw how integral that initial normal summon was to the Adamantipator strategy. So having the Infinite Impermanence come down to negate the effect of the Analyzer means that right now, unless Bazalup has access to multiple special summons here, okay.
That was a special summon initially,
based off of an effect, yeah. But actually, this looks not terrible for Bazalup.
Let's see. So the Imperm has resolved. Definitely ain't bad. But now there is the Quirkimero Guardian saving us from further monster effects. So we have an answer to the Avatar there immediately created. But let's not forget, there's Avatar. There is another Infinite Impermanence now for Haas as well. And there is also still the Kirin waiting in hand. And Kirin then, of course, as per usual, enables the Garunix in the graveyard again. So there is plenty of ways to interrupt with the opponent. But there now also is already 3 monsters on the side of Bazalup. So we could see some magic happening here once more from our Adamantipator player in the tournament.
That does make 10.
That does make 10 indeed. Is he going to go down that route, though? I think, yeah, we do have 2 tuners in the field right now. So we would have to, first of all, go into a level 8 or into level 6, and then from there on go into a possible level 10 after. Is that a Link or is that a Synchro summon there? I'm guessing Synchro. Yep, it is. And look, Quantal last time decided on negating this Reptide with Infinite Impermanence, and it did stop the turn. Oh, the Quackimera Supplier now also activating. When a Phaser Brock monster goes to the graveyard, you can just smash it, summon it out. That forces Has to activate the Kirin now. So he wants to play on his opponent's turn now as well. And I think now that Has is forced to do all of those things, there is a world in which he actually is going to summon 5 times on his opponent's turn. This is special summon number 1. Let's not forget, there is still the Nibiru waiting in the hand of Bazalup. In the meantime, Quantal winning as a captain for his team, so we have a 3-2 score overall now.
Definitely going to that third set of games now, but this will affect whether or not BSL are at the match point going into that, or if the score will be evened between BSL and 1WC. Haas, can he continue to establish control here, or is Bazalup going to be able to run this Adamancipator deck to the finish line?
That might just be the story of the day, right? Adamancipator, no one has seen it coming, and immediately is coming in here in the feature match, taking a win in the first game against a world champion. And now in the second game, also not looking bad, because that field from Has was impressive. Let's not forget about that. Okay, special summon number 3. We're summoning a lot here. So if we want to go for the Flamberge Dragon Revive effect, there is 5 monsters already summoned. I hope Has is paying attention to that. Yep, there is still Nibiru waiting.
The Avatar negation on the Nibiru meant the Nibiru got to stay in the hand.
Yep, indeed. Okay, now the Kirin Graveyard effect. We get to destroy a card from the opponent, probably going up the Reptide, I would assume. Let's see how it turns out in practice. Bring back the OG Garunix. And what are we destroying? It could also just go out of a tuner here, possibly. But the decision... Okay, it is going to be the Reptide destroyed. I mean, for the moment, which maybe is favoring Has, there's not even space to bring back 2 level 1 monsters. Oh, but now, okay, look at this. We are summoning the 4th monster now using IP Masquerena. Oh my, Has. He's linking off the Flamberge Dragon. I think he might be playing into this Nibiru there. There's no way.
SP Little Knight?
There is no way.
So, because a Link monster was the material there, the IP Masquerena, it means we have the quick effect banish on the summon of the SP Little Knight.
That is correct. And look at that. We also activate the Flamberge Dragon. I think Has is giving a route for Bazalup here to stay in this game. But we are going to see. Because, I mean, yeah, the Nibiru is now live, but also on the other hand, of course, has somewhat cleared the field, has stopped Bazalup in playing, and as the Snake Eye engine does, it just creates so much follow-up. We can just add back the Snake Eye Ash here, and that is massive. And there it is on our own turn. I already told you last turn that it may happen, and we do see it here. Now the Avatar, though, is there a way to stop that still? Looks like the Avatar was just once again negated, man. Okay, so the plan from Has was solid, and the win is his, and he takes it down for Team 1WC here.
1WC now evening up the series, 3-3 going into this final effective best of 3 between the teams.
Yeah, so both teams now in the final set, allowed to drop a game basically, because they just have to win 2 out of 3, and they don't have the max pressure situation where they just have to free all their opponent or they're not going to advance. And as I said before the tournament, this is high pressure. There is no second round that you can catch up on. If you lose this best of 9 set, your tournament run is over. So you want to make sure that this best of 3 here coming up is yours.
But high pressure is where Quantal flourishes, so we'll see.
I've heard so. I've heard
it's where champions are made, right?
Yeah, but I mean, do you think he's going to just stick with the Ritual Beast strategy here? Because he has played it in game 1. Didn't work out so well. Then game 2 looked a lot better now. So you think he found his mojo now, and maybe this is his deck for the tournament?
Maybe they'll be afraid to let him go first now, so they'll let him go second, and he brings out the Tenpai Dragon for the final game.
Ooh, that's very interesting.
Speaking of deck choices, though, that Adamancipator build from Bazalup was unexpected and really cool.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't see that coming at all. Adamancipator actually, in the beginning days, I mean, we're celebrating 1,000 days of Master Duel, but in the beginning days of Master Duel, that was a very, very meta strategy. A lot of people were playing that, and it was very, very popular. But then now, 1,000 days later, which is quite a while to be fair, it's not that popular anymore, but it's great to see that it's still viable in that competitive environment.
Yeah, the identity of the deck did shift a little bit away from the cyclical nature of the block dragon just recurring.
True.
But instead now looking just to to climb higher and higher on the synchro ladder.
Yeah.
Again, the Baron de Fleur being just a sole end piece to that field is a little bit unfortunate because maybe it didn't go as planned in that first game that we saw, but still managed to pull out a win there.
Yeah.
And granted, this game could have been a little bit better for the Adamancipator deck as well, but still really, really good to see so much innovation in the strategy.
Yeah, for sure. So far, we haven't seen any of the new decks. Maybe now is the time. Maybe you're like, okay, we saved it for the important moments. Now it's time to Gimmick Puppet.
Yeah,
I can see that happening.
By new decks, we mean, of course, the ones that came into the game yesterday that you can find in the selection pack Chaotic Showtime.
Yes.
In particular, the Gimmick Puppet strategy, the White Forest strategy, both great as a standalone deck and as an engine to facilitate other decks. Mostly Centurion and Runic.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Yeah, just really, really exciting to see where we go from here, especially with the fact, again, these players are not limited by card pool. They can bring whatever deck they want to the table.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw one of the players from Team BSL now pick Tenpai twice. So if I had that Gimmick Puppet deck in my arsenal, and I'm playing versus this guy now once more, I'm going Gimmick Puppet, I'm telling you. Because I think that could be a very popular strategy this weekend, where you're anticipating your opponent to be on Tenpai. Just play the deck that you think is the best going first, and Gimmick Puppet. What deck is better at going first than a deck that just can lower the opponent's life points on the first turn already, right? So I could definitely see that happening. And it is going to be a question of whether the players already have those cards available to them, whether they already like opened all the packs yesterday and crafted all the deck, and therefore that is probably going to be the deciding factor whether we're going to see it here, because from pure strength, I think it's definitely up there immediately. And
absolutely,
we
and
should
again, just because
it.
the nature of the game right now is allowing your opponent to go first because of Tenpai Dragon shaping everything around it. But we will see if indeed this is going to be a Tenpai Dragon game, as Quantal now going second.
We're seeing the world champion again, and this time they didn't have that much luck with the coin tosses, because we also see on table B Adamancipator going first there. I think we see the super heavy samurai cards in that case, but also Haz is mixing up. Oh, I know Haz is super popular in the community for playing 60-card Tearlam and Snake Eyes decks, and I think I just saw again there. He's on the Gen and Ken strategy, and ooh, very interesting. Aban here now against Quantal did not set the original Sinful Spoils, but set the Subversion, indicating and immediately confirming that there is the original Sinful Spoils already in the hand of him.
Yeah, not ideal, but still able to be worked around here because it's a Snake Eye deck. Usually, if you find yourself in that situation where you're only running the engine, it means that you're having to set the Wanted or something like that, and it's really suboptimal. But this is really cool, and so is Rescue Ace Hydrant, by the way. Snake Eye Rescue Ace going to come out here. The variance in the decks has been amazing so far.
That's what it is. That's a very, very interesting call, and I believe it might actually even be a specific call from Aban to counter the Ritual Beast strategy, because Ritual Beast does struggle when there is multiple spells and traps coming their way, mainly the trap cards from the Rescue Ace deck, and therefore I could absolutely see Aban just immediately, when they see that today Quantal's day is the Ritual Beast day, that they go with the Rescue Ace strategy here. I like
and
it.
Rescue Ace very, very iconic for just setting 4 or 5 spell and traps off of that special summon. We will see indeed if that is the case here. Again, just to contextualize, first team to claim 2 victories will clinch the whole series and will progress further into the tournament. As you mentioned, single elimination, so the team that loses here is out.
That's how it is. High pressure situation on table C. Haz is doing what he's doing best. He just used Anaconda to make another Dark Monster on the field, and he just went into Curious the Lightsworn Dominion. So as soon as that card hits the field, that's a pretty good situation to be in. So very, very different situations overall. Barricade Walk Blocker being summoned here from Aban, and I'm interested to see whether we're actually going to have the Promethean Princess now.
Very happy to see the Crystal Beast Emerald Tortoise, by the way.
Yeah, of
Rainbow
course.
Bridge of Salvation. But also you saw the Horus being used as an engine to further facilitate that 60-card Tillaments, as you mentioned.
What are we about to see here from Aban, though? This is not a regular Rescue Ace deck. We're going into Mecha Fantabeast our Robodon there all of a sudden, making a whole bunch of tokens and getting to special summon out another Mecha Fantabeast monster from our deck. This is more combo than I have seen coming. There is the... I think that's Olion. Yeah, that's Olion there. What are we about to cook here? That is a possible Synchro 8 summon right away. Just saying, are we going down that route? He may.
Synchro 5?
Possibly a Synchro 5. Maybe Link summon instead. What is it going to be?
I think it was green, so that is going to be a Synchro 5.
Is that Hyper? Oh!
Okay.
Aban has brought a spicy deck here. His whole team actually with a really, really cool decks lined up. And we're going to summon out the Junk Speeder.
The thing is that when you bring so many different decks to the table, it's really hard to anticipate that from the opponent. And of course, having that surprise factor really, really paying dividends for them.
Yeah, of course not Junk Synchron, but Axel Synchron, as we see. And Axel Synchron just brought that Jet Synchron into the graveyard there. So that is looking fairly nice.
Zombie Vampire now coming out as well. This is so good of a position to be in for the 60-card Tillaments deck.
Has lost this deck, has been playing this deck up and down, and he's playing it once more. Karaku,
okay.
What is going on here? What in the world? The Super Shogun
I can confidently say I haven't seen that in a while.
Same. Level 9 Synchro. And I'm trying to figure out whether Aban here is somehow trying to facilitate also something that usually the Gimmick Puppet strategy does, and that is just trying to bring down the opponent's life points to 0 on the first turn. Because, oh yeah, there's the Gamma MDL 4624. Totally knew that from the top of my head.
Shiro Kunishi.
Oh, very well.
Thank you.
Very nailed down. And that is another interesting approach by Aban.
And that is another Synchro summon by Aban, by the way.
And I think it does make sense once more, because the Ritual Beast strategy is a strategy that likes to run cards such as the good old reliable Book of Eclipse, such as Dark Lunar, such as Evenly Matched. And when you're running so many field-breaking cards, it does struggle into decks that just don't give you a turn.
Herald of the Arclight typically defines games by itself because it denies access to the graveyard for so many, but
True.
Ritual Beast actually doesn't mind that.
That's absolutely correct. It actually sometimes even profits off of that. Was a deck that was always running 2 copies of Dimension Shifter. Now can only run 1 anymore, but still.
Here comes the 4 set from the Rescue Ace Turbulence.
And that is going to be successfully secured, because Arc could have negated any interruption of that anyways. And I like that apparently Bazalup this time around gets to show off a lot more from his Super Heavy Samurai part of the deck, because he has been summoning 1 Super Heavy Samurai monster after the other there on table number B. And there is the Turbulence setting the Contain alongside 3 other cards. And we have a full set of 5 sad cards there for Aban. And that is going to be very, very, very tough to overcome.
Yeah.
How is it going to continue? Do you keep... Okay, that's it. That's the field. We have 5 back rows and then the Arc Light to negate something. And I'm wondering what the Karakuri really is going to do there on the field. Does it have any effect on the opponent's turn? Let me just double check, because that's something I really haven't seen in a while.
And again, right now, things are looking pretty good for Team BSL. Seem to be ahead in 2 of the 3 games on your screen, apart from that Horus Tillaments 60 cards deck that Haas is piloting on behalf of 1WC. I heard a gasp from you.
Yeah, Quantal has changed up his strategy. No Ritual Beasts, no more. I think this is Voiceless Voice.
Yeah.
And that is another sign that the teams are just adjusting really, really well. Quantal saw a different deck the entire time, and Voiceless Voice is just really good into Tenpai, and therefore he probably picked this deck to play against Tenpai, and now he doesn't play against Tenpai anymore, so both players now out-piloting each other, kinda.
Yeah, the Nadir Servant actually getting responded to by the Herald of the Arclight here. Some form of disruption at least coming through from Aban. Still has 5 spell and trap set to run further interference. Still could run interference on the Voiceless Voice strategy. But Quantal, you know, he's piloting Voiceless Voice. It's iconic for being able to create a whole field off of just 1 single low resolving.
Oh, Quantal now setting 4 cards. I don't know. That was kind of a plan that Arban had, but I wasn't aware that that's the plan of a Voiceless Voice deck.
You have no Radiance of the Voiceless Voice able to be accessed without the Skull Guardian as well. The disruption.
Oh, that's a pretty cool interaction. That's explaining the Synchro monster there on the field, because this now is a quick effect on the opponent's turn when a battle position of a Karakuri monster was changed. And we did that for the graveyard effect of the little Karakuri monster that we earlier on summoned out. We can destroy one card on the field as we did. Or we banished it even better than. Even better. And that's two big monsters now starting the turn for Arban. Looking really good here for Team BSL on this table. Very, very, very good. Okay, we do get to switch them into attack position.
Still short 2,000 damage though, so room to breathe for Quantal to a degree, unless this gets a really fantastic draw.
Indeed. I just saw on table C that Haz was able to negate a Raigeki there with his Baron de Fleur, which secured all of those monsters, and that is the victory on table C. So 1WC is going to be one game away, but is it going to be Quantal's game? Because Quantal's game not looking beautiful here at the moment.
They are at match point, as you mentioned, 1WC now, but Quantal, as you mentioned, again, just facing down the Rescue Ace deck.
Oh my.
We actually still have the normal summon available to Arban. We still have a lot of monsters in the hand. And a lot of monsters in the graveyard with which to continue to extend these combos, but there can be only one now coming out for Quantal.
That is trying to make sure that there can only be one, as the card says, type, or one monster per type. And I think Arban was about to summon... Okay, so all of them were machines, so we had to get rid of two of them, and that is no easy Baron de Fleur now anymore. And yeah, that can be only one. I'm sure Quantal just picked a deck against Tenpai. He was expecting to go first, and going first with Tenpai, whether there can be only one, is a super, super nice situation to be in.
It actually all comes down to this, by the way. We've now moved to this being the deciding game. Game 9 of the 9-game series will be deciding this. Quantal, can he hold on against Arban? Arban with that full field. Now continuing to grow the advantage for the Rescue Ace strategy. Where do we go from here?
Rescue Ace Airlifter is going to be special summon, grabbing a spell and trap card, grabbing Emergency in that case.
And it's a warrior, not a machine, so it goes through. That can be only one.
Oh, but just the battle phase. So maybe Quantal is going to get another turn here, very likely.
3,000 is not 8,000, so still.
We're getting a math course for free here today. Let's go.
I don't know if that counts as math, but yeah.
Oh, speaking of math, though, I'm really interested whether we're going to see some Labyrinth gameplay today as well.
Simultaneous equation cannons.
With the new
cool.
simultaneous cannon that just came out yesterday in the Legacy pack as well. Plenty of new options available. No more options for Arban's turn, though, there, as he has to pass it back over to Quantal.
Still formidable with those 4 set cards. I don't know what the middle one is, but the others are all Rescue Ace cards.
That's true. There is Pot of Extravagance, though. Can we stop that? 2 new and free cards for Quantal. Is he really going to be able to grind back into this?
Again, we mentioned that Low, the Prayers of the Voiceless Voice, is so good at starting things off by itself. If you get one resolution there, and there is the Prayers of the Voiceless Voice, if the Low does come out as well, it's really, really easy to just build off of that Skull Guardian.
Best case scenario, we're tributing a Low for this. Is there a Low in his hand? That's really one of the major questions, and he does tribute a Low. That's so good for him. Very, 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 very good. And that must be the Skull Guardian that we searched earlier. There it is. Now the question, though. Rescue Ace does have ways to interact with the opponent's graveyard, so there is a possibility that we could just get rid of the Low here if we do have the right tools available. Prior to going over to Arban, there is Contain, first of all, that's going to take care of the Skull Guardian, but is there a way to deal with the Low in the graveyard as well? Question mark? Nope. For now, it's just going to come out to the field. But the Skull Guardian at least not having the search effect, and also this turn not having the ability to negate. Now the Low, though, going to give us further engine. Oh, he's really coming back into this. Honestly, after this first turn and after Quantal setting 4, I was ready to give them the trophy. I was ready to say, hey, they overcame the world champion team, but not with Quantal. He's always still in a game as long as he still has life points available.
Barrier of the Voiceless Voice, very underrated as well, I find, just because it's not quite as game deciding as a Radiance of the Voiceless Voice.
Oh, if you ask me, Barrier is still so much
very,
better,
very
honestly, because it just prevents all of your Voiceless Voice monsters from being targeted, and having this card face up on the field already prevents your opponent from playing so much. So the Radiance also gives you then sometimes like the little tip over the finish line, but I think Barrier already is setting you up so well overall, and that is all that Quantal has to offer at the moment, a setup as we are heading again into Aban's turn here.
Still, though, with the low, with the Skull Guardian out on the side of Quantal, the Voiceless Voice deck is about as strong as it could be right now. Really comes down to what Aban has in terms of removal here, in terms of ways of dealing with this, and in terms of ways of getting access to those 5,000 life points of Quantal. Position change on the Karakuri means we get a banish.
Oh my. Okay, so we do go for a position change. We can activate the effect, trying to destroy... Oh, Dimensional Barrier. Quantal just brought the all anti-Tenpai deck here. He thought he would be going first against Tenpai, so he has Dimensional Barrier. He has There Can Be Only One, but that Dimensional Barrier now also going to negate the effect of the Karakuri there. Yeah,
the block on the Synchro Summoning as well, really, really, really painful there. We saw it from the Adamantipator, actually, and we see it again from the Karakuri aspects of this strategy. Synchro Summoning has been so defining to the series, so having it locked out for a turn, going to be difficult. But here is where the Snake Eyes parts of this deck could come in handy.
This was actually
the Subversion set off of the Diabell Star.
Was sitting there, basically the first card that even was set there, and we're using it on our own monster. No, I think I have an explanation for that.
You can now summon a warrior.
No, Aban 40 could target the opponent's monsters, but that Barrier of the Voices Voice, which we were just discussing the strength of, was prohibiting him from targeting opponent's cards, so he had to force himself to target his own monster instead. And therefore, we just placed that airlifter into our own spell and trap zone there.
I was like, oh, now There Can Be Only One is letting him summon warrior monsters again.
But there is not that many warrior monsters, though, for the Rescue strategy. Oh, we're setting a monster. That definitely wasn't the plan that Aban was having there. So Quantal more and more getting into an advantageous position here. Looking good with that There Can Be Only One. Plus that Barriers of the Voiceless Voice just kind of stopping his opponent from taking the initiative here again.
Yep, and with Radiance of the Voiceless Voice set face down as well, it means that there is further dissuasion from committing to the field from Aban here. Quantal, we said he was so clutch in these series-deciding games, and here he is again. It's game 9 of the 9-game match, and he has made a comeback.
Yeah, good to have a world champion as a team captain, not gonna lie. It does look almost easy when Quantal is doing it, even though this game was madness. He waited with the There Can Be Only One very, very nicely as well. Just waited for Aban to bring out another machine monster before flipping it up and gained maximum value out of it. Also, you gotta say, he got a little lucky that Aban, because Aban just destroyed a random spell and trap card there on the opponent's end phase with the Karakuri monster. If he would have just hit the There Can Be Only One there, I think this game could already be over, but sometimes also it needs a little bit of luck, and now it needs another card for Quantal as his turn is starting once again.
Yeah, 4100 still very difficult to deal with from the side of Aban in terms of sheer attack points on that Skull Guardian. The 2 set spell and traps could still be a little bit scary, but right now, with the Barrier of the Voiceless Voice resolving, this looks to be cleanly in control of Quantal.
It does, but of course, we are playing a best of 9 overall, so that's plenty of games to be played. There is still a time limit for the overall set, and I'm just currently looking. They still have 10 minutes left. I want to say in 10 minutes, there is a very, very, very high chance that we can overcome 3,000 points of life points difference here. But still, Aban in this in some way, for sure. But now comes the Radiance of the Voiceless Voice finally. Not for the Destruction effect, but instead for the Searching effect here.
Yeah.
And I think we might be getting... Yep. Oh, we're summoning immediately. Okay, you can search or summon when it is possible. All the Ritual Beast monsters cannot be summoned from the deck, as they have to be summoned through the Ritual mechanic. But Saurabus, of course, this version of Saurabus is not a Ritual monster. And we go for Blessing of the Voiceless Voice. Equally powerful, if you ask me. Those continuous spell cards for the Voiceless Voice strategy, they're so incredibly good. Because Blessing not only gives you way to play on your opponent's turn by giving you ritual summons on their turn, but also just gives you another card from the graveyard or from the banish zone every single turn. So if you establish these two together, I almost always feel like there's no way of coming back against this.
Yeah.
And now, finally, it looks like Quantal is going to get rid of that Karakuri monster there. He feels safe enough. He feels comfortable enough to give Abba a free field again. But let's not forget the continuous and permanent effect of the Karakuri. Defense position monsters on the field cannot be destroyed by battle.
Wow.
And therefore, that Karakuri monster right now is still sitting there pretty. No destruction through battle. And I'm wondering, I mean, Quantal eventually can just use the trap card effect, can Radiance on it. Yep. But he is at some point getting into a time trouble because 8 minutes remaining now overall in this.
So we're going to see a Rescue Ace trap now set back to the field of Arban. With no Rescue Ace monster on the field, though, it is less effective than it potentially could be. Let's see where he goes from here. The Rescue Ace, Karakuri, Snake Eye deck now trying to make a comeback against a full field from Quantal's Voiceless Voice.
Absolutely. That Royal Rare Skull Guardian sitting there pretty in the middle of the field for a world champion Quantal. But for now, Arban is just going to head into battle phase.
You get banished.
That's what it is. With finally trying to get rid of that, there can be only one. I can only imagine that we're not allowing that. Another dimensional barrier. We're not having any synchro effects here ever on Quantal's side. Ay, ay, ay. The second turn in a row where that is going to be prevented. And now, the protection effect is also going to be gone. Because it is an attack position.
Yep.
So there is now a light at the end of the tunnel for Quantal. Normal summon DD Crow. That could be an indicator for a possible Aspie the Little Knight now, maybe. But first of all, we're just going to use Radiance of the Voiceless Voice on Quantal's side. And we're going after that smallish little 100 attack points DD Crow there. And it's destroyed through the Radiance. Surely completely aware of the potential Aspie the Little Knight that was about to happen there. Another card, I don't know whether Arban has space for that in his extra deck, but Chaos Angel could have also happened there, because there was the potential for a level 10 Synchro Summon. I mean, for one that doesn't care about a tuner, and that is what Chaos Angel does. Yep. Into the battle phase, quickly saying hello there, but then going into the end phase as we had to attack the Skull Guardian, and we do not want to do that there. And therefore, back over to Quantal. And he does have a monster now on the other side that he can overcome, that he can attack and destroy even this time.
Continues to get searches off of that barrier of the Voiceless Voice as well, just further reinforcing it. Saphira, Dragon Queen of the Voiceless Voice now being added to the hand. Quantal in a commanding position. 4,100 attack points on that Skull Guardian as well. The spell effects continue to resolve. The traps get added to the hand. So much available to this Voiceless Voice deck, and now the battle phase is available to Quantal.
Finally, yeah, the Karakuri has been sitting there since turn 1, but it is now history. And I think the life points lead of Arban is also going to be history, as Quantal now is in the lead in this. So even if we get to a potential 60-minute of the round, we do now have Quantal in the lead for Team 1WC, which is a comfortable feeling to have now, because I think up until this point, he was kind of still stressing himself that he has to get over the line first, but now he even is ahead in life points. But let's see. Arban's turn once more.
The onus is now on him to rebuild that field. Can Emergency get him there? He actually, I think he does have a Rescue Ace in hand, by the way, to tribute for that cost. Because just building those up through, there can be only one, not letting them being summoned. So I think this, if it does resolve, could actually start something.
Okay, we go Preventer, but Preventer immediately gets tributed. And that's smart, because now you have no monster on the field, and you can technically bring back the Turbulence. Okay, we can also bring back the Hydrant, but we can definitely bring back a Machine monster, which would have not been possible if the Preventer would have stayed on the field.
Yep.
So we can just still create a monster out of nowhere through that Emergency attack position. Hydrant, though, that's a little small for me with that 0 attack there, but let's see. using the effect of Hydrant.
Deck now being searched for a Rescue Ace monster. Once that's added, where do we go from here? Again, there can be only one so impactful to this strategy, to this deck full of machine monsters.
All right, so we are looking for Rescue Ace Impulse now. That is a warrior indeed. So that could be normal summoned, and in fact immediately is normal summoned here for Aban. But Quantal says, enough of that. We're going to use the effect of Radiance of the Voiceless Voice once more. We added it back through the Blessing, and we can now use it again, and we can destroy that Rescue Ace Impulse immediately. And gone it is. And it looks a bit sad. Aban there with a 0 attack position monster on his side of the field, setting a card, passing back over to Quantal. Is he going to close it out now on this turn?
0 to 4,100. Yeah. The difference does not get much bigger than that.
Quite the difference.
And the difference between their life points, you have to imagine, is just going to continue to grow on this turn. Quantal continues to resolve the free searches from the Voiceless Voice continuous spells. Blessing of the Voiceless Voice now as well being activated, and adding back the Radiance of the Voiceless Voice. The cyclical nature of this deck so difficult to keep up with once it starts to get going.
Battle phase. There is a potential, but there also is a Link Karibo in Graveyard. We do Tribute, but we do also still have the negation effect of Skull Guardian available. Does Quantal just say enough of that, or does he just go... He does negate this, so he says no more negation available this turn, but we do have enough attack points available to possibly close it out. But is there even something for Aban stopping this? Can we seal it here? Quantal's team, 1WC into the next round, maybe? That's the first attack by the Saravis. There is emergency, so Aban still has some tricks up his sleeves there.
Yep, weathers the storm, you have to imagine. Will be able to summon something to soak up one attack. Soak up 2 attacks, actually, because this 2,800 points of defense is higher than the attack of the Saravis.
Indeed, so that's not going to be any damage here on Quantal's side. Running over the Preventer. Preventer is going to give us another monster. Oh, no more banished monsters for Aban that we could bring back with the Preventer. So it's not going to be any monsters left for that. But now, back over to Aban. Is that going to be the last turn of this? Can he somehow turn it around? As long as there's cards to be drawn, a duel isn't over, as we all know. Is this maybe the comeback moment now for Aban? Aban has found a Black Witch, apparently, which he is going to special summon out there.
The Radiance is face down for Quantal, though, you have to imagine, so that is one form of disruption that could come through. And if used this late into the game, could just seal the deal on this. But original Sinful Spoils, Snake Eye now being set, could start something by itself if allowed to resolve.
Now the original Sinful Spoils is being activated. Does Quantal care about this? He says no, go ahead, special summon out either a Hydrant or maybe some of our Snake Eye cards that are still left in the deck. I don't even know whether we have any of those left, but yes, there is the Snake Eye Ash. So let's go with that one then. And that's a very powerful card, which we cannot let resolve. So Quantal now deciding to use the effect of the Skull Guardian to negate, but also, in that case, maybe even more so important, destroy it. So no Snake Eye Ash resolving for Aban. And it's getting intense. We have to imagine those are the final moments of this deciding 9th game. Triple Tactic Talents as a card of all cards, though, trying to take control of the Skull Guardian here, possibly. And that would be massive, because that could then freely attack into the Saravis, maybe bringing us back into the life points lead here. Aban ain't over just yet, but we do have timeout now, so we are not going to see that happening. We do have timeout declared, and therefore the rules say that the moment timeout is declared, the game is over. And that means not only the game, but also the entire set between those two teams is over. And Team 1WC, with Quantal as their team captain, is moving on and over to top 32.
And we said Quantal is so clutch in these series-defining games. And there he is, winning in Game 9 of a 9-game series.
Yeah, he really is a closer. He really closed that one out for his team. But I mean, we can only imagine how that looks, right? Of course, we all know the picture of a live stream of the WCS where the players were sitting next to each other with headphones on, talking about the games and everything. But now, all of this is just being from the comfort of their own home. But all of them are also going to be like on a voice call together, being like, okay, let's do it like that. So it's basically not just Quantal there, but a whole team effort, all of them working together to bring it over the finish line there, as the other two were done with their games. So it's like 3 people playing together at the same time there.
I would also like to just consider the amount of strategy that went into deciding to swap from Ritual Beast to the Voiceless Voice in that final game.
I mean, I told you, he countered Tenpai on any possible level there. He brought Voiceless Voice, which already is good going first into Tenpai. He spiced up his deck even more so with There Can Be Only One and Dimensional Barrier. Quantal was 100% sure he's going to face Tenpai. Guess what? He didn't. So that part of his strategy was not very flawless. Then the execution part of the gameplay, though, very flawless as we know it from Quantal, though.
Yeah.
And then on the other end, I mean, it was a beautiful counterplay actually by Aban, right? Aban probably expected Quantal, being the smart guy that he is, to somehow counter the Tenpai strategy, and therefore he just said, hey, I'm not going to play Tenpai then, I'm just going to bring the Rescue strategy. So I really like the mind games from Aban. In the end though, Team BSL not rewarded though. But I mean, you gotta respect the Emancipator player there, right?
Yeah,
because I think he won his match again, right?
Yeah, honestly, again, we said the synchro-based strategies here, plus the Karakuri tech in the Rescue Ace Snake Eye. I hadn't seen that before, and it worked so well. It held on for such a good amount of time there.
Yeah, Synchros are back in town, but in the end, the Ritual Beast, or the Ritual, on the one hand, the Ritual Beast, but then also the Ritual Monsters are just completely taking over, as Quantal is bringing a combination of that today. I wouldn't be surprised, you said it earlier as well, if Quantal is going to later on in the tournament, maybe also going to play some Tenpai Dragon himself, because we have seen him before as well using that strategy lately, and he's definitely a fan of what that deck has to offer. And I mean, who doesn't love just closing out a game on the second turn in the matter of minutes, right? Sometimes it's just refreshing and easy to do that. And therefore, definitely cool to see. Great start overall to the tournament day. Great start to the overall show. That was top 64 here in our 3v3 Challenger Cup for the 1000 days of Challenger Cup action. But of course, we were in timeout there. And therefore, that was the last match overall from all of the games in our bracket finishing, meaning we are about to have top 32 already. And therefore, I think I'm going to leave the casting booth, and therefore, we're going to give it over to a short clip that you can watch, and then it's going to be Ibris and Amr for the next match. So, goodbye from my side for a moment. Into a short clip we go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup 1000 Days Qualifier. My name is Ibris, and I'm very happy to be joined by the one and only Emre.
Hello, guys. We're here at round 2 now. I'm super hyped. We already picked up a match, but the duels aren't ready yet. Ibris, what do you think about the match that we just saw?
I thought it was amazing. Honestly, getting to see Emancipator was great. Getting to see Rescue Ace utilizing the Karakuri was really, really cool too. But honestly, the fact that we saw so much diversity in the decks was just great so far. Still have yet to see White Forest or Gimmick Puppet, the two big new options that we saw in the video that we just watched.
I think the further we get into the tournament, we might see those decks because they're really strong.
Yeah. What did you think of seeing that from a spectator point of view?
The last match?
Yeah.
I was really scared for a while that Quantal might lose.
Yeah.
But obviously I never doubted him. And he counterpicked his opponent, but the opponent was smart enough to also counterpick him.
Yeah.
So it was a really interesting dynamic that we just saw.
So counterpicking in regards to, would you consider the Snake Eye Rescue Ace to be a counter to Voiceless Voice or to be a counter to Ritual Beast?
So I think the Snake Eye deck in general is just really good into anything. If you go first and you can build up your board, it doesn't matter what your opponent plays really. Yeah. So I think he might have expected Ritual Beast, but I was surprised that Quantal picked Voiceless Voice. But I know for a fact that he really likes the deck, and the way that he built the deck was really well into Tempai. But funnily enough, cards like Dimension Barrier were also now really strong against the Rescue Ace deck, which are usually useless, I would say. But the Karakuri deck was completely eliminated by the D barrier.
So I would traditionally associate Quantal with Telements cards, and we saw in one of the other featured games there that there was a 60-card Telements variant. Yes. That was running Horus, Zombie Vampire, your standard things. Tell me more about that deck now in particular, given the fact that A, it was the deck to beat when you won the World Championship, and B, it's a completely different, well, almost completely different deck now. The strategy remains the same, but the available card pool has shifted dramatically.
So the deck is a really high-rolly deck. So you play 60 cards, and you basically... So the usual tier limit strategy plays 40, because you only try to fit in the best cards. The 60-card deck plays every card that you would consider playing in your 40-card deck. You just put them in your 60-card deck. And you have cards like That Grass Looks Greener, which could win you the game on the spot. And you have so many ways to get through that card with like Left Arm Offering. When your opponent uses a Thrust, you can search it. If you have Gan, for example, which was also released last month, you can normal summon Gan, special summon Ken. Then the mandatory effect of Ken triggers. And if you have a Thrust, you can use that because you made your opponent use that effect.
Yeah.
So you could get into a grass turn 1 pretty easily, and you could resolve that then.
So something else I want to talk about, though, given the fact we have the Challenger Cup monsters in front of us, Unchained Soul Lord of Yama was such a key component of the UBEL strategy, but UBEL, not really something we're seeing too much of. Perhaps because Ritual Beast is so prolific right now, but could you explain to me more about the state that the UBEL deck is currently in?
So I believe that UBEL is still a really strong deck. It is always scary to play against when you lose the coin flip and the UBEL strategy goes first. You are always in a bad spot if you go second against that deck, because they sometimes have hands where they can play through like 3 hand traps, establish a really strong board, and then you just start with 3 cards and you're asking yourself, okay, how am I supposed to beat that?
Yeah.
And I think the strategy became a bit less popular than it used to be because of the Forbidden List from last month. Oh, sorry, 2 months ago, where they limited the gates. So I think that kind of hurt the deck by its consistency.
Yeah, so opening of the Spirit Gates, of course, being such a key component as to starting things off with the
exactly
with the access to the beast.
Yeah. And now that we have Ritual Beast, for example, when the Ritual Beast strategy goes first, they are usually setting up a Protoss, an Archnemesis Protoss.
Exactly that. And also, we mentioned in the previous game, if the Ritual Beast deck is able to get to the point where they're comfortably link summoning Ritual Beast Ulti Re Rautari, you contribute. And that shuts down such a key component of the UBEL deck.
The best starter in the deck becomes useless. Since already a Lotus.
Yeah, so UBEL, maybe we'll see it, but again,
I'm
rough
pretty
matchup into the
I'm pretty sure we will see it. It's still a really good deck.
What else are you expecting to see?
I'm expecting some Snake Eyes, the new Gimmick Puppet deck which got released. I think that one's really strong. Tempai Dragons, obviously. Just the usual suspects, I would say. I really want to see Chimera. I believe Chimera is really strong.
I know you're a big fan of
that I love the Chimera strategy.
Yeah.
And with Dragoon now...
The branded Chimera as well.
Branded Chimera, exactly, yeah. And now with Dragoon at 3, I think the Chimera deck got a really nice push again.
Yep. So, actually, on the topic of Red Eyes Dark Dragoon that we also did see in that trailer there and did get in a new selection pack, Invincible Aces, yesterday. We've seen it, thanks to Muddy Mud Dragon, be a part of the White Forest strategy as well. Could you tell me more about White Forest in general?
So White Forest is a strategy that just got out. yesterday. It's a synchro deck, which basically sets up multiple synchros on your turn, but also on your opponent's turn. DUEL can, for example, bring back a Formula Synchron from the graveyard that you used earlier, and then you could go for a level 10 Synchro Summon on the opponent's turn. You could maybe summon a Baron, which is an Omni Negate, on your opponent's turn, which is really strong, but you can also recycle your spell and traps by the effects of the White Forest cards. So, for example, if you happen to play Runic, for example, together with White Forest, and your opponent gets rid of your Runic Fountain, you could bring that back, which is something that only Gary used to do. But now you have another engine that lets you do that, which I think is really strong.
So we've been watching Quantal play. We gave Josh an indirect shout out with the Runic mention. I know that you're a big fan of Centurion. Of course, that was one of the decks that you did pilot at the WCS this year. White Forest Centurion, I've also seen quite a bit of. Could you explain to me how that interaction helps?
So both are synchro decks, which is something that they basically have the same goal. They want to set up synchros. So you can you can go for a level 8 synchro with the White Forest engine, get all your engine going, and that's already follow-up guaranteed. And then you can still get a Primera. You don't rely on your normal summon when you play Centurion because you have the Emblem of Oath that can get you to the stand-up Centurion, and that's basically full Centurion combo. Or you can just draw the Primera or the stand-up to then go to a Legacia or a Auxilla.
Yeah, these synchro monsters that are very, very powerful.
As we know, 8 + 4 is 12.
Thank you.
And then you have...
I knew you were good at maths because you played Simultaneous Equation Cannon's Labyrinth.
That's something that I also expect to see today.
Okay.
I think if you guys didn't know, there's a new card coming out, or came out, the Simultaneous Equation Cannon. It came out in a Legacy pack. That was something that I missed yesterday, but Ibris reminded me that the card came out. And it's a huge push to the Labyrinth strategy because there's a deck in the TCG called Math Lab, which basically is a really trap-heavy version of Labyrinth that played the Equation Cannon that wasn't released yet, but since it's out now, I believe that a lot of players will play that deck.
So you're expecting to see Labyrinth, you're expecting to maybe see Yubel. Of course, Tempai Dragon is one that we're really expecting to see. What I think is also going to be particularly impactful is the fact that a lot of people will be preparing to play against Tempai Dragon. So can you tell me more about the decks you're expecting to see against Tempai, like the pocket picks, the counter picks that you're expecting to see as a direct response to expecting the opponent being on the Tempai Dragon?
So I personally really like to pick Chimera against Tempai.
I think you like picking Chimera against everything, but yeah.
That's true, but especially against...
You're Infernoble.
Because especially against Tempai, you always are guaranteed to go first because Tempai wants to go second, so it doesn't matter if you lose the coin flip or win it. So you can always rely on your Chimera. If you get to resolve your Chimera fusion, I think you're already winning the game because your opponent will lose a card in the end phase. You have follow-up guaranteed, and Guarding Chimera is a really strong card against Tempai.
Yeah.
There are also other good cards such as Magnum the Reliever, which is also really strong. And I think the Chimera engine itself is just really strong.
Can you explain to me why Guardian Chimera in particular is so impactful when it comes to dealing with the Tempai Dragon strategy?
So Guardian Chimera on summon pops and draws cards equal to the monsters used from hand and field.
Yeah.
But the very important part of that is you can chain block it most of the time, so your opponent cannot Ash Blossom it. It's often untargetable because of polymerization. Guardian Chimera has an effect where it says if polymerization is in the graveyard, you cannot target it. And the most important part is Guardian Chimera doesn't target. So if your opponent, for example, has a Genroku on the field, which usually dodges destruction
it'll
effects,
just tribute itself on the quick effect.
So if I target the Genroku, they can chain the Genroku usually. But if I have Guardian Chimera and they chain Genroku, you can just pop the card that was summoned. But yeah, we're just going straight to the action, and Abu Hamud is playing against Tech.
Top 32 here at the Challenger Cup 1000 Days Qualifier 3v3 tournament. T2S versus VOA.
So we're seeing a hierarchy here. Volcanic's resolving is always strong. I think Abu Hamud is on 60 cards.
So you have to imagine that would be the Tailorman. Fire King Courtier, Ulkenix now resolving here, adding the Ponix. Pretty standard opener for the Snake Eye Fire King deck. Ponix now actually also going to be activated. No disruption so far. Again, with the risk of running 60 cards, that means you have less of a chance of opening the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
Exactly.
Or any of those other disruption options.
But what 60 card decks are always famous for is to break boards. So I think Abu Hamud's plan might be just to let Tech
just play through it.
Yeah. He's gonna just let him play and then play into that board.
I'm seeing a lot of Horus, a lot of Fire King, a lot of Snake Eye on all of these duels so far. And actually the Fire King Island now coming down. Again, it just gets to resolve.
We're popping the Ponix, which is a bit odd in my opinion, because if we pop the Volcanics, we can summon the original Garunix from the deck. But maybe we drew it. So the Garunix will trigger now, since the card got popped. Special summoning itself, and maybe popping an Avrata, I would say, to get that into rotation.
Yeah, so Tech's Snake Eye Fire King deck now continuing to just build that field out. Looking at the other duels as well, you see again, actually,
I think
Horus is taking lead. Wait,
no,
I saw Sangan Summoning being added to the hand of the Horus deck.
I've seen Horus also on Duel C, I believe.
Okay.
But we're just passing, and on Duel C now we have original Simple Spoils resolving with the Ash, with no cards in hand.
So that is 10 Pi Horus, by the way, in Duel B.
That's interesting. Something I've never seen before.
Something that you have seen before, though, is this Zombie Vampire.
Really popular now in Fire King.
Yeah?
It wasn't popular back then, but players found out that it's a free extender if you happen to have both Garunix on the field.
So I would only see it in that Horus Telements deck that we mentioned before. So yeah, really interesting to see that it's now found a new home here.
But also a bit scary to resolve a Zombie Vampire against 60 cards. But we have the Nibiru here, which is really strong. Is there a response to that? No. So the Nibiru resolves. We already normal summoned. We used Island. So I feel like the only extenders we have is probably just cards like Player Bellstar or original Simple Spoils.
Nibiru, the Primal Being here now with the Primal Being token as well. Tech, he's got a good graveyard setup, which, you know, Fire King decks, they really, really love. But with so much commitment to the field, not really getting too much out of it in the end. And again, you mentioned that the 60-card Telements decks really favor being able to just clear the field in one turn. They've done it in their opponent's turn now.
So I think I know what is being played in Duel B. It's a 60-card deck, I believe, which basically runs every engine imaginable. Tenpai, Snake Eye.
To be fair, Tenpai is very tight. It's only like 10, 12 main deck cards.
I think they only played 2 cards.
Wow.
They are playing the Sangan Summoning, I believe, and only Genroku to access Ancient Fairy Dragon.
Wow.
Which then gets you to the Horus cards.
Can you tell me more about that deck? Because I have not seen that.
So it's basically, we call it like a pile of a deck where you just play every engine imaginable. And to get to your Horus engine more frequently, you can activate Sangan Summoning, discard a card, which might trigger a card already. Then
this is 60-card branded, it's not tier.
Yeah, Abominable is playing branded.
Yeah, okay, wow.
But on Duel B.
Yeah.
And if you go into a level 7 synchro, you can pop your Sangan Summoning to get the Horus Field spell, and that gets you to a Zombie
The Walls
Vampire.
of the Imperial too.
Exactly.
Which counts as a King Sarcophagus when it's on the field.
Yes. But now, back to Duel A, we see a Quem being summoned. Which...
Again, another deck that really loves that Grasslook screener.
Exactly, yeah. But we don't have it here.
Duel C, very standard in comparison to both of these.
Dumping an Albas to the grave. What else do we have? We have Branded in White, which can fusion summon a monster by banishing Albas from the graveyard. So I think we're going here into an Albion or Granguignol. Depends what Abo or
so Granguignol basically functions as a Foolish Burial on legs and allows these 60-card decks to willingly place any of those cards in the graveyard, and that kind of just circumvents the downside of having to rely on a 1 in 60 chance of drawing something specific.
Yeah, but we have a call by the grave here banishing the Albas, so I'm not sure if the branded and white can still resolve. But yeah, as you said, the Grungnial is basically one step of 2 of getting you to your branded fusion, which is the heart and soul of the deck.
Seeing an Appaloosa, the Bow of the Goddess in Duel C there.
And the Verte Anaconda in Duel B.
Could Verte Anaconda internally to Red Eyes Dark Dragoon?
We might see that now.
Yesterday, I think when we mentioned it, I did say, oh, I quite liked it when it was Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. But Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, also very cool. And there's the Guardian Chimera that we spoke about earlier. Not in the branded Chimera, just in straight up branded.
I think you go for the token here because it's so strong on the board. I think it's safe to assume that the back row might be another Call by the Grave if it's not being used on the Guardian Chimera.
So actually that is going to be the priority here for removal, just in case it's something that Abu Hamud has to be careful of.
Let's see what it is. So Tech can now chain the Sanctuary to protect the Fire King Island. It's not an effect that activates, so you can use it in response to the Guardian Chimera. He's probably just thinking if he wants to do that. Maybe there's an Ash Blossom in hand that he wants to hold for a branded fusion.
So pretty even game at the moment, actually, despite the branded being able to do what it wants this turn. Duel B looks to be in firm control of the T2S player, but Duel C, VOA seem to be in the lead in as well. So this looking to be a pretty even series of games so far. Again, it's a best of 9. First team to 5 games will progress, and first team to 5 games will continue to keep their dreams alive in the Master Duel Challenger Cup 1000 Days qualifier. Fire King now for Tech, going to try and mount a comeback here through that Sacred Fire King Garunix in the graveyard.
So now Tech is in a really good position because the card in hand was indeed the Fire King Kirin, which will revive a card, destroy the Garunix, the Guardian Chimera, and the Garunix will also come back.
Of interactions in the graveyard. The chain links continue. Yes, it's the turn of the branded player Abu Hamud, but the Fire King deck is doing so well at weathering the storm presented by that Guardian Chimera.
I think it depends on Abu Hamud's hand now.
Biden Dragion now coming through in Duel C, by the way, so the Tenpai deck has got to the point where it can be synchro summoning, so it looks like we could see that game closed out this turn. Speaking of games closing out this turn, though, here's a Call by the Grave of his own from Abu Hamud.
Interesting. If you Call by the Grave to Garunix, it's gone for the entire duel because there's no way to bring it back. But if you go for the Kirin, you are kind of safe for like 2 turns, I would say, because the Kirin is negated on this turn, and Called by the Grave also negates on the next turn.
Yep. And I think Kirin is a 1-of now?
It's a 2-of.
Two of, sorry.
I think Abu is going for the grind game with this decision. We're popping a Honix, which will come back next turn in the standby phase as a mandatory effect. But I think there's no target to search anymore. The quick play spell is gone. We have Island already on the field, and I don't think Tech plays Circle. We're just attacking over the Garunix.
This token still pretty formidable.
But yeah, as I said, I think Abu is going for the grind game here. which both decks have a really strong grind game. I would say at the moment, Branded's grind game looks stronger because we don't have access to the Snake Eye engine as the Fire King player.
That being said, the Albaz is out of the graveyard, you have to remember as well. So the Branded engine is kind of locked off for a small amount of time.
Yeah. The Ponyx comes back. And yeah, we could theoretically just use the island here as tech does, pop the Ponyx, trigger the Garunix, and get an Arvata maybe for next turn. We just have to make sure to destroy the Guardian Chimera. But the token can run over that.
In Duel C, we'll see the Heat of the Fire Charmer Blaze come out. And in Duel B, the Tailorman's fusions continue.
I think Duel C looks really favored for VOA.
I thought, given the fact that T2S were in a position where the Tenpai player was allowed to synchro summon, it meant that the game would have just swung completely in their favor there. But as you said, the fact that VOA were able to weather the storm and then just continue to play that one out, really, really interesting. And as you said, very much in their control.
Yeah, I think if the synchro monster is out and you have to pass the turn, I think it's most likely curtains for the Tenpai player. We're now summoning Ponyx. Probably no effect here.
So the Ponyx now, as you said,
yeah, we're
just
going
to
to
be
link
linked
it
off. Link 1, so what, Link Kariba?
Yeah. Luckily, we didn't play into the Relinquish Anima column.
True enough. And then we can then in turn link the Linkaribo and one of our other cards off to make the SP Little Knight with the Banish to remove that Guardian Chimera.
I think Guardian Chimera here is not your biggest threat.
Oh,
I think
the face down?
either the face down or maybe the Quem in the graveyard. Or, but we're going for Dark here, the Dark Charmer.
Hey, World Sea Dragon Zealantis. I like to see that because then obviously the innate synergy with the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. We saw how impactful it could be with Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. And now, yeah, as you said, Duel C looks to be in firm control of VOA.
I think Zealantis is always a card which basically tells you the game is over when it gets summoned. So I think VOA might win that turn.
The Saria Skull Dread actually continue to have interactions on Duel B, by the way.
Yeah, the Prince is coming back and on Duel C. Probably also the Raging Phoenix then. If we have space. Yeah, we have space on the field. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's game.
That was the kind of classic combo when the Raging Phoenix was released.
Yeah.
And the way that works is you force a special summon to in turn allow the Promethean Princess to get the destruction,
Exactly.
which in turn triggers the effect of the Raging Phoenix, brings it back, and then this is how you end up with a clear field for your opponent and a lot of high damage attacks on your side.
And it doesn't even matter that the Biden Dragon comes back because the Zealantis can just pop it in the battle phase. I still believe that Tech has an Ash Blossom in hand. So I think this duel is most likely over. Because he thought really long to pop that Kirin. So there just had to be another option. And we've seen Amlowale now with the Princess Engrave. So as
another classic combination.
Yeah.
I think those are the two big Promethean Princess lines.
Yeah. As soon as Abu Hamud tries to special summon a monster, I think the Fire King deck will pop off again. And now Kirin is also alive again, since it's not affected by Caught by the Grave anymore.
That is true. Not often you see a Snake Eye Fire King variant get to turn 4. So really intriguing to see where we go from here. Not often you see a Nibiru token get to live this long either. Quem, again, just the one card for the branded deck. If allowed to resolve, it could indeed get things started as that next step towards the Grand Guignol and eventual branded fusion.
And we already have scores here. It's tied at the moment. It's 1-1. So Duel B was won by VOA, and Duel C was won by T2S. And there's another call by the Grave.
As you mentioned, this will be the game that decides which of these teams comes out of this first set of matches with a lead in the series. Again, though, you mentioned the negation of the Quem, and the negation of the Quem is just deemed too much.
It's
Abu
over.
Hamid says it's over.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the Nibiru on Abu Hamid's hand, I thought that he might have an edge there, but he just couldn't play through that one call by the Grave.
And VOA now get 2 games on the board against the other team.
They
T2S,
just need
yes.
3 more wins. And I think if you have like 6 games left, if you only need 4 more, I think you're in a really good position. The other team needs to win. No, you need 3 more.
And the other team needs 4 more.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly. You have the luxury of potentially losing
dropping
an extra
one game.
Yeah. Really, really well played again by all those players. Some really back and forth games. I was saying Snake Eye Fire King, but actually I don't think I saw a Snake Eye card. I thought it was, and especially because Volcanics. Typically, seeing a deck open with Volcanics means they're running 3 copies. You have to imagine. It's likely.
It could have been also the Snake Eye cards with them, but maybe he just didn't draw them.
True.
But it also could be Pure Fire King.
Because the Pure Fire King tends to commit to more copies of Volcanics as that bridge to the additional Fire King cards.
But I think it was Snake Eye Fire King because the opponents had no target to search in turn 3. So I would assume it's less Fire King cards and more Snake Eye cards.
Just lucky that you opened with the Volcanics. Yeah.
Which also was pretty lucky for Abu Hamid that we didn't see a single Snake Eye card because that engine easily plays through Nibiru.
Yeah.
But we didn't saw that. But what I was more what interests me more was the deck in was it Duel B? The pile deck?
Oh, with everything, with the Tenpai, with the Telements.
Yeah.
Quite a few good resolutions there. And also the Saria Skull Dread was one that I haven't seen in a while.
So, as we talked earlier about Telements, which is really popular now with 60 cards, people are just getting more and more creative and just putting anything that might work in that. And funnily enough, it always works. So, if you happen to resolve your, as we call them, bomb cards, which are like cards that are really impactful, and that deck plays a lot of those, you are always in a really good spot. So it's always scary to come up against that deck because you also don't know where you hand trap often. For example, if you have an Ash Blossom, there are a few cards that you have to Ash Blossom. For example, that grass looks greener.
Yeah.
And now also Gan, because Gan also
will allow the triple tactics
strong.
combination, as you mentioned. I have somehow forgotten what it was actually that the Tenpai Dragon deck was playing into in Duel C.
The Tenpai Dragon deck in Duel C played against Fire King. I believe.
Yes, true, because then we saw the Raging Phoenix combination play off of the Promethean Princess and the World Sea Dragon Zealantis.
Which is also a really popular combination in Tenpai itself.
Yeah?
To counter Dimensional Barrier. Because your goal is to aim for a victory on the first turn that you get to play.
Yep.
And if your opponent sets up a Dimension Barrier, you often struggle to reduce your opponent's life points.
Being locked out of synchros is of course really, really difficult for that, as we saw in the first match of of today.
And with the Zealantis package, as we call it, you can access that through your Tenpai cards.
Yep.
And if your opponent drops an Ash Blossom, for example, you can take it with Theta, special summon Princess, special summon something from your graveyard, and then go into the Zealantis and the Raging Phoenix, etc.
Yeah, the Heat of the Fire Charmer Ablaze is just really, really valuable. And you mentioned to me how good Snake Eye is at playing through Nibiru. Something that I've experienced myself, actually, is when you get given the token, link it off into Link Spider, and then use that in turn to climb towards something else. Yeah.
You also have the Temple of Snake Eyes, which also plays really well into Nibiru because you can place a card in your spell and trap zone. And when your opponent summons a card, you can special summon that monster. So automatically, if your opponent Nibiru's you can special summon the place monster.
And now we have VOA taking on T2P again. T2S, sorry. P1, player 1, Abu Hamid. There.
and that grass looks greener resolved, and now we're going to see probably a huge chain of cards.
Despian Tragedy now as
Chain
well.
Link 1. But the branded engine, for example, it has not that many triggers when the cards are getting sent to the graveyard. You just want them to be there. Because you can recycle them with like branded retribution, for example, to get them back into your hand. So only the tragedy triggers here.
I think this was the Tempai Dragon player for VOA, by the way. So the fact that Abu Hamid still allowed Funky to go second is really curious, because it suggests that Abu Hamid really, really confident that the setup for the branded deck is going to be enough to weather that storm. Quem, we saw Disruption get layered on it time and time again. Mercuria actually going to be the choice of card sent for that.
I think that's a really strong opening hand. So
yeah.
we opened that grass looks greener, which is at 1. We opened branded fusion, which is at 1, and we also have the branded lost next to it. So I think we're going full combo here.
Albion, the branded dragon, gonna allow access to further fusion monsters as well.
So Chain Link 1 Albion, Chain Link 2 lost, and the opponent can not react to that, I believe now. Yeah, it will resolve. And we see Yubel on Duel B. We talked about Yubel earlier, and there is now a Yubel deck.
Yep, does struggle a bit into the likes of your Ritual Beast, but we had not seen that so far this match, and therefore feeling pretty comfortable, pretty confident that we can see this Yubel play. The Phantom of Yubel actually negating the effect of the Ash Blossom to allow the Nightmare Throne to resolve.
And on Duel C we're seeing Voiceless Voice, but we don't know against what yet. And VOA Funky can still not react to the effects of the branded cards because of branded lost. So Mercuria will trigger because it got banished.
Yep.
Quem will trigger.
We'll add one Fallen of Albaz or a card that mentions it.
And Lubellion will probably special summon the Mirror Jade, I believe, which is also really strong against Tempai because as Guardian Chimera it doesn't target when it banishes the monster.
Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous. This is a very easy way of climbing into the Grand Guignol, the Dust Dragon. And again, just what is functionally a foolish burial going to be afforded to the side of Abu Hamid on this branded 60-card strategy.
Yeah, we're going for the Mirror Jade now. The Ice Blade Dragon. Everything in defense position, by the way, because of Lightning Storm. Which is always important to play around when you're playing against Tempai.
Exactly that. So good read by Abu Hamid. Has Funky in turn read and changed his deck up accordingly? We shall see.
So Branded is known, like every other deck has 2 main phases after turn 1, but Branded is known to have 3. The so-called main phase 3 in Branded, which is the end phase, which they sometimes even play more than they did in main phase 1 because all the cards that are getting sent to the graveyard on that turn, most of them have an effect that they can recycle themselves. If, for example, a fusion is on the field or it's getting sent to the graveyard. So I'm wondering what we're going to see on on main phase 3.
I see the Cross Sheep come out for the Yubel deck as well. Pretty standard here.
But there's a Bestial Magnamut, probably targeting the card that
Spirit
Gates wanted to special summon. Gates doesn't target, by the way. So you can banish the card that you would think your opponent would like to summon, but if there's another target, they can just special summon another card, but there seems to be no target.
Okay. Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, now going to special summon itself because of the Fallen of Albaz being present in the graveyard, I believe? Or is it on the field?
It's also in the graveyard.
Okay.
I wonder what we milled with. There's the Maxi now, which I think it's way too late here. I think Albo's in a position where we can just
play through it
or just let it just pass. But he can't chain the Cartesia on the field, fuse away the Cartesia in hand, so Funky gets no draws.
So you deny the special summon that you've already commit to by using that as material. Yeah.
But we're gonna leave the Cartesia that was...
Gungnol, the Dust Dragon here, just functioning as that Foolish Burial, allowing Abu Hamid to send something from the deck to the graveyard.
Or extra deck.
Or extra deck, indeed.
So, for example, we can send a Titanic Clad now to the graveyard from the extra deck, and that would special summon a card that mentions Fallen of Albus in the end phase. And there's also a Trust. I think Abu Hamid just picked his hand however he wanted from his deck.
Opening both Grass and Branded Fusion is amazing for this.
Exactly. And we are gonna set the Branded Banishment, which basically is like a Super Poly as a trap. And now the main phase 3, as I said. So the Albion will set a branded spell and trap from the deck to the graveyard, which is branded in red. Which then could theoretically summon Guardian Chimera. Brandon High Spirit is coming back. Cartesia should come back.
Cartesia does indeed recur here, coming back to the hand.
So
Abu Hamid going to end the turn, but look at that. That is so much.
It's a
to have
really
to play
strong
through.
board against only 5 cards.
Yeah.
So if we don't have, if we're playing
Tempai
Tempai,
only needs 1, to be
True.
fair.
but I think you need mass removals here if you play Tempai, because you're going to lose against the branded in red, and also against the banishment. So you need to get rid of those.
And if you don't win this turn, Mirror Jade is just going to turn the tables next turn.
Yeah. So it has to be this turn for Funky. But we are playing a different deck now. We're playing Snake Eyes. So Diabolus is gonna hit the field. Probably going for an original Sympho Sports.
Tempai Dragon versus Yubel in Duel B, by the way.
I think it looks really good for the Tempai player. We set up Sangam Summoning, which nullifies the SP, but we're going to chain that in response to get rid of the Hydra. Something you need to be aware of is that Phantom of Yubel can still use its effect under Sangam Summoning, because it doesn't negate the effect, it just changes the effect to something different.
Okay.
So we have Mercury here on Maxi. So Funky drew 2 Maxis, which gave him a total of 0 draws at the end. And the banishment will resolve now, bringing back a tragedy.
Yeah, we'll be really curious to see where this goes.
And now we are going to use the Super Poly-like effect and getting rid of the Diabolus to summon
and then
Quertus.
Destiny and Keratis, yeah.
Lost will trigger, Tragedy will trigger because it got banished. And now we only have 2 cards left. So if we normal summon a card that doesn't get you to another card, we could theoretically just use the Mirror Jade to banish the face-up card, so the original Sympho Spoils cannot be activated.
Let's indeed see. Funky still has the ability to make some sort of a comeback here. 2 cards in hand. Snake Eye, you said, really good at mounting comebacks.
I think it's too tough. It's Snake Eye Fire King. So we summon Volcanics here. We have to use the Mirror Jade here because of the original Sympho Spoils. And I think the card in hand,
Skyburn?
Skyburn, which is now really strong in response, because the Volcanics will get you to the Garunix, which is also a face-up card. And the Mirror Jade has to banish a monster, one of your monsters now, I believe.
Call by the Grave now, though, coming out.
On Maxi? Yeah, because we targeted the face down, I believe. We're just gonna use it on anything, so we're safe for if there's a next turn from Maxi.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Mirror Jade will banish one of your own monsters now, because Funky has no face-up monsters on the field.
Keratis getting banished there. And Ulcanix now actually looking to resolve. But Chaos Nephthys was the card sent off the ground and ignore the Dust Dragon.
So that will come back now, and I think it pops 2 cards, right? By banning the Light and Dark. So that gets summoned here. The Harking Hiawatha Garunix will get summoned.
So 1 card they control and 2 cards in their graveyard and banish them.
Wait, we didn't get rid of the Diabellstar graveyard? Seems odd to me here.
Synchro summoning happening in Duel B there. You do see the Sung Empire Biden Dragion actually coming out.
Chaos Nephthys was also banned to face the cards from the field, so it didn't matter. Yeah, I think this is over now. We only have to deal with the Garunix, which could be scary.
So the Mirror Jade already used its effect for the turn, so may as well just fuse that off.
We can
there
summon
we have it.
another Mirror
Rebellion, the
Jade.
Searing Dragon. Yep.
We can summon another Mirror Jade by Quem, and that can use its effect again.
So Quem will bring back the Mirror Jade, as you mentioned.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter what Lubellion summons here. We can go for the Sanctifier Dragon. Yeah, we're going to see Albion the Sanctifier Dragon, but it really doesn't matter what it summons. The Mirror Jade will banish the Garunix, and that should be game. Yeah. Funky is left with no cards in hand.
Empty field, empty hand. Yeah. VOA now, despite taking a convincing lead in the first set of games, about to drop this one. Abu Hamid with that 60-card branded deck going to convincingly take this. Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, Albion, the Sanctifier Dragon, and countless other monsters now about to connect directly.
And we can see on Duel C that it looks really good for VOA. We see a full Voiceless Voice board there on the field against only 3 cards in hand, and I think it's the Tearlament, Snake Eye, everything deck. Yeah, we're just going to set a card face down. The problem is, if you don't get rid of the Voiceless Voice board here, is that the barrier will resolve every turn. And if you have barrier and blessing set up, it's just infinite resources, infinite pushes. It's really hard to deal with.
Are we getting the Radiance of the Voiceless Voice now to get the recurring disruption, I wonder?
We could, yeah, we will do that. We go for low. Low will set the Radiance activate the Radiance from the deck to the field.
Yep.
And I think you can even go for game here. You might even not go for... Okay, you already have a tribute monster in hand. So barrier will tribute a low, probably summoning the Sorava since we have everything else on board.
Yep.
You have the Radiance, so I think all you need to do is just attack, I would say. The low also comes back. Yeah, Sorava hits the field.
Is that Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon?
It is. It is a really popular card nowadays in Voiceless, since it's a dragon, which you can special summon off the Sage, for example.
Yep.
It is searchable throughout your ritual engine, and it has a really strong effect. It negates a spell. I think it negates a spell card, and you can activate it from your hand in your Pendulum Zone to search the ritual spell in the end phase.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, Saphira, the Dragon Queen of the Voiceless Voice as well, going to be activated here.
And yeah, we can go for another ritual summon if we have another target. Yeah, we have another Skull Guardian, so I think we're going to use the prayers. So tributing another low, and that should be game. We also have the negate for the face down card.
Yep.
Which, to be fair, I don't even know what it could be, because you can't target anything because you have low on the field with the ritual monster. So that's game for VOA here.
Yep, VOA now reclaiming their lead in this series, 3-2.
And now it comes all down to Falgal against Tech. And Tech is on Ubel. He switched up. And I think Falgal also switched up. I think he was the one that played the 60 card deck. Or was he the Tenpai player?
I'm not sure, but this Tenpai player seems to be in full control of this game.
Yeah. So we're going to see a level 7
Tech
synchro.
played Snake Eye Fire King in the first game and then swapped to Ubel.
Exactly, yeah. Ubel popping the Spirit of Ubel, which will not trigger because of the Transcendent Dragon. And now we will see a Heretic Seals.
Yes, of the Heavenly Spheres.
I think that's a really good end board here. Playing against only 2 cards in hand next turn. We will summon the Transcendent Dragon back, which is a really hard card to deal with for Ubel.
Destroying the face down impermanence as well.
Okay, the SP will come back. That was something that we missed last turn. Which lets the Tenpai player though get into a level 7, level 10 synchro on the opponent's turn in the battle phase. Because you have the Ubel on the field and the Hydra.
Yep.
And
Tangen summoning also remaining intact, by the way, so very, very scary.
So I think Tech has to make sure to, if he doesn't go for a game here, he has to make sure that Falgal will end on no follow-up. Otherwise, if summoning stays on the board and you have like the entire grave setup, it looks really tough. But we have Nightmare Pain here, which is interesting. I'm gonna use Pain. We're chaining Seals on the Pain probably, so it doesn't resolve. If we go for Ubel, it doesn't make sense because we can just pop the Ubel in the hand, and that will also trigger the Nightmare Throne.
And if we go for Little Knight, it'll just activate its own effect.
Seals also doesn't target.
Ah, okay, perfect.
So if Tech wants to react to this with the Little Knight, he has to do it now. But I think you just let it go through because there's nothing you should be scared of. Yeah, that's what Tech is gonna do. Bouncing the Pain. And now Seals will special summon a dragon from the hand or deck. But the attack point and defense point is going to be at 0. Summoning Shundra. It looks really tough for Tech here.
Yeah, really, really difficult. The Tenpai Dragon from Falgal continuing to build up. Samsara D Lotus, though, is a pretty good start for Tech in terms of making a comeback here.
Summoning Spirit. Spirit probably no effect since we have the Nightmare Pain already in hand. But the problem is if we go into the battle phase, all of our effects are negated and the Tenpai player can use the effect of this Tenpai cards to quick synchro summon.
Exactly that. Tenpai Dragon Chundra, of course, allowing the synchro summon there, but also, as you mentioned, the 3 and the 7 really, really going to be scary because of so many level 10 synchros being so impactful.
And Tech has to attack. He is forced to attack because of the Transcendent Ring. And also a card that many
kind of
people...
funny that Ubel is the one forced to attack, because usually
it's
the other way around.
Yeah. But what is also scariest is that Falgal has access to Ruddy Rose Dragon, which could just banish the entire follow-up of Tech. That's something that many people always forget because it's nothing that loses you the game on the spot, because it's getting rid of follow-up. I hope he's aware of that because that card is really scary. We're going to see Yama now getting a Shavara from deck.
Unchained Soul Lord of Yama indeed, now adding the Unchained Soul of Shavara. Can we further climb here with these Link monsters available? Once the battle phase is entered, things start to get really, really difficult for Tech. The Nightmare Pain, I think, was set so that there was a destruction target for the Unchained Soul of Shavara, yeah.
So I think the plan now here is probably go for the Unchained lines with Anguish. to link off an opponent's monster. Let's see if Tech goes for that.
Trying to get as much done as possible in this main phase 1 before the battle phase.
So Shavara will trigger now in the graveyard, setting an escape, which is also a really strong form of interruption. Anguish will now link off the Transcendent Dragon, which can't come back from the graveyard because it's once per duel effect. Unfortunately, you cannot go into SP here because SP is already on the field. Maybe you play Access Code, but it's just going to be a Unchained Soul of Rage, which will also make sure to get rid of one of the opponent's monsters in the next turn. Yeah, we're just going to pass on it. I think
Sangen Kaiman.
getting the Dora Dora. We had Doki Doki before, now we have Dora Dora.
Nice.
So to you, it might only look like a face down and a rage, but I'm going to tell you that's scary, because you can link off an opponent's card. If you have an Unchained card as a target, you can use the escape, bring back something from the graveyard again, because your graveyard is full of Unchained cards. So it doesn't look like much, but it is a lot of disruptions here. But because of Sangen summoning, we cannot interact with the higher dragon monsters in the main phase 1.
Interesting to see if we just go straight to battle phase here.
I think that might be an option. I think if we go to battle phase, we might win.
Going to actually synchro into a 7. As you mentioned. Oh, actually, Black Rose Moonlight Dragon, so you can return something to the hand. Or I guess the extra deck in this case.
We're going to chain the escape of the Unchained, targeting our own rage and the summoning.
Black Rose Moonlight Dragon, by the way, bane of my existence in the recent time travel event. Actually, it's surprisingly hard to
counter?
Well, yeah, in terms of attack value, 2400 is
it's a lot. It's a lot.
A decent amount.
Okay, so we got rid of the summoning. The Yama will bring back the rage. The rage will get you follow-up, probably getting back the spirit. So the rage will hit the field now, and the rage is alive now. So we can get rid of the Chundra to summon whatever. And then the Tempai player has no way to go for a game this turn, I believe.
Really, really well played by Tech to weather that storm, as we mentioned.
We're summoning Dora Dora. Do we have a target here?
Have yet to see Genroku, but maybe it was just played before.
Yeah. Yeah, there is no target for Dora Dora, so we're going to use the rage on the Chundra.
Okay, so gonna link that away.
The second SP would be really be strong here. It's Muckraker. Okay. Now we're going for the Princess lines, as I said earlier.
Yep. And then you can perhaps bring back one of the larger Tenpai monsters.
Yeah, I think you're going for Fadra here in Grave. Chaining SP here is fine.
Yep, just gonna clear out the field so you don't risk losing anything to the destruction effect.
I see, we want to clear our field because of the spirit in hand. So as soon as we attack, the spirit will get special summoned.
Nice.
And that can be destroyed by battle. And you also get no damage.
Fadra will in turn reclaim one of those dragons from the graveyard. We saw there was none left in the deck, so if there are going to be further extensions into more synchro plays, it will have to be through this.
Do we have another Bident Dragon in the extra deck? I think we do. It's Meteor Burst. Interesting. Meteor Burst says your opponent cannot activate monster effects in the battle phase.
Okay.
So the spirit just stays in the hand. But what was a really nice play of Tech was he made sure he has follow-up by banishing his own Muckraker.
Yep.
Now the Muckraker hits the field again, and we can just discard a card, special summon any fiend, and then go into our combos again. That was really well played.
Yep.
And that's exactly what he's gonna do.
Well read.
Bringing back the Anguish, and I'm pretty sure DUEL plays Access Code Talker, so we can just link off, for example, the Meteor Burst Dragon, and then go for an Access Code Talker, and that should be game.
SP Little Knight, Unchained Soul of Anguish, Muckraker from the Underworld.
Oh, we're going to see a Typhon.
We are indeed going to see Super Star Slayer, Typhon, Sky, Crisis. Usually so good at just buying an extra turn for a player from behind, but this time being used somewhat offensively to push, to get some damage back. Tech now, with the Yubel deck, actually managed to clear out Falgal's Tenpai Dragonfield and is starting to put the damage down. Main phase 2. End phase. Falgal, it's his turn. Can he make the comeback?
I think it's gonna be tough, because also what we have to consider is that I think Falgal does not have a lot of monsters left in his deck, because he didn't use Doradora's
No
effect.
monsters left in his deck, as it turns out.
And takes that game, which I think was really well played.
That was really good back and forth action. Yes, we did see a point where it looked like the Tenpai Dragon player could just close that one out, but the Yubel refuses to go down, and the Yubel is able to outgrind in that long form game.
I told you, Yubel is a really good deck. I told you.
I didn't doubt.
And together with the Unchained engine, it just gets so many layers of interruption, as where it doesn't look like a lot, as we saw. Like, the tag only had one face down in SP and the Rage, but that basically cleared the entire board.
Yeah, really, really, really well played there. The Yubel deck, again, as we mentioned, one of the ones to watch, even if we didn't see it in that first set of games.
Yeah. I think what Falgal could have done was, instead of using the Princess effect the second last turn, he could have just attacked over the IP. And
SP?
Sorry, SP, and then put up a board again for the next turn, and then he had to deal with less follow-up, like the SP would have been gone.
I think going for the Synchro Odd Eyes was very interesting as well, to deny the Spirit of Yubel. Really good kind of on-the-fly decision being made, and shows that these players can still adapt to each other, can still work on that strategy, and will be really interesting to see just what kind of strategies they bring to the table for this third and final set between the two teams.
So VOA is leading still with 1 point, I believe. Or is it tied?
It is indeed 4 and 2, so they're leading by 2 points right now.
So T2S has to take it all home now, win all 3, otherwise they're eliminated.
Wow, we've been there. You know, we've seen a comeback happen before.
Yeah, I think Quantal's team made a really nice comeback, and I think T2S can also make a comeback. They're really like well-known players within the Challenger Cup scene. Abu Hamid, for example, winning Challenger Cups left and right, and also the other players, really strong players. So I think it looks good for VOA now.
Yeah,
but it's definitely not over. And for example, the branded deck, it can just steal wins basically. So I'm really curious what's about to happen in the next set.
So the 60 card branded was really interesting. I don't think we got to see quite as much from the Tillerman's variants that had been around in that series of games as well. Coming into this next one, you know, we've seen the branded do its thing. We've seen Yubel make a comeback against Tenpai Dragon. Tenpai Dragon, so far, we haven't actually seen that much success out of, despite being considered the deck that has defined the format. Can you tell me a bit more about which of the decks we've seen so far this set of games you're expecting to see continue to do well in this tournament?
So I think Fire King Snake Eyes is probably the most consistent deck out of them all.
Okay.
But I think that most players will hold their Tenpai decks for the later rounds. Because imagine, you know, your opponent played Snake Eye the entire tournament, and then you face him in top 8. imagine winning the coin flip, picking first, and then he plays Tenpai.
Yeah.
I think that's just a mind game that you can use to your advantage.
Here we go. Snake Eye Ash now being summoned. Could very well be that Snake Eye Fire King that you mentioned.
Getting a Poplar trigger now. Do we have a Maxi? We don't. I think Abo is again on branded. 60 cards.
Again, the kind of downside of that 60 card strategy is that you're less likely to open with specific cards.
Yeah.
Aside from last game, of course, where he opened with both branded fusion and that Grasslook screener.
But if he opens that cards again, it doesn't matter if he has hand traps or not. He's just going to win the game. And we see an Oak here, special summoned by Ash. And we already had original Sinful Spoils in hand. We didn't use the Poplar's effect to search it.
VOA, if they win one more game, will claim victory here, will proceed and progress through the tournament. We didn't see a Maxi come through from Abu Hamid, but we do see one in Duel B, and it's getting draws, it's getting cards.
You know what's interesting? I think VOA won every single coin flip.
Wow.
They either won every coin flip, or they were just made go first by the Tenpai players. So. And we see another Maxi on Duel C as well. So Duel B and C both has Maxis. Unfortunately, Abo has none, and he also needs one because they all need to win. It doesn't matter if the two TS players in Duel B or C win, they all need to win.
Yeah, so VOA now commanding position, looking pretty good so far. The Snake Eye Fire King going off uninterrupted. Kind of a flashback to the first game that we saw from Abu Hamid in this series as well, because the branded deck, the interactions, the disruptions, they're not that common.
Yeah, but branded is a deck that can play through any board.
You mentioned that these 60 card decks tend to just favor clearing out established fields. They can do their own thing if needed. This is a monster effect negate 3 times over that could very well run interference on that plan from Abu Hamid though.
And Saib opened really strong. We also have access to the Diabal, so just setting a wanted because, as I said earlier, we already have the original in hand, which will now get you to your Fire King engine by special summoning Ponix. So on top of the Snake Eye combo, we will see a Fire King combo now, which is a really strong board at the end. But Branded can break that. With no problem, by the way.
I believe you. I believe you. Even through the 3 negations from the Appaloosa bow, the goddess?
Even through 5 negations, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I think another kind of key point of the Snake Eye Fire King, though, is the resilience and the recurrence. When you do manage to clear it out, it will just flood the field again next turn. So really interesting to see if indeed Abu Hamid can make a statement by clearing this out and maintain that clear out that he manages to mount, if he does manage to mount it. But Tenpai Dragon actually doing things this time around in Duel B.
I think Saib now wants to make sure he has 2 fire monsters on the field when he ends the turn, because if he ends only on Ambler Whale and on the Appaloosa, he's really vulnerable against Triple Tactics Talent, for example. So I think that's something that you should keep in mind, because that's a card that you can always expect to play against in 60 card decks.
I think the Tenpai is going to win this turn, by the way. I think that's Trident Dragion. That is Trident Dragion.
Yeah, and that often means curtains. I think it has the #1 finisher rank at the moment.
Wow. I mean, it's to be expected. Amazing attack value, amazing amount of attacks, and amazing way of closing out Duel B.
So Falgal wins in this 3rd set. I think he just lost. He went 2-1, I believe. And now the score is 3-4. And it also looks really good in Duel C for Team 2TS, because the Voices player just passed on the Maxi. And now we're going for a Ritual Beast combo.
So T2S now looking to get one step closer towards making this comeback happen. VOA, they only need 1 win. Can they find it? Because right now, Saib has such a fantastic setup But Abu Hamid, we've seen him make the comeback before. We've seen him turn the tables with the branded 60 cards. And we will see him have his turn shortly as Saib continues to develop that field. You'll see, on the other hand, seems to be back and forth, but as you mentioned, the Voiceless Voice turn ending perhaps a little bit prematurely. And now we see a continued committal to the field from the side of both of the T2S players.
You know what I also love about the 3v3 format? If one of your teammates already finished, he can help you find out what the best play is for you. So Abu Hamid is not playing alone now. He has Falgal backing him up with the decisions. And if Brandon has a playable hand, I think that's not a board that you need to be scared of. D-Barrier makes it a lot tougher, I have to say. So D-Barrier on Fusion.
Very difficult for the branded deck to actually surmount this. Again, Disruption is there. The Appaloosa Boat, the Goddess, is there with 3 negates as well. Just really, really, really hard. And we mentioned, you know, it is VOA's series to lose. They only need one more victory to close this one out. So seeing T2S do their best to actually try and make a comeback and make some sort of a splash on the field, it's really difficult with the dimensional barrier now coming through to block all fusions.
Okay, so Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, will activate, milling a Fallen of Albas or a Branded Spell Trap from the deck to the graveyard, putting itself on the bottom of the deck and then drawing a card. Are we going to negate that with the Appaloosa? If we negate it with the Appaloosa, we make ourselves vulnerable against so many different cards, for example, Talents, Thrust. And I think that's nothing that we want to risk. Because we don't need to negate effects now.
Yeah. Because ultimately most of the branded effects just end up in Fusion anyway.
Yeah. So I think as long as Saib has the feeling that he can play through the interruptions that Abu Hamid is setting up for next turn, he doesn't need to do anything here. Which is also something that not a lot of players do. They will just use the Appaloosa because they think it's the right thing, when in reality often it's just not. So branded opening here.
Tell me what the branded player can do here to get through without fusion summons, because you are so convinced that the branded deck could play through this amount of disruption from the Snake Eye Fire King, but now without fusion summons available, how do we do this?
So I think there are 2 options here. Option 1 is if we have a breaker in hand, such as Talents of Thrust, is that we make it alive by playing into the Apo, but Saib correctly did not use the Apo here because it was not really necessary. So I think the other option we have here is that we can set up follow-up for next turn and then play on the opponent's turn. So I think that's what Abu Hamid is going for, but then Saib can freely use the Apo because there's no Talent of Thrust then. So it looks really tough for Hamid. But I have to say Saib plays this really well. He's waiting patiently.
And again, as you said, the lack of committal to a monster effect to deny the Triple Tactics Talent, Triple Tactics Thrust, really disciplined and really well played so far.
But the Lubellion will force out the Apo, because we can't just run over it now with Magnemut if we summon it.
Ritual Beast versus Voiceless Voice, by the way.
Yeah, Ritual Beast against Voiceless Voice.
Interesting.
I think we had to negate the Lubellion there. Because ultimately it will just run over the Appaloosa, now the Magnemut.
Yeah. But then if you lose 800, you could still have the Aluba run over the Appaloosa.
Exactly, yeah. So the Promethean Princess will trigger now. We are going to keep...
Oh.
Now we're in a dangerous territory because the Princess is negated. We use the monster effect, which could make our spell cards in hand alive.
Called by the Grave again, just denying the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames, as you mentioned, Emra, and it also opens up a path to Triple Tactics Talent or Triple Tactics Thrust now that a monster effect has been used. No such card being played quite yet, and instead we do see, as you mentioned, the Bestial now pushing over the Appaloosa, the Bow of the Goddess. It's 100 damage, but it's also 3 monster negates removed from the field.
Yeah. But the island now is something that you probably want to get rid of, but I don't see a way on how we can get rid of it. Because if you want to pop it with monster effect, the Sanctuary can just protect it.
Branded Retribution now. Just further reinforcing that Spell and Trap card zone with the branded cards. High Spirits opening so many quick play spells afforded to Abu Hamid. Still, and though, unable to access the fusions.
We had the branded fusion hand that we're just going to discard now because it's useless. And I think the Ritual Beast there got also max speed because there are a lot of cards in the hand of VOA's players.
True.
So it's basically now or never for 2TS Maut.
Abu Hamid looking to do some fusion summons on his opponent's turn perhaps now, as the turn will pass to Saib very shortly after that all-important end phase for the branded deck.
Also using Sereniter, and there is a Protoss in Duel C, calling Light, getting rid of the entire field.
Wow.
And that will also make sure that there will be no Nibiru.
Yep.
Because Nibiru is also a Light and we can't special summon
And that is also future-proofing because everything in the Voiceless Voice deck
is a Light.
Yeah. Arc Nemesis Protoss dictates this game.
I think this looks really good for Maut. I don't see a way.
9 cards in hand for tech, but where is the way out? We actually hit a timeout in game 1 that we were showing you there. So now we are 4-4. This is the deciding game. VOA looking like they could very well drop out here.
The 100 damage that the Magnamut did over the Appaloosa decided the game, which is really interesting. And it wouldn't have mattered if we would have negated the Lubellion because the Aluber could have just run over the Appaloosa. And that would have been 200 damage. So now, I think, yeah, you're going to send the Antis. Antis is going to pop.
Yep, do the destruction.
The Ultinocchio Draco. But was it already timeout?
Actually, I believe it was. Yeah, it was timed out, yeah. T2S are going to be the team that do progress here, do make it to the top 16.
I told you. Yeah, I told you. I was 100% sure.
You had faith in the 60 card branded.
Yeah.
To be fair, that was a fantastic deck and some fantastic gameplay from some fantastic players. It was so back and forth across all of those games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, really well played.
With the hand that the Fire King player had, I was sure that he's going to win. He played it super safe, which I think was right. I think when you have an Appaloosa, and you are really going to lose against that Triple Tactic Talents, you are kind of more conscious about using that. So I think Saib did everything correct, but at the end it didn't matter because of timeout. The Magnamut ran over the Appaloosa that we didn't use at all.
Yep.
The call-by was also game deciding here because it negated the Princess in the Graveyard. So the Magnamut would have not be able to run over the Appaloosa. So even though Saib's hand was really strong, Abo just had the exact pieces that he needed to break that board, or not even break it, to just deal 100 damage.
I was really grateful to have such an expert on the branded strategy by my side. Even with the fusions being denied, thanks to the Dimension Barrier, just really, really well played to navigate that one. But it was the Ritual Beast versus the Voiceless Voice that was a true highlight for me, even if we only saw a really small part of it.
Yeah.
it was really good. Like, honestly, such a back and forth game with two decks that traditionally are kind of more nuanced in their approach to dealing with the relentless aggression of the Snake Eye Fire King and of the Tenpai Dragon. Two very neutralizing strategies, actually just expressing really, really great gameplay back and forth.
Yeah, I think we just saw how powerful Arch Nemesis Protoss is.
It was so high impact as well, just getting that down.
Especially against a deck that only focuses on one attribute. I think that was really strong.
Typically, you see it run against fire, but yeah, you said it then, light. And the insurance against the Nibiru, the Primal Being as well.
Exactly.
So good.
It's also a card that not many people are using. Some people are just sticking to Baguska because they don't want to play the bricks in their main deck with Flag and Nemesis. But the European and the US players...
Nemesis Flag and Nemesis Corridor?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Corridor and Flag. But the European and the US players usually tend to still play Protoss as they do in the TCG, as we do in the TCG. And the OCG players, they like Baguska more.
Okay.
So it's more of a
I think
TCG
the
card.
ideal end for the Ritual Beast is the Ulti-Rarelatory and the Baguska, because then you nullify the normal summon effectively because of the Baguska, and you have the continuous disruption that the Ulti-Rarelatory offers.
Yes, which also denies tribute summons or tributing at all.
Really, really, really cool deck.
So if they get to that point, it's most likely curtains. The TCG players, as I said, they like to put, instead of a Baguska, Protoss on top, which also often does the same, but they seem to like that more.
They do indeed, and it will be Ritual Beast that does come out on top ahead of the Voiceless Voice here, but who will come out on top later on in this tournament? Well, we will progress into the next round shortly after a couple of pack videos. See you shortly.
And we are back for top 16. We have Lumpy now next to me. Lumpy.
Hello. Pleasure to cast with you now for the first time in this tournament. How did you enjoy the first round that you did there for top 32?
Yeah, it was my first time and I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys had a lot of fun as well. What are we seeing now?
We're going to see some Challenger Cup regulars. And I mean, for us, of course, it's not the first time casting Challenger Cup action, as we both, of course, regular hosts were on the Challenger Cup circuit. And therefore, we're going to see a couple of names that are very, very familiar for that. The one team with the team captain Doggy actually, in the first round, won 5-0 and then won the second round in top 32, 5-1. So they only have dropped one singular game in this whole tournament so far, which is crazily impressive to me. And then on the other hand, I kind of had to bring them on because we're playing against Team Ray, and who doesn't like Ray? You know, Sky Striker is my favorite deck. I'm having a little bit of hope that they maybe are going to play some Sky Striker decks there as well, which would be exciting. But yeah, we are so far kind of missing the newly released decks, right? What do you think? Which is going to be the first one now that we're going to see out of the Gimmick Puppet, out of the Runic White Forest decks or something like that? What are you expecting next?
I expect White Forest to see first. I think it's a really popular deck, even though it might be not as strong as like a Snake Eye variant, for example.
Fair.
But I think because it's a fan favorite, I think people will still play it.
Agreed, agreed.
And it can easily win games against Snake Eyes. It's not like it has no chance. It has
yeah.
good
And I
chances.
think with the Runic decks, I think it's a very interesting interaction between Runic decks and Tenpai decks. What would you say in general is favored in that combination? Because on the one hand, you do have Hugin being amazingly good against cards like Raigeki and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, there's some things that are not that great for that matchup, right? So overall, what would you say?
I think Runic decks are a bit more favored, I would say, just because if you happen to resolve your Hugin to get to the fountain, I think you're just looping everything over and over again, and I think your matchup becomes way better.
All right. Oh, but we are going to see a deck that we haven't seen at all yet, because now top 16 is starting and we see P2 versus AF2, and Electrum, team captain of his very own team, is going to bring us the Cats, is going to bring us the Pearly deck. What do you think personally about Pearly? Is it one of your favorite decks, or what kind of relationship do you have to it?
Yeah, I mean, I like Pearly a lot. It's a really interesting deck. It is XYZ focused.
Absolutely,
but
yes.
it doesn't summon XYZs as you think they would.
Yeah, they go a little unconventional. True, go ahead.
Usually we overlay our 2 or 3 monsters to summon XYZ monsters, and what they do is they just use spell cards. And with the field spell, we are safe against targeting effects, but we have
not
the
against
Ogre.
Ghost Ogre, though. And on the other hand, a deck I know you are very, very hyped to see on table C. It looks like we're seeing Labyrinth there. And Labyrinth going first against Tenpai is a good situation to be in. And there now for Doggy also is a DD Crow. So you were saying we're trying to unconventionally XYZ summon, but that unconventional XYZ summon through the effect of Pearl Lily is not going to happen, as DD Crow is preventing it. We're passing on a single little small Pearl Lily there. And let's see what Doggy is bringing into this competition here. I told you, the team AF2 from Doggy so far, they have dropped a singular game. 5-0 in top 64, 4-1, or no, 5-1 even,
5-1.
exactly. And then top 32, and it seems like we see some Tenpai gameplay. But Ash Blossom on Genroku in the battle phase. One card to punish that, right?
I think there has to be more, because we just summoned the Genroku and went straight into battle phase. We didn't use any other cards, so if there's a Kaiman, that should be
Is there
game.
Kaiman? There's no Kaiman, though. That's crazy. What is the hand from Doggy there? I mean, maybe he has cards like Lightning Storm and Raigeki and so on. And I mean, Raigekiing a Lily, at this point, you kind of have to do it, because next turn it's going to be Exceed summoning again. But none of that. That's ridiculous, even. Holy, he can't do anything against any of that. And I think on table B, by the way,
it's also Tenpai.
We see more Tenpai from Team AF2, which is explaining why this is successful. Oh, we go into the battle phase, attacking. And I mean, right now, there is no way to Exceed summon with the Lily, as we DD Crowed the quick spell from the graveyard. So it's just a sad card for Electrum. We're playing a slow game here. And when you're trying to play a slow game against Tenpai, you're probably at
really
some point
dangerous.
going have a very, very quick tempo shift.
And there it is, the Sunken Summoning.
That's a really good top deck.
I think what I would make sure...
okay, we're not making sure
of anything
there. That is immediately the game. So AF2 and their team captain Doggy have been winning and winning and winning, and they are also winning immediately here with a super quick and decisive game there. That was an odd game overall, though, wasn't
I was
it?
just going to say, I think I would have played around the Caught by the Grave, because there was just one back row.
True.
It can't be a quick play spell, because otherwise we would have used it. Maybe it wasn't imperm, or just...
Look at that. We're joining the next game. We see more Tenpai, and it's more immediate
just
winning.
Sweeping over Team Ray.
And there is the third game. And look at that.
They're all on Tenpai.
It's a Tenpai team, and I mean, that explains how they were so successful so far, right? All of the players going with Tenpai, and I was praising Hugelion for playing Labyrinth into Tenpai,
but the field is gone.
Doesn't really look that good for him, though. It doesn't look that good at all.
I think there was a Daruma cannon, but because there was a face-down card, but you just summoned 4 other dragons.
Yeah, out of nowhere, like all the Tenpai dragons are swarming the field here, basically. Are we? Okay, we're not in the battle phase anymore, though, at the very least. Heretic
so that's
Seal.
A seals. If it's against Lab, the seals is not that strong, I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
Going to Striker Dragon.
Ooh, that means something very, very obvious, right? If we're not locked into dragons, but it looks like we're not locked into dragons there.
We will summon SP Little Knight.
We do.
Now what we can do is we can banish the face down on the field. What is what we're gonna do. But we could have also made sure to remove follow-up from the graveyard.
Yeah.
Which is something that also some people always overlook because they think, okay, I have to get rid of the card on the field now because he might use it next turn.
Very true, very true.
And
wow.
3-0.
What a set of games that was. I told you that team, Doggy, that team AF2 is not making any jokes. They haven't dropped a single game in this tournament yet. And I mean, we get into this. How long was that? It wasn't even 5 minutes,
yeah.
right? Boom, boom, boom. 3-0 into the lead. What a crazy start there. And I mean, a little unfortunate for the opponents because they are actually bringing the creative decks. We see Pearly, we see Labyrinth, decks that we haven't seen at all yet.
I think we didn't even see the third deck, did we?
I don't really, I mean, at least not on the big screen, no. Like maybe a little bit in the corner there, but then the Tempai Dragon deck was quick enough to immediately sail through it. I think I saw some Snake Eye cards at some point.
Could have been.
I think maybe a wild Snake Eye variant. There's plenty to choose from at the moment, for sure.
But that just shows how strong the Tempai deck is. It's 5 minutes. 3 games, 5 minutes. What can you do against that?
I know you're one of the biggest experts regarding 3v3 technologies and gameplay and tournament gameplay specifically. So when you see that they just all play Tenpai, do you now fully go with that read and all 3 of your teammates just play a deck against Tenpai? Is that what you do? Or do you still are afraid that they are switching up their decks, or what's the game plan here?
So since they're down 0-3, I think you cannot risk thinking that all 3 will play Tenpai again.
Okay, so you have to go safer somewhere?
I think you have to go with the safest route. I always see a 3-3 as 1 game at a time.
Fair, yeah.
So I would just focus myself on my next game and just play whatever I feel I'm most comfortable with.
Yeah.
Because I need to win that game. If they drop 2 more, it's over.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think there's no time for reads here. I think you should just pick whatever you feel the most comfortable with.
On the other hand, I mean, that next game could also be their last game, right? They're down 3-0. Like, they only need 2 more games and immediately it could be over again. They could be adding another 5-0 victory to their resume. Like, imagine 5-0, 5-1, 5-0. Is that just going to be the entire tournament here for AF2? Are they just going to end this tournament before lunch even? Just defeating everyone with Tenpai so quickly? I mean, we still have to wait for the others, of course.
What would you do if you were in that position now being down 0-3? Or what would you do if you were the Tenpai players?
That's a very good question on the other hand. I mean, depends, right? Either they just went into this tournament being like, we play Tenpai all day, and there is no strategy change. But I know these guys, they're very good. They're very regulars on the Challenger Cup, so they are very known to change up decks. So I think they're going to switch it up. I think they're going to bring something else. I think I saw, for example, Doggy experimenting with both the branded strategy. Actually, I think he was very close with Abo, which we saw last round, and they had been exchanging ideas regarding that. Also, I've been seeing him play the Fire King Snake Eye strategy, so he's
an all-around
able
talent.
to do everything.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Talent.
And therefore, yeah, you are probably right. You can't just rely on them playing Tenpai again. That's too risky.
You have to go for the safest route. Otherwise, you will just, even if you open a good hand, you might just make your opponent go first because you think it's Tenpai, and then he's playing Gimmick Puppets, and
Do we see Gimmick Puppets?
You're going to lose in the first
Hopefully
turn.
we're seeing Gimmick Puppets, and I think we're going to have the next set of matches starting. So let's go back over into the gameplay action here for top 16. And Doggy selected second. That is not possible. They're just not changing anything. They're just sticking to the game plan. And Hugalion, I love him for this because he has been doing this since the first season of Challenger Cups. I know his username because he is a super big fan of speed droids, and he gets to show it off now on the big stage finally.
You know what we've been saying for over 10 years now? Terra top, auto top.
I mean, they're in top 16 already. Let's see how far it can go. We go for the Rubber Band Shooter. Rubber Band Shooter is going to give us an additional Norman Summon. The cool thing about Speedroid is that you can technically combine it with any kind of wind deck that you like, and therefore it could be a combination of more things. So, looking at the other tables, is there more people going second on Team AF2? We see more Labyrinth, that's for sure. Labyrinth still apparently for the Labyrinth player of Team Ray.
Bell.
Ooh.
So they're not playing all Tenpai anymore.
Okay,
one of them is playing Ubel, and the other one, I see it, there are bells around the field.
True.
So only Doggy decided to stick with the Tenpai strategy.
Yo, the Cork Shooter now. I'm excited. What is Hugalion going to present us here? The thing is, I'm like not the biggest expert on speedroids, but the one thing I would be worried about is is whether they could just... How well can they defend against Raigeki? How well can they defend against those really, really big field-breaking cards? Because I don't think we're setting up that many negates. I think Baron de Fleur is possible because it's also with Monster.
I think we will surely see a Baron de Fleur.
Besides that, I think like they usually like to go for those crystal cards, crystal wing dragon, and so on and so forth.
You know what they could summon to prevent themselves from getting Raigeki?
Please tell me.
Stardust Dragon.
Oh yes, that is a win synchro monster.
Yeah.
You're right. Let's go for Stardust Dragon. I would love that. So we see Jubel down there as well. Oh, and there's only one set card on table C, right? So Jubel playing. On the one hand, you could say that's a good thing against a Jubel deck that there's no big monster to attack into, but having a completely empty field in terms of monsters, also not optimal, of course.
You know what I'm asking myself right now?
Go ahead.
Doggy is not using any hand traps.
Yeah.
Do you think he might have switched up to like Sky Strikers?
Oh, please. That would be cool. I would love that, for sure. We're searching some Saturday Lotus on table C. I mean, it's not... Winning against Team Ray by using Sky Strikers yourself would be quite in style, for sure. I would approve that. And look at that. We're getting a combination of multiple Crystal cards, and we're ending on Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon and his big brother as well. But Doggy now, what is it? Is it just plain Tenpai Dragons, or is it some Sky Striker shenanigans here? I would be down for both of it. But what has Doggy brought?
I think it's Tenpai. Otherwise, I think it's Tenpai.
It is Tenpai. Dora. That's a vulnerable start, though, I would say.
It is.
And would you agree with Hugelion with just immediately going after this Dora?
But there's the droplet.
There is the forbidden droplet, immediately making sure that that is not going to resolve.
So you have to get rid of the Dora. If you don't, your opponent, if he drew the Chundra, he can special summon Chundra, and out of a sudden, you have like 2 cards to deal with instead of 1. But we have the droplet, discarding 2 cards here.
Yeah, I saw a Heavy Storm and another card being... But did he discard a monster?
Hydra.
Oh, Hydra.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's already so strong.
Yeah, we can't react to it because the monster was discarded.
Indeed.
Negating the crystal.
Yeah, we go for the Crystal Clear Wing Synchro Dragon and also for just the regular Crystal Wing. And let's hope that was not all the interruption for Hugelion, because that would be bad news. And I mean, bad news already is a Chandra coming to the field here, because that already gives us Synchro Summon ability. Oh my. It may really come down to a clean 5-0 victory again for AF2. They're just going without any hesitation in this tournament so far.
If the Chundra resolves, it's over. So if we go to battle phase here, if we have a Kaiman, we can go into the Transcendent Dragon before we go to the battle phase, but we're just going to the battle phase, attacking over the Link.
Okay, is there maybe something waiting in the hand from Hugelion? It could be like
over.
Battle Fader or something. I don't know. I'm trying to find the
it is over.
the lost cause here, but no, we're attacking with the Chandra. We are resolving. We're bringing back the Pydra as well with the Pydra.
Kaiman, it's over.
It is looking really good for Doggy. It does not seem like the team captain wants to let his
we're going for summoning here. Which, fair enough. You can pop the summoning with your Trident Dragon and then deal 18,000 damage. Because it can take 3 times the 6,000 attack points.
That's true. Attacking Dora is going to be used as synchro material here, I would assume, with the Chandra. There it is. It looks also very good for the Jubel player on table number C there. Team AF2 really firing here on all different tables. Really showing that they're ready to win this tournament. And I mean, they want to go together as a team to this in-person tournament happening in March that you're qualifying for here when you're winning this thing, attacking now with Biden Dragion. Yeah, as you were saying now multiple times, this very much looks over for Hugelion.
Yeah. Now you go for the Transcendent, I believe, to make sure that even the 2 cards on hand are cards that he cannot activate anymore.
Battle Fader, always a concern, right?
Yeah. And then you can bring back the Biden Dragon because you already declared 2 or more attacks. And then you can go for the Trident Dragon.
There it is, coming back. As you were absolutely correctly anticipating. And that already... Is that already game? I mean, we have another synchro. We do get the We double attack points now for a Transcendence, so this alone is already it, right? 6,000?
Yeah, it should be game.
Yeah. Easily. Without any problems. 10 Pi just going through this Speedroid field, and therefore that's 4-0. Clean 4-0 for Team AF2 for the moment.
Also looks really good in Duel C right now, and also on Duel B, as we can see here.
Yep, switching it over.
Against Electrum. There is a Maxine as well, Trap Zone, funnily enough.
Not where it belongs, really, no. But it also, it didn't resolve this turn by the looks of it.
It is main phase 1, so we Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom the Maxi and then put in the spell and Trap Zone.
True.
There is an Appaloosa.
Okay, alright. So now the overview, the overall score 4-0. And it's Appaloosa. End phase Magnemut, but that
will get
needs to be negated, right? Which is already good, though. He's not negating it. What is going on here? Are we just going to use Princess on it in the end phase?
I don't think so.
And see, that Magnemut looks scary. Are we negating the on-field effect instead? Okay.
That's interesting.
Very, very interesting. I agree. What could be an explanation for that, honestly?
I think Electrum just wanted to bait out one negate and start to let it go through. And now what Electrum can do is he can just run over the Appaloosa and play in main phase 2.
Yeah, that's what I would think. But not too fast. First of all, Electrum says, hey, what that one team can do, our team can do as well. Normal summoning Chandra. But there is a Kirin waiting in hand for Darth.
Yeah, we have to get rid of that Chandra as soon as possible, because once it goes to the battle phase, it is really dangerous.
Yep. So we want to prevent that. There is going to be the effect of Garunix. So as long as we play a second Kirin, and why would you not play a second Kirin, that Chandra is going to be gone. There is the second Kirin indeed.
And now we also have the possibility to go for a rank 8 synchro as well, once the opponent special summons once more. So that's just another interruption of a layer of interruption.
My, and there it is, sealing the deal. So I didn't promise you too little, right? Those guys were crushing so far. They are just absolutely dominating this tournament so far.
I have never seen a team dominate any team tournament ever that much.
I mean, you guys, when you won the World Championship, you were pretty impressive as well, not gonna lie. But besides that, I agree with you. There's just like, they're going straight to the win. They're now advancing to top 8, that is. So they're definitely already winning some cool prizes now. But of course, they're shooting the 2 wins. Wait, yeah, no,
3 wins away from winning it all.
Yeah, not too unlikely. But as this was so quickly, in the background now, we're quickly going to set up another match for this round so you guys can have some more live action that we can enjoy. But in the meantime, I have a couple of questions, of course. But people know you. You are the previous world champion, current second place finisher of the world championship. But now you're casted with me, so we can ask you a couple of questions. First of all, if you could only play one deck for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Floowandereeze.
It would really still be Floowandereeze?
It would always be Floowandereeze.
What do you think the current situation of Floowandereeze is in Master Duel?
It's bad,
tough, right?
It's not tough. It's bad.
Okay, it's even bad. All right.
Like there's a joke going around that Floowandereeze keep getting hit every ban list. First, the deck got hit directly by a limiting amp and by limiting the field spell.
Yep.
And now we're at the point where we are limiting our non-engine, or even banning the non-engine.
Prosperity now.
Prosperity is now banned.
And the dimension shifter on top of that.
Shifter on top. So all of your other strong cards are getting hit. But never don't, like, in Germany we say, like, people that you think are dead live longer. So maybe I'll cook.
Yeah, and I mean, you had that story for the World Championship that you won together with your team Snipe Hunters, where you were kind of not allowed to play your favorite deck, Floowandereeze, because Josh said it's just not good enough. And I think you probably ultimately agreed with him, right? That it was just not good enough for that tournament.
I can tell you. So last year, I really wanted to bring Floowandereeze to the World Championship. And Josh was like, okay, you know what? I'll give you one day to convince me. I drove to his place with my Floowandereeze deck. I was like,
ready to go, right?
I was like, okay, we're gonna duel until I convince you. And I'm not joking. We played for like, I think 2 or 3 hours. I lost every game.
That's crazy. But then the glorious comeback, of course, this year at the World Championship happened, where you then, and honestly, nobody really saw it coming, and then all of a sudden, You played it. You were there. The dream came true. Fluander Reese from Emra at the World Championship. And honestly, I mean, you looked very happy with it, but also it was just, from the viewer's perspective, it was so fun to see that you finally got to play your favorite deck on the biggest stage in the world. So that's very, very cool. And then I have another question. For example, Tezuku always had that one royal rare that he always enjoyed so much, which is Zeamin, because he's a big punk enjoyer. Do you have like a special connection to a royal rare in the game of Master Duel yourself as well? Is there anything?
There are 3 royal rares that I really like.
Okay.
Number 1 is obviously Empen.
Okay, you got a royal rare Empen.
What I like is to have, like, if I want a card in royal rare, I want it to be as a playset, or it should be a card that's at 1.
Fair.
So the 1 copy I have should be a royal rare.
All right, I can get behind that, sure.
I was lucky enough to get a royal rare branded fusion, which is something that I think it looks really cool.
It does.
I have the royal rare Albas next to it.
Flexing here on me. Okay.
But also a really nice royal rare that I really like is Pydra. I crafted 2 Pydras, like when the deck came out, and both happened to be a royal rare.
I mean, that is the luck of a world champion, ladies and gentlemen, I guess. Not everyone can say that. But we are going to go right back into the live action as we have Team MFB being up 2-1 currently against Team REV. And we're joining the action in that moment for the second set of matches. Look, the other whole match already finished the best of 9, and we're joining just in here. Yeah, that's 2-1. Sure, of course.
Do you know what the red and blue border means on the bottom left?
Ooh, wait. That means they have been at the World Championship before,
exactly.
right?
Last year.
True.
Les Defisa.
True, yeah. Tell us more about them.
I think their team was called Team Pengu, I believe. Really strong team.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they couldn't make it out of the group stages.
I see.
But we also really struggled against them when we played against them. They were not in the same group. Yeah. And now we are going to see a full Snake Eye combo.
Yeah, for sure. So overall score 2-1. I see the other 2 games are also still up and running, so no further progressions on that. And yeah, I mean, they couldn't be world champions, but they could, of course, win now the 1000 Days of Master Duel Challenger Cup edition here today for the 3v3. Now the overall beautiful... Oh, look! I spot a singular dimension shifter there in display. The one-off dimension shifter was resolved on table number C, and that probably means trouble for the person facing it. But there, first of all, now it's going to be IP Masquerena for REV down here.
So we are full comboing through 2 hand traps. We also have the Ballstar effect in the spell trap zone still, which is also another body, and also follow-up for the next turn, because we can place a card from the graveyard to the spell and trap zone, which could be a Flumberge. And once your opponent normal or special summons a monster, the Divine Temple will trigger and special summon the Flumberge from the spell and trap zone.
Yeah. More on that shortly. I just found it very funny how on table B and table C, simultaneously, they normal summoned the Dora there. That was quite cute to watch, but one of them was stopped by Infinite Impermanence. But you were briefly touching on the Snake Eye Diabellstar, and honestly, it felt like the pure variants of Snake Eye weren't really that viable anymore until that card came out, right? It really gave a huge push to the pure Snake Eye variants again, and I think we're seeing them more regularly again here, because it looks like Lesty here, that should be pure Snake Eye, right? I don't see any Fire King
I think
cards.
it is pure Snake Eye because you played the Diabellstar. You usually don't play it in Fire King. And are we going to see a Silhouette Rabbit here? Which is also a new card.
Would that be the first new card we're seeing?
It is not. It is not. But we will see an Appaloosa on top of the Flumberge and the IP in the spell and trap zone.
That's fair. And then also, on the bottom table, on table number C, I think we have some Cybers gaming. I think I see a Firewall Guardian being... Or Firewall Defensor it is, first of all, as a normal summon of choice. I mean, that means that Dora there was the only monster that the 10-5 player could summon. So that must be very, very, very good news for Team REV.
Mountain is the deck that I fear the most, by the way.
You said that before in some interviews, I believe, right? Yeah. Why is that?
I feel like whenever I play against Mountain, they just have all the pieces that they need. If you can't stop the circular, it's over. And they have so many ways to get into that card. And if you want to stop them on getting to that card, and they hard through it, you're just wasting hand traps.
Yeah.
And whenever I play against that deck, I never win. I can't win against Mavnik.
That's funny because I have the same thing with Voices Voice. I just, for the love of God, cannot win against the Voices Voice deck. For you, it's Mavnik.
And
the thing is,
there is a parallel exceed now.
of course, they always have the right cards, don't they? And I mean, the funny thing about Mavnik is you said you have to interact with the Mavnik Circular, but that card is so tough to interact with, right? Because Gamma is a very efficient way of dealing with it on the field, but besides that, nothing is really that effective against the Mavnik Circular, and therefore it's really, really troublesome to interact with it. But now we see that also MFB, and we have MFB 2 here, is going to activate Sangan Kaiman. So we have Tenpai really, really, really going off here today. It is the deck of the hour still, even with the new cards available.
But it just shows how strong the deck is. Like, the further you get into the tournament, the more stronger decks you will see because they advanced the previous rounds.
Yeah.
And it's just Tenpai all over the place.
For sure. And I mean, that honestly makes me like the decision. Ooh, Forbidden Droplet here for the Tenpai player. We've seen that in our last match where the team AF2 was just rushing through the Speedroid field through it. And this Forbidden Droplet here is also quite formidable.
It is strong, but you have to consider that the temple is still alive, which can bring back the IP.
True. Very
so
good catch.
I like the fact that we did not decided to use the temple early.
Yeah.
That was really well played by Lesty.
I agree. And I mean, realistically, playing the Mavnik deck into a meta full of Tenpai seems like quite a smart call, right? Because they usually, what their end field is usually trying to look like going first is going to be the firewall.
Yeah.
And that actually, like that one sentence is absurd enough on its own, saying monster effects in the battle phase are going to be negated. And we have a winner here. There is no way through this with the Tenpai Dragon deck there. And therefore, that's the equalizer. 2-2 overall. So it's getting tied up here between MFB and REV, and there is the next game that we can check out. MFB on the bottom with their player Bomber versus Ver on the top for Team REV. And yeah, Seals again. I feel like we're seeing Seals more than ever before today, because whenever, like, in the TCG I Seals quite a bit. I see it Seals quite a bit, but here in Master Duel, usually the games are over in a turn and they don't even get to summon out Seals. But this is not the first time we see Seals here for today.
Do you remember the percentage used of Seals from yesterday?
Oh, what was it again? It was around the 30% mark?
I think it was 32.
Yeah, something around that.
So the card is really popular right now.
Rewatched yesterday's This Month in Master Duel show where Emre and I were on as well. So you get the full weekend experience of Master Duel action here, and we see the 2-2 score now overall. Oh, and this is actually going to be Tenpai on both sides of the field here even. Bomber on Tenpai and Ver on Tenpai too. And I think it's...
Whoa! Ghost Ogre, also really strong against the Tenpai strategy.
That's massive.
Making sure to destroy the summoning.
I mean, now there's almost no way through that Seals. Oh, yeah. I mean, Genroku can be chained to almost anything,
but that doesn't
Seals
matter.
Doesn't target, which is the crucial part about this, right?
And also, if you get the Pydra, for example, the Pydra will not resolve.
Oh yeah, exactly. It immediately goes back to the hand. They normal summon already, but still they decide not to chain here. Okay.
I think you had. If you had the window where you could use Seals before the Genroku, I think you had to do that.
Possibly, yeah.
Oh wait, no. Because if you bounce the Genroku, it will trigger.
Oh, true, they just let it through. You're right. Yeah. That is the weird thing about Genroku, because Genroku is a little bit different than Poplar, for example, right? Because I think Poplar has to be added.
Poplar
works the same. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. But there's, I mean, some cards specifically state if this card is added from the deck to the hand. Yeah. But Genroku is different than that. It wouldn't care about getting to the hand through being bounced on the field, and therefore clever from Ver to not use Seals right away there. But now the Kaiman in hand.
Those are just like small interactions that you have that you need to know.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, you're losing the game because of that one misplay.
100%
so
agree.
that was a good catch by Very.
Very, very true. But now the thing is, the only card Bomber can really search of this Sangen Kaiman should be Chandra, right? Because we already went... Oh wait, we could go Genroku again. Genroku has not activated its hand effect, but we already used the on-field effect, so how valuable is Genroku even? And this now makes it a perfect moment to just use Seals, right?
Yeah.
Seals on the Pydra?
Yeah.
Oh, they let it through. They just
but
allow them to go for
Chandra. You can
Chandra.
also just Seals the Chandra again.
I guess, yeah. Then they have the Pydra on the field. They can attack over one of our... I mean, yeah, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that much, but it would have been better to bounce the Pydra, I believe, as well.
Let's see. We're now thinking... There's no way we let Bomber go into battle phase with this, right?
No,
Under no circumstances.
No.
Under no circumstances. I mean, we shall not forget that Ver also has interaction in the battle phase. Like, they are a 10-by player themselves, so they are kind of profiting of the battle phase as well.
Negated.
Oh, the Chandra is negated.
I think there was a droplet.
Okay.
Because the attack is half.
Oh, true.
I
Very
believe
good catch.
If you let him go to battle phase, you're gonna lose the duel. I think.
Let's see. It does look like Mathmech, which also historically is naturally a deck that ends games very quickly, that is very good at ending games in one turn, was not able to do that on table number C. Still, though, the firewall was established onto the field and is going to be met with a Genroku now from his opponent. And there is an Ash Blossom for it.
And just one card left in hand.
Yep. I love this about 3v3s, by the way. On the main feature right now, there's not that much happening, so we can just have a quick peek on table number C. And we see on table number C, there's nothing to be seen anymore, as after that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring Ungon Roku, that is going to be the game finisher, and our main feature match is heading into the battle phase. You have been saying if he does not go after, if he allows him to go into the battle phase, that is a big risk. We are now in the battle phase. And immediately, first thing first, Genroku effect.
I think there is no reason to let your opponent go into the battle phase. You're just gonna risk your opponent have something maybe. If you would have just bounced the Tundra, I think, or the Pydra before the Tundra was even on the field. Yeah.
Oh, look at this!
And I think now...
That's such a big risk. Okay, now the Seals. And I mean, if they change to Synchro Summon, they're just going to put the extra deck monster back into the extra deck, so... I still like your line more. I still think like immediately getting rid of it in the main phase is probably better. But I still think this is probably good enough for Ver, if you ask me. But let's see how it plays out.
It seems to be enough, but I think it's an unnecessary risk that you're taking.
Yeah, I agree. Also, cool to see Pearly there as the mate. Wasn't so successful as a deck played now in our last featured match, but at least doing the work as the mate here for Ver. And we are chaining with Chandra, which is very interesting. Because what kind of Synchro Monster do we just want back in our extra deck? Or maybe, is there a chance the Seals was also negated from the Droplet? Because we would have not seen an halving of that.
True.
Surely it must have been halved as well.
Surely it must have been negated. Yeah, maybe that's why you didn't use it in the main phase.
Probably. There is now a Meteor Burst. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and
Seals was negated, in fact, yes. Genroku negated.
No, I think the Meteor Burst just negates the Seals.
Yep, now the Graveyard effect of... that is a super interesting game now.
Yeah.
I mean, we have been philosophing about maybe just bouncing in the main phase. That was never an option, as the Seals was also negated.
No, I think the Seals wasn't negated. I think it wasn't.
I'm pretty sure it was.
No, because the Seals could have special something from the deck because it got tributed. But
yeah. That definitely was negated because of the Meteor Burst, but like the bouncing part would have happened before.
Does Meteor Burst negate activations or just effects in general?
Ah, that's a good question. Let's just double check on that. It might just actually be that it's actually the effects in general. That could be an explanation then. Let me read it up. I have it here on me. Meteor Burst. Oh, you have it as well.
They cannot activate their effects.
Okay, so it definitely was negated then.
It was negated.
Okay, but we have Sangen Summoning, which is massive use for Ver, because we can just safely search out Tenpai, Dragon, Fadra, and we can basically just do whatever we like before the battle phase, and then just already probably have a monster big enough to attack over the Meteor Burst Dragon, and then from there on we're going to be very safe and easy. There's Sangen Kaiman now. Looking beautiful for Ver here against Bomber. I think we joined this featured match when it was 2-1 for MFB.
And now?
And now the opposing team, REF is actually just really, really performing, and it's 3-2 at the moment overall, and Ver might just be making it even closer then.
Yeah.
But first of all, we're going to think about how to progress with this. And yeah, we're getting an exact score update at the moment. So MFB at the moment is going to be in the lead still, but only 3-2.
Okay,
and
so
they're possibly here on the edge of getting the 3-3 equalizer by Ver. So yeah, this is looking pretty easy, right? We have Chandra. Yeah. We probably can just go into Transcendent Dragon before the battle phase, attack with the Transcendent Dragon over the Meteor Burst. Then we should still have the Biden Dragon in the graveyard plus another monster to synchro summon with it. I think this is just a walk in the park from here on from there.
As you said, you go into the Biden Dragon now. Bring back the Chandra. Go into battle phase. Attack over the Meteor Burst Dragon. And then from there, it should be self-explanatory.
Yeah. And I think it's quite unique how the Tenpai Dragon mirror match plays out, right? Yeah. Because the games where only one Tenpai Dragon deck is involved are usually quite streamlined, I want to say. Usually you can expect what happens. Usually you can kind of already call that it's going to be a quick duel. But those Tenpai Dragon mirror matches can go a very, very long way, and they can go in very creative ways. And we saw another display of that here, and we do have the equalizer there for the overall match. So our first and main featured match, 5-0, easy peasy, quickly done, no discussion. But this one now actually going into the last set with an equal score, which is honestly the most exciting, because that means both players or both teams can allow themselves a loss. How did you like it the most when you were playing 3v3s? Did you like the high-pressure situation, or did you enjoy having a game up already? Or what was your feeling when you go into the last set? What was the best situation?
So, obviously, you always want to be up if you go into the last set.
Fair.
I think pressure is not that much of a problem once you're playing. Maybe before the game, like, you have to wait in between the sets, and then you get nervous because you're like, okay, this might be my last duel in the World Championship this year.
I see.
But once you get into the game, you're just locked in. Nothing else around you matters anymore. You're just locked in, and I think that's not only for me. I think that's just for all the players. If they play in a high pressure situation, you just have to lock in.
Cool. So you're saying the moments you're actually playing the game are not the moments you worry about.
Exactly.
Because there you know what you're doing. You have been practicing for that moment. It's just going to come in naturally.
Before the game.
Before the game. The waiting time is a crucial one. So basically, I mean, the guys are not playing right now. So right now they're thinking the forts get going.
What could my opponent do next game? What deck can he bring? What can I bring? It's just so many variables that you need to be aware of.
And actually, though, here in this specific format, in the Challenger Cup structure,
it can be anything.
That time is so important, though, because both teams, both players, all 6 players involved in this best of 3 encounter, they can switch a deck, they can adjust their deck specifically because there is no restrictions. We could see completely different decks now. We just saw so much Tenpai, and now in the third set, there could be 0 Tenpai all of a sudden. So you're saying those moments are tough to overcome when you're not playing the game, but here you are somewhat still playing the game, or at least having like something to do within the game, right?
If I would be up 4-2, for example, I think I could risk 1 or 2 players making a risky play.
Fair.
Because it only needs to pay off for one of those 2.
I like that.
So that might be an idea that you can do. If it's 3-3, I think you just go with your normal game plan because it's equal.
Yeah.
And if you're down, I think you just go to safest route.
Yeah.
That's like something that I would consider. But you could also just pick 3 risky decks if you're down 1 game and you just pray that everything works your way.
Yeah, you could also be like, we're on feature. It's Lampy and Amra casting. Let's give them a show. Let's see what they bring. Let's see what they think about this cool deck that I've been cooking up in the dueling kitchen for the last couple of weeks. Or maybe just also the last couple of hours, because we're still waiting for that new deck.
Yeah.
Give us some gimmick puppets. Come on, one of them. Give us some gimmick puppets. Give us some Runic White Forest, or just White Forest combined
Centurion.
with whatever.
Yeah.
Centurion is a very good call as well. We haven't seen any Centurion overall at all so far. And that deck actually still is pretty powerful in Master
I think it's really good still.
Yeah.
It plays really well into Maxi, which is also really important.
For sure.
I don't know why people are not playing it. I think it's a really good strategy.
I mean, it's also like really good into Tempai as well, right?
It depends. It depends. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Because what many people are not aware is that Tempai really struggles to out a Chaos Angel.
Yeah.
And if you let your opponent play and then make a Chaos Angel, cards like Lightning Storm cannot be activated. So if you banish the field spell, I think the Chaos Angel will just win you the game on its own.
I mean, that has kind of been your plan already for the World Championship, right? There was no Tempai yet for the World Championship, but still, Chaos Dragon definitely, Chaos Angel was one of your main winning tools there, and you have been summoning it non-stop with your Centurion deck there and interrupting the opponent.
Also, the Cosmic Blazer Dragon is often used for the first two effects, but it has a third one.
Even I didn't know. What is it?
So the first effect is obviously that you can negate a summon, like Solemn Judgment. Then it's just it can negate any effect that's being used.
True.
And the third effect is if your opponent tries to battle, you can just enter battle phase.
That sounds like a good tool against Tempai, but let's see what the technologies are here for the third set. 3-3, the equal score, and with Matrix here for Team MFB, we have another very regular crusher on the Challenger Cup competition. Since Season 1, Matrix has been winning Challenger Cups left and right, and he came together with his teammates to go again today, and Matrix is also playing Mavmag.
But no Circular. For now.
True. Sigma usually is the card you want to send to the graveyard with Circular, so not the optimal start, but Firewall Defensor is quite the good start.
We bricked on Duel C, I believe. We used Temple and just set 2 cards face down.
True, you're right. Absolutely.
So it looks good for MFB at the moment, I think.
Yeah, MFB is looking nice for sure. Let's see how much Ver can do against Matrix here. But the start so far on table C looking good for MFB, and MFB activating second summoning. So we're still sticking to the Tempai Dragon technology, and going to be interesting to see, because I think Matrix, he might have as well just won his first Challenger Cup with Mavmag, because this deck has been around for so long, and just still today he was like, I'm going to run the back. We're going to do it again with the Mavmag strategy.
The good old reliable Mavmag strategy.
Yeah, good old Mavmag Circular. Joshua Schmidt is not even on the continent, so we are allowed to use it here, so we can understand. Firewall Guardian now in the graveyard is going to activate its effect. Very, very decent start for Matrix.
That's already a Link 5 on the field.
Yep. And I think we're going for more. I think Link Decoder usually is a card. Oh, we can still search for Mavmag Circular as well. We can just go for the rank 4 here.
Alan Burton, I believe.
Yeah.
Alan Burton.
That's him.
Will search Circular. At this point, do we even still go for Circular? But there's a Veiler.
Ooh, yeah, that gives us no options to consider there. And we somewhat gave up our easy access to a Link 5 through that. Because now we use 2 monsters to go into a singular one. That's how Exceed Summoning works. And we have to have another extender now from here on.
This was a really strong Veiler.
But the Splash Mage didn't even activate its effect yet. Okay, that makes it easier. That makes it a lot easier. On table C, by the way, I think there's a Chainlink 6 just reached. On table B, I also just saw Chainlink 4. So while we're here on table A, just chilling, or watching a couple of Cybers monsters being summoned to the field, on table B and table C, they are really fighting with every single card they have. And we see some more Jubel on table B here, actually. Jubel with the Phantom being on the field and Nightmare Pain being activated.
Let's see what it pops. If it pops a card, it doesn't pop anything. So we just
look like it's
passing.
1, 2. So maybe the situation for MFB not that great anymore. Link Decoder next.
No, we can still go into a Link 5.
Yeah, now we have the option. You're right.
Yeah.
So
you go
that's Transcode, right?
Yeah, for a Transcode, and then a Link Decoder will come back, I believe. And Transcode will also bring a body back.
Oh, true. We actually, this is not only the Firewall, but this is the Firewall plus Heat Soul before to get an extra draw even, because we have 1 extra monster Link raiding laying around in between, which we can just use to Link Climb. Let's see whether that's going to be the case here, how Matrix is going to approach it. Let's also not forget, there is the effect of the Firewall Dragon, which could technically send the Mavmag monster to the graveyard. But there is 0... Wait, there's a Sigma in there already, right?
Yeah. So maybe we
But we need to get to 3. Like, if we have the hard draw on Super Factorial, we could send the Mathmech monster on our turn and then send another Mathmech monster on their turn to make Super Factorial live through that. It's a pretty awkward way to get there because you're giving up also on the negate of the Cyber's Desert Worm, which you could instead send to the graveyard. So I don't know whether he would prefer to do this, but we're going to get all those answers shortly as there is the Heat Soul now getting us a draw.
But I believe if the Super Factorial resolves, and you get to the Laplacian, I think you're just winning the game on the spot. It's
Possibly,
a Trishula-like effect.
Yeah.
It's really strong.
That is absolutely true. Now the Firewall. In the meantime, we saw that there was only Phantom on Duel Table B, but there was an Infinite Impermanence for it, but there's also Ash Blossom and Joy Spring now on the Sengen Summoning. What is the last card in hand for the Tenpai player on Table B? Oh, immediately the end phase now on the Firewall Dragon Dark Fluid. That's a good start here on the main table as well. Matrix, though, with his Mathmech deck, one thing you could always be sure of, even though there wasn't the Mathmech Circular, which would be one thing to be sure of, but the other thing is they always are going to have at least 2 interactions in their hand. There's always going to be Maxi, Effect Veil, or something like that. So the draw phase, now it is. Which we're still trying to get that Desert Worm into the graveyard, right? I would think so. Yeah, there it is.
And if you pair it up with like 1 or even 2 hand traps, it's really tough to beat with just 4 cards in hand.
For sure.
You would need a circular on your own now.
I mean, I won't rule it out. Maybe we're seeing the Mathmech battles of all Mathmech battles here between these 2 players. And, oh, that was a preemptive effect of the Firewall Dragon, enabling the Triple Tactic Thrust right away.
Yeah. But I think it's correct to use the Firewall Dragon earlier because you can just negate a spell and trap. You could negate the Thrust if you want to, but you can also just negate the card that Thrust searches.
Yeah. But
then you risk your opponent to have 2 of the same card.
Yeah.
But that could also be the case for the Thrust. So.
Exactly. It's kind of a weird situation. I feel like you're. Oh, yeah, okay, that works like a charm. Just use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. I told you there's usually 1 or even 2 interactions in the hand of a Mathmech player, and in that case, at least an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
And if you look down to the Duel C, I think it looks really good for the Tenpai player because the Biden Dragon just hit the field.
That is indeed true. But I'm not sure in what phase we are. Crossout Designator, though, for Ver. And look at this. They have 2 cards left in hand. Do you just negate this with the Cyber's Desert Worm in the graveyard?
I think you have to negate it.
I feel like as well. It very, very much looks desperate here from the side of Ver, trying to absolutely make sure the Thrust is resolving. So it seems like a solid plan just to prevent that. Is he going to do it?
We're in the same spot again where it might matter if he has a second Thrust or just negate the search target.
True.
But it comes down to the same result, I would say. And I think you go for the
now the good thing though is
let it resolve.
Oh, that's very, very interesting because now we didn't negate the Thrust, but just ashed it, so they couldn't activate a second Thrust. So I actually would have definitely liked going after the Crossout Designator here, but now we're going to find out what Ver wants to have in the hand. Triple Tactic Thrust, honestly, is a card you don't usually see in Tenpai, so I'm interested to know what Ver is even bringing here to that 3rd set of matches. What kind of decks? Usually Brandon plays this card, but this looks like 40 cards.
Looks like 40 cards. It could be just a breaker deck, for example, Sky Striker.
Or Yubel. Interestingly enough, it's
Yubel's
Yubel.
interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Normal summon some Saudi Lotus.
I think now we're in a really good spot because I think we have to make sure our Lotus will resolve, and the Ash has been used already. So the Lotus will resolve here.
Oh, Maxi as well, though. I was making no jokes. He always opens at least 2 of that. And Maxi and Ash already there.
You have to be aware that he's only on 7,000 life points because of the Itzo.
Yep.
And we know how easily Yubel can deal damage.
There
and
is
we still
a
have the
monster
talent
with 5,500 attack points. And he has the hard draw Nightmare Pain.
Yeah.
That's very, very massive here because that immediately is going to be our possibility to do damage into the Firewall Dragon, and importantly enough, that is not an effect that activates, so it doesn't get prevented by the Firewall Dragon, and therefore we can just, right as it is there, attack into the Firewall Dragon, dealing 5,500 points of damage. Let's see whether that's going to be our plan. Do we have a way to bring a second Yubel monster onto the field here? That's going to be very important.
If we pop the Spirit, we do.
Sure, we just search. Yeah, for sure.
And if we want to negate that, then the Talents is life in hand.
Okay,
So
we do now negate this.
I think that was correct.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
Because now, okay, they can take...
He can Talents take, but he's still not winning the game because he can't deal 1500 damage.
Yeah, because Jubel monsters are not very good at dealing damage. So are we even taking that case? Or we could also just take a chance here at just drawing more cards, possibly?
Does Jubel play Cyber's extra deck monster that we can send?
I don't think so, no.
I think they play Almirage, but that has 0 attack, I believe.
Okay, we do take control. Honestly, taking control, we need to link this off, because otherwise we could have also just attacked into it. But no, we do take it over. Battle phase.
We're going to attack, and then I think... Hold up.
Oh, wait, we can just... Wait, it gets bigger by itself. We can just use the technology we make it 8,000 through its own effect. It's attacking per game. We do see the Firewall Dragon attacking into the Marthback player here, funnily enough. And REV takes the lead once more, 4-3 for them. So since we made this our main featured match, it has been going downhill for Team MFB. And it also is not looking particularly good for this one right here, as REV has cleared most of this Jubel field here as well. But we're in main phase 2 already, so maybe that is already going to be all that the Tenpai Dragon player had to offer. How is it going to look like?
I think it depends here what the Jubel player has in the graveyard. If he has a way to get into Spirit of Jubel instantly in the main phase.
That's big trouble then,
yeah. But I think now, good old Seals, as always.
Good old reliable indeed. And we see on the bottom, there is a Trident Dragon on the field as well. And are we still in the battle phase where we're seeing attack? We're seeing the attack. It's over. Is it possibly... Wait, this could be MFB's table though, right?
I think Rev won.
No, I'm pretty sure that's Equalizer.
Yeah,
that's Equalizer. Not too fast, Emrah. Don't get carried away.
All down to this now.
Don't get carried away. We have the Equalizer 4-4. Another decider on our hands. And it is going to be these two deciding it between them. Jubel versus Tenpai. Is that overall the 2 most played decks so far today? I think we have seen a lot of Snake Eye as well, so I think Tenpai definitely is first, and then behind that it's close between the other 2.
A bit more Snake Eye than Jubel, but they're pretty close, as you said,
For sure, but now it is back over to MFB, and he needs it here. They are currently ahead on life points, so that is also, of course, something noteworthy. As for example, for the top 32 featured match that you guys had, that ended in a very, very funny timeout scenario where Abo just attacked for 100 points of damage, and sometimes 100 points of damage is all you need. But let me just double check how much time there should be left. Looks like they are on the edge of still...
7 minutes left.
Oh, that's plenty. They still have 7 minutes left. Okay, so that's easy peasy then.
So I think time will not be a factor here.
Shouldn't be, you're right. 100%. But now, Seals immediately was used. Was it on the normal summon? It was immediately on the normal summon of Lotus, right? Yep. So we just want to make sure Lotus is not going to do any further damage here. And MFB, after that Lotus, needs something to continue playing, because otherwise, there's so many Tenpai monsters already waiting. Hydra grabbing the Sangen Kaiman.
There is a nice tech card that you can use in the Tenpai strategy to counter Jubel.
Okay.
There is level 10 synchro.
Go ahead, continue.
There is a level 10 synchro called Time Lord Progentior Warp Gate. Do you know that card?
I have seen it once, I think, but I don't think I've ever actually seen it being played in a duel. I think people have been theorizing about this card, but I never actually ended up seeing it in a game. What I just saw, though, might be way more important for this game right now, but because the last card in hand was 1-for-1. The Samsari Lotus that we just bounced back to the hand was discarded, and that is now super strong for Team MFB.
The last card in hand of P3 is the Kaiman, right? Or,
yep.
Yeah.
He just searched it. Indeed.
I'm pretty sure if we have the extra deck resources, we are going to win this turn as the Jubel player.
Should absolutely be the case.
We can go for a Phantom to negate the Genroku if you want to. The Squirmer is also really strong in the graveyard. It can bring back, for example, the Spirit, which can bring back the Nightmare Pain.
Yeah.
And I think from there on we can just go full combo.
Yeah. So a very common scenario for Jubel decks is, of course, just attacking into opponents' monsters, dealing damage through that. But another pretty commonly used technology is just to link up into Access Code Talker, which is even easier when you're also playing the Link Free, whichever Jubel player is playing the Unchained Link Free, to use an opponent's monster, for example, the Pydra there. And then quite often you also see a good old Chaos Angel, one of your favorite cards again, summoned out as well. And the combination of those two always is easy game then. So we might be going that route. And Cross Sheep is an indicator, definitely, that we're trying to ladder up the link ratings, because that is going to give us 2 more monsters to link summon with into a potential Access Code Talker then in the end.
I think even now, even if we don't go for the link climb, we can just clear the field. We can just run over the Chundra if we bring something back with the Cross Sheep. And just run over the Pydra. And then a Phantom of Jubel will probably deal with the Kaiman, and then it just depends on the card that he draws.
Yeah, but I don't think we even have to leave it open to those eventualities.
I think you just win this turn.
Yeah, I think when there is already a line to end this game on the horizon, why not take it? You may as well just not give them another opportunity, because they are, of course, going to draw another card for turn as well, and you don't want to leave it open for that.
And they also have the field spell, which is also like any dragon if they draw any card.
Yeah, so you rather just don't make that happen at all. So MFB, if he sees the line, if he finds the way to make this Jubel deck work, we are going to be trying to end this turn. But time, honestly, is running quicker than I thought. We dropped below the 4-minute mark now. So, I mean, MFB, comfortably enough, is ahead in life points right now. But still, he has to find a way to make this happen quicker. Let's see. 4 and 4. Still, it's funny how it always works out like that, right?
Yeah.
I think we had for 3 consecutive rounds now, for top 64, for top 32, and now for this backup feature match. Okay, the first one was quick, but this one is also going into the decisive 9th game, and it's always fun to have it come down to that in that best of 3 scenario.
So why this might take longer than usual is, I think, because you have now 2 players helping out the one that's playing. So if you have a play in mind, you can discuss it with your teammates, and then you can find out together what might be the best play.
For sure.
And I think they came to the conclusion that
SP Little Knight is the play all of a sudden. I'm really, really curious about that, because we could have gone for the Link Free. The Link Free could have linked with the opponent's monster. That was Access Code Talker. We still had the Gruesome Grave Skirmer in the graveyard. Gruesome Grave Skirmer could have brought back a level 1. Voila, Chaos Angel, and that could have been the game. But no, it does look like REV gets another turn. And they still, as we said, have the field spell Sanguine Summoning on the field. Plus, additionally to that, the Sunken Kaiman in hand. So they have a little over 2 minutes remaining to make this happen. Tempai Dragons, surely the fastest deck in the format. Are they fast enough to execute here in the hands of Team REV?
So now time is on MFB's side. And I think it's going to be a bit tough for REV to find the best play in the shortest amount of time, because they're down in life points.
They are. They just normal summon out the Chandra after discarding the drone lock, but they drew for turn. What's next?
You have to go into battle phase here.
You gotta.
You go into battle phase.
Yep.
Special summon Fatra, take 100 damage. Special summon something off the Fatra. And
yeah, I mean, we can quickly explain this interaction a little more. This is the luxury of the damage step, right?
Yeah.
Because this effect is currently resolving in damage step, and that makes it unable to interact with, for example, the SP Little Knight that we see on the field there, but also the Phantom of Jubel, as Phantom of Jubel does not negate, but just change an effect. And so using our effects here carefully in the damage step is very, very, very important, and it allows us to bring out all those monsters, now getting rid of the SP Little Knight by battle, and the attack of Fadra. This might actually still happen. A little over a minute. Can he pull through? Can he get this done? Because we could possibly go for Samurai Destroyer here, right? Samurai Destroyer alone might be good enough for this. I think Samurai Destroyer might bring us ahead in life points already, at least. Is he running that,
And then we can go into Trident Dragion and just win the game.
Oh my, it's not much time left. But there is the Samurai Destroyer. It is there. The Samurai amongst all the dragons now activating the Sunken Kaiman. Why is he activating the Sunken Kaiman?
I think you just have to go to finish the game.
Time is running low. Does he know? 40 seconds remaining, but carefully he also is searching with the Sunken Kaiman there. Bringing the Chandra to the field.
Please just attack.
That is the damage he needs.
Now,
Team REV is up in life points just before timeout. Wow. And I think he doesn't even need the timeout now anymore. He can actually close out this game. We see MFB conceding, and Team REV in a nail-biter of a match is taking it down in the end. And I mean, we were saying there was a potential line to end the game. But also, of course, it's not always just simply about the cards you have access for. Sometimes, for example, something I gotta admit I'm struggling a lot with is timer on the game.
True.
Sometimes
That's also,
you have all the options, but then there's like 15 seconds already blinking on the screen, and then you can't do it anymore. So you just had to go for a quick route with the SP Little Knight. How are you managing the timer usually in the game? Are you chill and easy about that, or do you also struggle with it?
I always chill about it, but I get nervous once you see like the second going down every second, and you're like, I know I have 30 seconds left, and then I'm thinking about how much time I have left. All of a sudden, I have 27 seconds left.
True. The moment you think about it, then it becomes way more stressful, because until then you're like, I'm just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And then all of a sudden, I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In 30 seconds.
And then the timer, it feels like it goes quicker than usual.
Yes. Maybe we should ask whether it does, because it really feels like it.
I think this could have been a timer issue, because it's always tough to play against Tenpai when they have bodies on the field.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you have to make sure that you have an answer to their battle phase effects. Because once you go into the battle phase and their cards are alive, you are going to have a rough battle phase.
Absolutely. And I mean, with Jubel then specifically, Jubel is a deck that just has so many steps in their combo, right? They're like climbing into so many monsters, summoning out so many things. So it just naturally takes time to get there, to set up everything. And then I could definitely see that being a factor there. And it was the factor that immediately then decided the match outcome. Not only the match outcome, the overall outcome of the entire best of 9. REV, one of our teams in top 8, joining Team AFD. I think that was on the first 5-0 feature match that Doggy, the team cup, just sealed in so quickly. And what team impressed you more there? Was it the decisive 5-0 from Team AF, or was it the team that you just saw there, Team REV?
It has to be Doggy's team. They went 5-0, 5-1, 5-0. I have never seen something like that before.
And probably going to continue doing that, right? But we are going to find out eventually. Next round already starting soon. So we're going to give it into a short video where you can see some of the new products, and then we're going to be back with top 8. And back we are. Did you even notice? We switched around.
Yes,
Averys is back here in the booth with me. I actually swapped the seat as well.
I swapped with them, Red. But yeah, very, very happy to be back for the top 8 of today's tournament. The top 8 3v3 teams in the Challenger Cup 1000 Days Qualifier have been decided, and we will see which of them can continue on their path to victory.
So far, it has been a Tenpai sweep. Yo, we had so many drastically quick games with the Tenpai Dragon deck, and it seems to be everywhere, and I'm excited to see whether it's going to be back for top 8 now as well.
Actually, on that note, I did have a bone to pick with you regarding a statement you made saying that Tenpai was by far and away the quickest and most decisive deck of the format.
Okay.
Puppet.
But where is it? We're not saying it. Yeah. I would love to confirm that statement, but it's just, please, someone play Gimmick Puppet for this round.
Maybe
if you hear this right now.
Just because you know, it is a brand new deck to learn for a lot of players.
For sure. And it's also a tough deck to pick up because it has a lot of different lines, and therefore you gotta get used to it. So maybe some people have already crafted the cards or drawn the cards within the pack, but they're not comfortable enough with it. Just bring it to this important tournament today, and therefore they just stick for the deck that they have been playing for maybe the last month, for the last couple of weeks. And Tenpai, of course, has been doing well for so many different players on the ladder, but also in Challenger Cups. Because from my personal experience in the Challenger Cups over the last couple of weeks, Tenpai was definitely one of the most successful decks over in that competition field as well, and not only on the ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the deck flourishes in these just strict 1v1 duels, and then also in the teams format as well, when you can decide, look, this person wants to go first, set up their field. It's just, really, really impactful as a deck. Tenpai Dragon, so...
And we even have seen a singular dimension shifter on the last round. Yeah,
True.
The one-off dimension shifter was there. It's still there. It's still there.
Honestly, though, I still love seeing the Trident Dragon come down and just decide the game. I mean, once you get to that point, the game is decided already. But just formalizing that end of the game with such a heavy hitter coming out again and again and again. Haven't been that excited to see a card today, except from the Arch Nemesis Protoss. The Ritual Beast decks have been running as well.
You're a fan of that?
Well, I mean, I'm not a fan of being on the receiving end of it, but it is very, very, very cool to see when it comes out at a crucial time. Just these cards that do kind of seal the deal for the player that manages to successfully resolve them.
I mean, what I like most about Protoss is that it rewards players that just know their opponents, that know what the opponent is going to be on, that can predict the opponent's decks. Because in Ritual Beast specifically, depending, like, you have so many opportunities to have different attributes on the field. So you can basically call Protoss for whatever you like. So if you're playing against a dark deck, easy. Fire decks, easy. You can just adjust to whatever you're expecting from your opponents.
Yeah, and in terms of adjusting to expectations, being able to play in a 3v3 format where, you know, you're doing a best of 9, playing a round robin against the opposing team, you can get information from your teammates as to what a specific player is running. That being said, we've seen a variety of decks make a splash today. Adamantipator to open up the stream. Tenpai Dragon making a statement. Snake Eyes Fire King still, I would say still on top, even if Tenpai has been the most explosive by a significant margin.
Still, definitely up there for sure.
Voiceless Voice as well making a comeback. Ubel a little bit here and there as well. The 60 card branded as well was a very, very big highlight for Emre.
So for Emre, Mathmech is the deck he can never seem to beat. For me, it's Voice's Voice, actually. Whenever I play against Voice's Voice on Master Duel, I'm like, okay, this game is over because I can't beat it. Is there any deck you have that you just, when you see it, there's like, okay, yeah, my game is over now? Is there anything you just scared of playing?
I think I win every matchup.
You win against anything.
That being said, I did lose to your Mathmech 2 days ago.
True, exactly. I actually was playing some Mathmech myself, and yeah, I think it's very well situated in the meta game right now because it is definitely equipped with a decent enough Tenpai matchup, having those strong options going first, having that Firewall Dragon, being able to just say no monster effects in the battle phase. So I think plenty of cool things. Speaking for the Mathmech deck, plenty of cool things on our hand now though as well, as top 8 of this beautiful 1000 Days of Master Duel Challenger Cup edition is starting here now. GNDI versus FSN. Fresh and new match for all of you at home. Let's see what we're getting here. And we do get to see the White Forest cards. LZ of the White Forest immediately here from Kozal.
There we go. And the Runic Fountain card protector suggests this is Runic White Forest. But then again, we've also fallen for that trap before, so we'll see what the actual cards are. There we go. That definitely does confirm that that is a Runic White Forest build. Runic White Forest being piloted by GNDI's Kozal against,
and we have Mathmech again on table number B, and we have Chimera on table number C. Look, we're getting deeper into the tournament, and now we have all kind of different decks all of a sudden. And I'm so excited for the White Forest strategy now, finally in action, brand new into the game.
So just to summarize, the White Forest typically used as an engine to enable these spell-heavy decks, such as the Runic build. You can also climb into higher-leveled synchro monsters, which is really, really effective as well. and it even has a way to access Red Eye's Dark Dragoon thanks to Muddy Mud Dragon.
There is the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring though on the Hugin.
So no Runic Fountain quite yet, but there's still a multitude of options available to the Runic White Forest.
Is there, even when there is Maxi resolving, is the real question, because every special summon from here on out is going to be expensive. So we gotta see whether we want to do that. First of all, a normal summon though. Sylvia of the White Forest will be able to get us a White Forest spell Trap from our deck to our hands.
You also have access to a level 6 or a level 8 Synchro, and level 6 is where Silvera, Wolf Tamer of the White Forest, does sit, and that is a Daruma Karma Cannon on a monster. Just Book of Mooning the
entire opponent's
monsters.
field booking it, exactly, yeah. And I mean, not the exciting part about the Daruma Karma Cannon that also sends the remaining cards to the grave, but still,
true.
Book of Eclipse, kinda. But we are going for a Synchro Summon here. We searched Woes, so I thought maybe we're just going to Synchro Summon on our opponent's turn instead through the Woes, but we do go for the Synchro Summon of Diabell, Queen of the White Forest here.
Will be interesting to see what we add back. Will it be that Flashing Fire?
Oh, we could. True, that's an option. We discarded Evenly Matched. I don't think we're going to add that one back, but oh no, we can't add back any of them because only when you use a Synchro Tutor monster for its summon, you are allowed to add something back, and we did not do that. So it's just going to be the Diabell. I mean, Diabell now on the opponent's turn can, of course, bring out another monster from the extra deck, but that is really not the field you're trying to set up with this powerful Runic White Forest deck. Sadly, a pretty good start for FSN here on this table. And what is going to be next?
Deco Talker Heat Soul actually coming out in Duel B, by the way.
Oh yeah, Heat Soul. So when we go for Heat Soul, that means our combo probably went in a different way, because usually you don't want to end on Heat Soul. Usually you rather want to go for the Firewall. And I think I see a plentitude of cards in hand for the opponent of the Mathmech deck there. So I think Maxi resolved in Duel B.
Speaking of a plentitude of cards in hand, though, the Chimera deck in Duel C does have Nightmare Apprentice out, and it did just add the Mirror Sword Knight to the hand. So many cards in hand this early on. Actually going to use good old Polarization here.
And of course, it wouldn't be a featured match today for Summon even more so.
Is the single card in hand a disruption? We shall see. Even if it is, so many opportunities available to how fast you have to imagine now. And with the Sungen Summoning successfully resolving, was that Effect Veiler?
No, I don't think that was Effect Veiler. Oh, it might have been Effect Veiler as a discard from the second summoning.
I think it was the discard for the Sungen Summoning.
Fair. So now we go for the normal summon of Pydra. And now the thing is, interaction with that Pydra and with any other Fire Dragon that's coming to the field in the main phase is going to be impossible due to the Sungen Summoning. And we do know the set card. We do know that the set card is going to be that also powerful Woes of the White Forest.
Cosmic Cyclone now coming out for
it's gone. They can't chain it. They can't even chain it here. There is nothing to Synchro Summon into.
So this is a really powerful card right now, just because it's so good into the Tenpai Dragon Mirror match to get rid of the opponent's Sungen Summoning as well.
Yeah.
And just really, really powerful card, Cosmic Cyclone. Do we have a response from Kurzel? Doesn't look to be the case so far.
I mean, he could use the effect of Diabell here, but he's losing the power of the trap card to actually Synchro Summon. Oh, okay. True, we can send the Woes to the graveyard now, so we at least make some kind of use out of it to use the effect now and special summon out from the extra deck. But there is Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion. Really a haunted game here so far for Kurzel. Not able to resolve any of the White Forest things he would like to do. Oh, I like the animation of Ghostbell there. You rarely see Ghostbell. You very often see Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, but rarely you see Ghostbell doing that there. But still, it ended up negating the special summon. And some people might be wondering, why was that even possible? Why could you even use Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion on that? Because he was clearly trying to summon something from the extra deck there. But Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion only needs you to have the opportunity to summon from the graveyard, and the effect of Diabell could technically also summon from the graveyard. Therefore, it is a legit target to be negating with the Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion there. But there is a Maxi. It was the last card in hand, the last resort. But we addressed it yesterday on this month of Mastodon, and we have been talking about it a lot last month in general. Against the Tenpai Dragon strategy, Maxi is not really the card you want to have.
The thing is, if you're using it in your opponent's turn and they've gone second anyway, extra cards aren't really going to help you when they're in your hand to weather the storm of that many attacks from the Tenpai Dragons.
Exactly.
Speaking of many attacks from the Tenpai Dragons, here we go. It's beginning. How fast is going to see how fast he can climb into the various synchro monsters so iconic to this strategy.
I love that his username matches the deck he's running, right?
Yeah.
How fast can I end this game with my Tenpai Dragon deck this time around? And it looks like it is going to be pretty fast this time around. And we do go for Odd Eyes Meteor Burst Dragon, making sure that no more monster effects in this battle phase are going to be an impact. And that even plays around cards like DD Crow now. We've seen DD Crow a couple of times throughout the day already, and it has been more popular lately, and we would not be able to activate that now anymore. And I think it's the second time on table C, actually, that Guardian Chimera is summoned from the Chimera player there. So the second use of that, that's not something you see very often, honestly. And on table
Here we
B,
go, the
still
Synchro
the
Summon now
Firewall.
coming through.
The Synchro Summon that's going to end it all, I'm pretty sure. Oh, not this one just yet. This is going to be Biden Dragon, first of all. We are safe from any monster effects, so we don't want to Synchro off the Odd Eyes Meteor Burst, but we can just still go into a potential Trident Dragon through the Biden Dragon there. Easy. As easy as that. And we see it. Kurzal has drawn 6 cards off of Max C. But it does not feel like, it does not seem like any of them are going to be used anymore. Specifically in a White Forest strategy, combined with the Runic cards, they just don't tend to play that many interactions from the hand anyways. They like to run cards like Evenly Matched, they like to run cards like possibly Dark Rune or more, but not really anything like a DD Crow that I was just talking about. So this Synchro Summoning here is going to result in the monster that ends it all here for this game. And one more time, we have Transcendent Dragon attacking for the game.
Yeah, Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon, such a great force to be reckoned with for the side of the Tenpai Dragon deck. But speaking of forces to be reckoned with, here we go. Snake Eye Fire King. Again, we mentioned as one of the decks to watch this tournament. It is now doing great work for Boss and the side of FSN.
The boss himself is picking up the action here, and we saw him in like the little split screen already, drawing a multitude of cards through that Maxi, and we still see he has 6 cards left in hand after already playing out his entire turn here. And Velo now even getting ashed on his Firewall Dragon, so nothing really he could be doing there. Okay, no destruction of the Firewall Dragon due to the protection effect of Firewall Defensor in the graveyard, so at least it's going to stay on the field for now. We're going to question, though. We're going to have to question for how long, though.
5,500 is quite a lot to have to deal with, to be fair, but where is the removal necessary for this Snake Eye Fire King deck? Dual C, on the other hand, the Chimera, again with the polymerization, by the way.
Yeah, but there it is over. And I mean, you were already saying something about the Ruma Cannon. There we actually saw the Ruma Cannon there. So I think on table C, we had the Chimera versus Labyrinth matchup. Chimera, though, coming out on top, meaning we have an overall 1-1 score with GNDI striking back with a win as well here.
Heatal, the Fire Charmer Ablaze now, just going to further extend the combination here. Decode Tuka Heat Soul going to be summoned back. Where do we go from here with that?
I think we're just trying to possibly... The question is, do we run Access Code Talker? In the Snake Eye Fire King extra deck, extra deck space usually is quite tight, so I don't know whether we have the luxury to go for that. Another very, very decent option could be, though, just to go into the good old reliable Promethean Princess into Raging Phoenix combo line, and then maybe a Zelantis joining the family as well.
Go.
That would be the classic deck, the classic way for fire decks to end it. But let's see whether it is the preferred way here for the boss himself as well. The boss, by the way, FSN boss, another super big regular on the Challenger Cup circle. I probably have casted, I want to say, at least 15 featured matches by this man already throughout his Challenger Cup career. So someone that you will regularly see in the top cuts of those Challenger Cup tournaments. And now he has brought 2 of his teammates to make it even here in this special edition, in this 1000 Days of Challenger Cup edition, to get that glorious first prize of that IRL trip. Let's see whether they will be able to take it down.
IRL trip and fantastic themed prizes to do with the 1000 Days.
Oh yes, those beautiful Also, on our overlay to be seen here, alt arts of the Evil Twins and Live Twins. Definitely something very desirable. I heard a lot of people saying they are definitely something that they are playing for and that they are willing to win.
As you said, the World Sea Dragon Zealantis going to create a bridge in tandem with the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames and the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. Basically just going to clear the field out and enable a great deal of damage to be dished out from the side of boss. And things are not looking too good for GNDI right now. FSN should cleanly close this one out and come to a 2-1 lead in this series.
It does feel like that. So the firewall was not able to be destroyed on the first attempt, but now on the second attempt it has found its way into the graveyard, and that means that FSN and their captain boss are taking the 2-1 lead, as you just said. Yeah.
Yep, it finds its way into the graveyard, and FSN find their way into a series lead as we enter the second set of games. Some great deck diversity again, with I think every player bringing something different.
Yeah.
But the Tenpai Dragon has again been a standout for us.
For sure. But I mean, I think the most diversity we've had so far overall, I think all of the feature matches we had until this point, people were more so kind of connecting on one idea of a deck, kind of going with the same idea of a deck, and going, for example, with the Doggy team that we saw earlier, with a just complete Tenpai Dragon strategy of all of 3 players.
The Adamantipated player was doing their own thing.
Yeah, for sure. He was just out there vibing as well. By the way, maybe as an update for the people at home watching, you saw in the first round in top 64, Quantal and his team won WC advancing, but then in top 32, their journey was over. So they are no force to be reckoned with anymore in this tournament. And interestingly enough, they have fallen, though, to someone that has been winning a lot of Challenger Cups and even season finals already, Pictinium. Probably a name you've heard before as well, right?
Yep.
He has a team for this one as well, and he is defeating Quantal and still up in the running now in this tournament as well with his team.
Very interesting, and will be interesting to see exactly which decks that team does choose to bring to the table as well.
Yeah.
Tenpai Dragon, we mentioned, was the deck to watch going into this, and so far has been the deck to watch alongside the Snake Eye Fire King. However, we were so excited to see the White Forest there, the White Forest Runic actually being brought to the table here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, did fall a little bit short, but
very much so, yeah.
A few more games left in this series, at least.
I hope they just stick to the deck. I hope they're just going to bring it again, and so we hopefully are going to just see the deck flawlessly executing that combo, because they were very, 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 very far away from that there in that game, because just the difference of the hand interactions there. They had Maxi, they had Ash Blossom, they had Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion on top of that, so there was just no way for them to actually ever pull off what the deck is supposed to do, which was super unfortunate.
I was also very pleasantly surprised to see the Chimera deck actually flourish as much as it did. Nightmare Apprentice really made a big difference for that deck's consistency and access early on. Granted, I'm not sure how well that would fare against a Dimensional Barrier declaring Fusion Summon as well.
It's definitely tough, but I think the Chimera deck is one of the decks that can at least recover a little bit. Tenpai, for example, they don't have many other ways than Synchro Summoning.
Yeah.
Chimera, though, we know they, for example, also play some rank 6 monsters. They also do have a couple of Link monsters in their extra deck, so I think they usually would be able to recover somewhat from a Dimensional Barrier. And also, I think one card that just came out yesterday, of course, is also the Diabells, the original Sin Keeper, which is going to be included in the Chimera deck now as well. And I think that gave it a decent little push now as well.
Consistency build up there.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a consistency ad, but it's more so just a very, very powerful piece of the end field now, as it just says your opponent has to set all of the spell trap cards before they activate them, and just mechanic-wise, that just doesn't work with quick spells, because if you have to set your Sengen Kaim, if you have to set your Forbidden Droplet, you can't activate them that turn anymore, and therefore you are left without using them. And yeah, watch a Tenpai player without their Sengen Kaim and without their Forbidden Droplet. That's not going to be easy for them. So I really like the call of playing Chimera at the moment, especially with so many Tenpai decks running around.
Yeah, exactly that. And still haven't seen a Gimmick Puppet yet, but still got a lot of games here for you as we do enter the second series of games for the top 8.
And we do get to witness the Chimera player live and in action. We do have the normal summon of Gazelle, the king of mystical beasts. And I think we were talking to Ember, who's quite the big fan and expert of the Chimera strategy earlier, and he was saying the best thing to do against this deck is just trying to keep him off the Chimera Fusion, and that Gazelle there was supposed to search it out. There comes the Ash Blossom, but there also is the Called by the Grace, so we will be able to get it to our hand through that. Or not, because there's also the Infinite Impermanence. Wow. That is a huge start for FS7 Boss here.
Yep.
Oh, is there maybe a crossout waiting as well? That would be nice. We could also get rid of the Imperm, possibly. There also, of course, always is the possibility that they're just communicating with their opponents. Oh, we also see Labyrinth on table number B. I love that. Maybe with the Equation Cannon possibly as well.
Yeah, big welcome Labyrinth now set to the field as well, so does look to be in a pretty good position here for the Labyrinth deck. We will see how that does play out, as an Ash Blossom does stop an original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye from playing out on Duel A.
That is correct. So we're still thinking on that. So there's two things that could be the case here. Either Nets was actually thinking about whether to add something to that chain as a chain link 4, or he was just chatting to one of his teammates trying to figure out the perfect line for one of their games. So it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, we see Magician Souls on Duel number A. Oh, no. No further way to play. We made this our main feature match to watch the Chimera deck, and it does get stopped in its tracks, and it will not be able to show us the big combo that it was doing on the off table there on the first set of games, but now not able to do that.
On the topic of big combos, you have the Horus cards now successfully resolving. I think we saw Imseti, Glory of Horus. Now we see it recurring from the graveyard thanks to the King Sarcophagus. It's just going to get more difficult to deal with from here on out here. Duel A looking like we have FSN in firm control here as Boss. The onus is now on him to overcome a not so formidable field from the Chimera Illusion of Nats.
Nice way of saying that.
Yeah.
We gotta...
It's Gazelle.
It's Gazelle. I mean, Gazelle is a classic. It's, of course, a modern version of it, of the old school Gazelle that was been introduced to the game in, like, I think in the first couple of cards at all. Oh, but we do have a Maxi at least. So this one is not over yet. Is there a way to stop it? Oh my, there's Called by the Grave on the side of Boss as well. Life must be good when you have that now too.
You know, if you imperm this Gazelle, it's basically old Gazelle.
Yeah, true. You're right. I mean, artwork-wise, they're pretty similar. I can definitely approve it. But now we get to go for the next Ponix. Ponix is going to grab us the Fire King Sanctuary. And I'm really curious, though, what happens over on Duel Table A, because we see Horus cards. I saw Magician Souls, which I really haven't seen in a very long time. So this might be another one of those 60-card Horus, Telement, all kind of good card decks.
Zombie Vampire and Diabell Started Black Witch getting linked off into IP Masquerena. Super Polymerization. Garura, the Wings of Resonant Life, very likely to come out here. I live in fear of it.
Oh, that should be that. Yep. Oh, wait, it could also be Matragon. It's probably... Oh, no, it is Garura. There it is. They were both the same type, so we do go for the Garura. And now the question, can Boss extend from that? They do have the Sanctuary to go for the Fire King Island, but they would need another monster to destroy with it. And it's not safe that they have it. So that might have been the best timed Super Polymerization there ever.
No cards in hand for Nats now, but after, you know, having had to play through the Infinite Impermanence, the Called by the Grave, all of that, just very, very difficult situation
and the
for him to be in.
phase. It's the turn of Nats again.
Nats actually weathered that storm pretty well here, and it looks like Boss may be in a very precarious position.
It looked so good for Boss after the Called by the Grave on Maxi as well, but that Super Polymerization just completely ending everything there. And I think I see... Yeah, there's Runic Flashing Fire, by the way.
Oh, no, sorry, yeah, it is Runic.
Yeah, it's still the Runic White Forest deck, I think, on Duel A. And in the end, the field of the Magician Souls and Horus monsters didn't really end up in that much. There's just a Linkaribo only at the end of the day. And it's facing a Runic Fountain now. But focusing again on the main feature here between Boss and Nats, we gotta say Garura alone is 3,000 points of damage as it's doubling battle damage when it is attacking. But we do still need another 3,500 from somewhere. What is that? new card that we just picked up there. And also, yeah, we have Labyrinth being in complete control on the duel table B. It's a nice little display of different decks that we have here for this round.
And despite being down on the overall score, it looks like GNDI, all of their players right now, seem to be in firm control of their game.
Yeah, I would agree. I think for Duel A, I'm the least sure, but I would say, yeah, definitely on table C, and for table B, it looks very, very good for them. But also the Runic White Forest deck gets going here, so I'm fine with that. There's an effect Veiler now.
We're going to get the draw off of the Garura going to the graveyard, but there's no banish from the opposing graveyard from the SP Little Knight, thanks to that effect Veiler.
Indeed, and that is massive, because we do know that there is some resources in the graveyard, and when there is Fire King cards in the graveyard, they will eventually find their way back into the hand or onto the field. But first of all, oh, that was a clean draw free. Clean draw free, and there's a clean triple tactic talents though from Nats, getting to draw 2 cards here, fresh cards. He has not even normal summoned yet. And the effect Veiler on SP Little Knight also means that there is going to be battle phase attacks available that can attack directly, so we might find a way to possibly end it here. Oh, but no!
Or not, as the case may be.
Just a sad card. Normal summon Barrier Statue of the Abysmo, meaning no monsters except Dark monsters from now on can be special summoned.
It is not a flashy finish. It is not that single turn victory of Tenpai Dragon, but it is an insurmountable, almost you have to consider, advantage now for Nats if he chooses to attack directly time and time again. Next turn, turn after, is there any way out of this for Boss?
Yeah. Very, very interesting to see that Nats not decided to attack, because I'm like, SP Little Knight was negated for effect Veiler, so he had the ability to attack directly. That could have already been 2,600 life points point of damage that you would take, and you need it, but we just didn't do that. Oh, that's such a massive card to draw there. We're playing a fire deck, but guess what? We are about to search a dark monster. Special summoning out the Black Witch here is an easy answer to the Barrier Statue, as it can be special summoned, and even under restriction.
She can attack over it very easily.
That's the point about it, yeah. Oh, look at that. We're saving our monsters. We're saving the SP Little Knight and the Barrier Statue now.
And in Duel B, we do see actually the Labyrinth deck coming out ahead. We do see GNDI evening up this series. The score is now 2-2, and we have 2 more duels in the second set of games here. A lot of 2s there.
Oh, Angel Statue Azarune. Nats really capitalizing on all the new cards that we got from yesterday's set. And that is such a crazily good answer to the Witch, because Witch is a summon you could negate with the Azarune.
So Emra mentioned this yesterday as a very, very valid target for the Silhouette Rabbit.
Exactly.
And now seeing it used to this degree of versatility as well really is testament to just how impactful this single card could be, even though it's you know, come out alongside Gimmick Puppet and White Forest, who are impactful themes in and of themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Silhouette Rabbit, probably the most generic card that could be played in the most like different decks, because there's like, when you have the way to go into 2 monsters and use them for a Link 2, because Silhouette Rabbit doesn't care what kind of monsters it uses, it can go with whatever, then you are free to just bring it out. So whenever you're lacking some field potential with your deck, you can be like, okay, I can throw in a Silhouette Rabbit and a target for it, then I will be fine. But now, for now, we're going to have FSN Boss activating the Fire King Island that we knew he would still have in hand.
Does Nats have any further disruption, though, is the question.
I mean, we gotta see, when we activate the island now to just destroy the Witch, that gives us a fire monster, but how far is that fire monster going to get us is the question.
Boss is on somewhat of a timer here, just because end phase, of course, we will have the SP Little Knight and the Barrier Statue returning.
Absolutely. That is completely true. And Boss trying to figure out here, and I'm trying to figure it out with him, because this is not the easiest situation. You do have your normal summon still available to yourself, so Ulcanix could be something, but then Ulcanix doesn't have anything to destroy anymore. It's a pity. Like, he's missing a second monster here together with the Witch, possibly. I don't know whether he will be able to get into this. But that is going to be answered very soon, as Boss is probably right now chatting to his teammates. On duel table B, his teammate was already defeated, so he's now ready to help him out here on table number C. And I love the background music, by the way.
Yeah.
That is, of course, the live twin, evil twin field, giving us that nice little tune there. So even when there is a little bit of quietness and Boss not really doing any moves, we do still have that entertainment of the music. I do quite adore that.
I like the little dance that you did there, just to endorse it. Yeah.
Shame that no one could see it, right?
It happens.
But now, Boss, come on, deliver us with a solution. Is it going to be... I mean, we could still just special summon the witch, but yeah, when we special summon the witch, it just immediately gets negated. That doesn't really get us anywhere. So it's either activating the island here or just passing, I think.
I'm watching a lot of action unfold on Duel A, however.
True.
Especially with those Snake Eye cards.
Yeah, I think it's another unfortunate turn of events for the Runic White Forest strategy. We saw them drawing free cards for Runic Fountain, but now there's not really that much to hold back all the Link summoning that the Snake Eye deck is now offering there from his opponent.
Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames now coming out.
Indeed. We are going to at least now get the... Oh, look. On the main now, we have Boss deciding not to do anything anymore. End phase, we have the returning Little Knight and the returning Barrier Statue. And imagine now, we did already attack last turn. We could already have FSN Boss down to 5,400 life points. And then we would be very, very close to sealing the deal right away. Now we have to go a little longer of a way. But maybe still it's possible. I wouldn't be surprised.
I believe we have 4,400 on the field at the moment. So we'll take at least one more turn unless we can create something else. Unfortunately, cannot find a way towards establishing a more formidable field, but still, you know, making steady progress towards closing this one out.
Indeed. And now it does become a little more interesting, because now the witch can just be special summoned again. It's more so of an option. Even though the barrier statue is still there. We were just discussing that last turn, that that's just possible. But then the Azarun is again there. Okay, now no hesitation. Boss has been thinking a lot last turn, but now he immediately rushes into the main phase and activates the effect of Fire King Island. Are we just destroying the witch, or is there a fire monster that we picked up? Oh, there is an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
I mean, that is a fire monster that we picked up.
On the wrong side of the field, though.
Yeah.
Ashing the island. That's a massive Ash Bear right away. That is so, so good. And on table E, we once more see Zelantis doing the face-down dance, I want to say, just setting everything on the opponent's side. Speaking of setting, FSN Boss joins the dancing party, sets his own monster there. So it seems like he picked up a monster to normal summon, which still the remaining card in hand. And... oh, there's Cornfield Codal now for Nats. This could be the closeout card, because that gives us a normal summon in that Mirror Swords Knight, and it's a pretty strong one as well with 1,900 attack points. And let's not forget, it actually even is a quick effect in the battle phase, but we do go for it right away in the main phase instead.
Okay.
And in the meantime also, I think FSN has just reclaimed the lead, because in duel number A, we do have FSN winning and making it 3-2.
I do expect GNDI to be able to tie this one up, though, because we've seen how good this Chimera deck has been and how it's been able to hold on against Boss and his Fire King deck.
And there is the Chimera Fusion. I think it's the first one from this entire duel, right? We haven't seen him activate this just yet. In turn 1, Boss was very successfully cutting off the access to it, but now it's about time to Fusion Summon, and it's about time to go for the good old big Guardian Chimera. That was a Chimera card even before the Chimera archetype really was around. Was already initially played in the branded strategies, but now has found an even more home place in the Chimera strategy.
Guardian Chimera will clear the field, and it will clear a path for GNDI to even up this series. Mirror Sword Knight comes back now. Nightmare Apprentice comes to the hand. Where do we go from here? Nats, the options are limitless to this Chimera player.
Yep, Buenas noches to the set. Oh, we don't even go after the set monster. We just destroy the Fire King Island, which is going to eventually also destroy the set monster, as that is what it does. The monster drawn was an effect veiler, not enough to withstand now. Oh, we just don't want to end it just yet. We're just going for the Nightmare Apprentice now as well.
Wow.
Nats now just showcasing, right? He's just flexing on us. He's like, I am here with my Chimera deck in top 8, and I'm going to equal the score for my team here. And there is the Diabels, the original Sin Keeper. So we have crystal clear information now that he is running that card as well. That brand new card while equaling the score.
And yeah, we have a crystal clear indication that these teams are more evenly matched than that first set of games may have indicated. 3-3. Going to essentially what is now just a best of 3, resetting this series, and it all comes down to this.
Oh yeah, and I'm excited because I hopefully can see that Runic White Forest deck now doing what it is supposed to do. Match 1 was struggling. Match 2, it also couldn't really do what it's supposed to do, but his teammates, they still kept the ship sailing, they still kept them alive, they are free, very much still possible to take this all down, and I think now the Runic White Forest player of the team, he's going to step up and he's going to take care of this now. Personally, I would say.
Yeah?
I have very high hopes and I think it's going to happen.
We'll see, yeah.
I think so. Yeah, you can trust me on that. He's going to do it. He's going to pull it off.
I believe.
He's going to go first and he's just going to make the most marvelous field you have ever seen.
I was also very happy to see the Chimera deck do so well. Because
agreed.
Yeah, just, very, very impressive. Guarding Chimera, of course. Kind of finishing a game once it comes out. Very, very powerful. But also, I would like to see more interaction from the Nightmare Apprentice and the Diabels, because they did kind of change the way the deck was played once they were added to it.
Yeah, for sure. The Nightmare Apprentice that just brought a whole different level to the deck. Just such a crazy extender. It's really, really good to see. And I'm also very excited to hopefully see more from that. And then Diabels, as soon as that card is on the field, it's so tough to deal with. I mean, yeah, you can. Even cards like Raigeki usually are just such a... You just put them to the field and they're immediately just going to make everything easier for you. But you have to set them first. Then the Diabels, the original Sin Keeper, can also just immediately destroy it. So there's just so many ways around it. And I think it just really put it over the top now of the competition. And it is very rightfully so here in the top 8 of this.
Yeah. Tenpai Dragon, not so impactful so far between these two teams. Really intriguing to see that. Seeing a good amount of variance there, but it feels like Snake Eye Fire King is still the deck to watch when it comes to these players, in particular, these Challenger Cup mainstays that you mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting to see because I think we somewhat predicted it, that in the beginning, people might be playing something else and then switch to Tenpai in the later stages. But instead, it maybe seems like more so now that the people are playing Tenpai in the beginning, then switch to something else on the later stages. But speaking of the later stages, the latest stage of this match is on us. We are going to have the last set of 3 games here for top 8. So into the action we go. And we have a normal Pearly from Kurzal. That's what I like to see. Grabbing a pretty memory. Okay, what can the boss do against that?
Stray Pearly Street as well. The field spell is there. The quick plays are there. Do we have any disruption for this?
We shall see. We also see some Horrors monsters on duel table B. We see Jubel on table C. But I'm very excited that we're now going to see the Pearly deck first of all. And now the monster we're going to summon out is most likely going to be Pearl Lily. And that Pearl Lily is protected by Effect Veiler, protected by Infinite Impermanence. So very little things that boss could do against it.
Zombie Vampire coming out in duel B does already suggest a good start for the Horus strategy. Jubel as well now in duel C.
Oh yeah, and now we do go ahead, resolve the pretty memory. So maybe this weekend is going to be a pretty memory for Team G and DI as they're trying to make themselves a ticket to that tournament in March where they could travel together as a team. And Kurzal has decided for this moment that it's going to happen with the Pearly deck, and I love that call. Pearly, a deck that was super popular on its release, then also has faced a couple of hits on the Forbidden Unlimited list, but now it's still at a level where it can compete at the top level with all the other decks, as we can now see clearly. And it's beautiful to see. Actually, in the feature match that Emre and I casted earlier, there also was a Pearly deck, but it wasn't very successful. But this already looks more promising, even though there still is the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Pearl Lily here. How much is that going to do? We can still use the effect to summon out the E-Pearly Beauty here, as there is the pretty memories already sitting in the graveyard.
Things seem to be going very well for the UBEL player in Duel C, I have to say well, by the way. Opening the Spirit
100%.
Gates, Nightmare Pain, so many resolutions just going through here. Looks to be incredibly difficult to deal with.
Man, it has been so long since a Pearly player really has just ended up on an X-Pearly Noir. They just always get stopped. They never get to X-Pearly Noir, but there could be still the way, of course, on the opponent's turn to do it.
So there was a team at WCS called Double Noir.
Yep.
Whose ideal end field was 2 X-Pearly Noir.
Did they ever do it, though? That's the question.
I don't think so.
Because I haven't seen it in a very, very long time, but there might be... Oh, we start things off with Infinite Impermanence. And the important thing here is Stray Pearly Street only protects your Pearly monsters that are special summoned the turn they are special summoned from being targeted. So now the Pearly Beauty summoned last turn is a valid target for the Infinite Impermanence. And what is next? 4 cards in hand. Boss so far has just been sticking to that Snake Eye Fire King deck, and I would be surprised if he switches it up now, because it has been working like a charm for him.
No cards in hand for Kurzel though, so the amount of disruptions available right now are limited to what you see on the field.
That is indeed true. Also interesting to see that he did not decide to attach a Sleepy Memory onto the E-Pearly Beauty, because if he would have attached a Sleepy Memory with the field spell, we could have drawn a card in the standby phase, but we did instead go for another material, another quick spell that we wanted to attach. Maybe there's also a Sleepy Memory set on the field, and there is, as I was thinking, still the Fire King strategy for Boss.
Yeah, Fire King Courtier Ulcanix, as good a start as any for this deck. Really helps you access further Fire King cards, but an Infinite Impermanence coming down onto it does mean that that's going to get stopped in its tracks. Can Boss do anything? Does he have any further follow-up?
Kirin. That would have been a strong moment, of course, to use Kirin to dodge the Infinite Impermanence, but that is not a card that Boss currently has access to. And we do just head into the battle phase instead. Very, very slow game here so far. We've seen so many fast-paced games throughout the day with a lot of 10-pie gameplay, and now we just have an 800 attack point monster attacking over 100 attack point monster. Complete opposite of all of that. And I think Boss in main phase 2 goes for Bonfire now. Trying to grab another fire monster from the deck. Most prominently, I would expect a Poplar here, as we have already normal summoned. And oh, we do go for Snake Eye Ash. So I think Boss is just setting up for the next turn instead. And I think, but that means Kurzel now is in the end phase going to be able to attach another material onto the E-Pearly Beauty, as he's probably going to do just there. That's 4 materials on it. So I feel like we might be getting an X-Pearly Noir. I've been wanting an X-Pearly Noir, and I think we're going to see it on the next turn there.
Okay. Now the end phase, can we see it go over to Kurzel here?
So another material. This time, clear indicator there was a delicious memories attached to it, as the attack points just went up significantly there, boosting the monster for every material that it has. And now, what's the next play? There always is going to be a pretty memory under an E-Pearly Beauty, as that's just the way it is being summoned. So we could definitely use the additional effect of E-Pearly Beauty here to possibly attach the Ulcanix. We're setting a monster, first of all. We're probably going to tribute that, trying to attach the Ulcanix. Exactly what we're trying to do. Is there an effect Veiler or something like that preventing that? Question mark. Boss, can he allow that? Yes, 5 material beauty.
Nice.
Meaning that is the potential X-Pearly Noir now. But we are making a stop in the battle phase, first of all.
3,100 damage now coming through. 9,000 life points for Boss prior to that, but now does look to be in a pretty precarious position. Speaking of precarious positions, by the way, the UBEL deck is still doing UBEL things, while conversely, I think a solid lead for the Horus player in Duel B.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the Typhon coming down for the Chimera player that was forced to go second here. But there is VX Pearly Noir now in the end phase getting an additional material. And that number of 7 materials is crucial, as that allows us to use the effect once and still be unaffected. Because when it has 5 or more materials, it will be unaffected by everything, essentially.
4,900 defense.
Yep, have fun getting over that. In the standby phase now, drawing a card, drawing another card, as there's 2 Sleepy Memories underneath the Pearly Noir as a material. So, Kurzel sitting pretty. He got that extra turn he needed. Was not able to summon Noir on the first turn, but then the third turn was a lot more successful in that.
And despite dropping 2 games in that first set of games, GNDI have made a comeback and look to be the ones firmly in the lead in this final set.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, wasn't Kurzel actually our Runic White Forest player? I told you he's going to come in and now just going to rock it, but he just shows a different deck. And I think the most ironic thing about this whole match here right now is that Kurzel right now is looking really, really good with his Pearly deck, while Everson Boss has Pearly sitting as his mate on his base there. It's almost making fun of him there. He's like, why did you play me? But we are going to now use the effect of Pearly Noir on the Fire King Island activating. So that is going to be spun back into the deck immediately. Gone it is. Luckily it can't activate here, because when something goes back into the deck, it's not treated as leaving the field, because in the deck it just can't activate in that way, just game mechanic wise.
Link Haribo now.
Oh yeah, and that is just a pass. And in the end phase, we're adding more materials. Stray Pearly Street really putting in the work here for the 4th time already, upping the number of materials onto those Exceed monsters. So that also will go into drastically improve the attack points again. 2,900, and we're not even done yet. Is FS and Boss going to get out of this, or is Kurzel just going to end it here? It's always a bit controversial amongst Pearly players on whether the moment you have a Noir on the field, you're trying to take it slow or quick. Because the slow way is usually fine, because you can just sit on the Noir and the people can't really do anything about it.
You just draw with the Sleepy Memories
have
as
the
well.
control, exactly, yeah. On the other end, there's other people saying, hey, just when you already are in an advantageous position, just try to go for it, just try to end it. So let's see how Kurzel approaches this here. He did find the top deck of Pearl Lily there. And we do on table C, by the way, have the odd look of 2 Phantom of Jubel there on the field.
Yep.
You only need 1, but you may as well summon another one, as it's not restricted to being once per turn. And there is Nightmare Pain on the field with 3 Jubel monsters. I think the Jubel player on table number C into that Typhon might be doing a whole lot of damage there, and might even be enough damage to just end the game on table number C there.
So C looks to be in firm control of GNDI. I would say B is looking pretty FSN favored, but this table A that we are watching, Kurzel from GNDI, he looks like he can close this one out with that Pearly Noir, with the Pearly Happy Memory now resolving.
Happy Memory discards a second copy of the Stray Pearly Street.
FSN did win that dual C, so they're 1 game away. But can this actually happen is the question.
Oh, but, it was FSN. So the sides were switched around there. So that means it's not looking that great overall then for GNDI all of a sudden anymore. That is tough news for Kurzel and his Pearly deck, because there is another attack coming through there. And is this already going to be our match? Is this already going to be the series here for Team FSN? I think it might be. Game over there on table number B. Is that going to be the 5-3 or is that going to be the 4-4? I'm not even sure myself now anymore. It is the 5-3. We do have confirmation. Blue color everywhere on the screen. Team FSN on to the semi-finals.
And GNDI almost make the comeback. They looked so good. This Pearly from Kurzel looks so good. But ultimately, it is FSN that are able to take it. It is FSN they're able to turn this around, and it is FSN that make it to the top 4.
I still love, though, that Kurzel now takes his time, just executing this turn, showing everyone in the world that his Pearly deck would have been able to win this year. He was ready to do it for his team, but it is, in the end, going to be the Team FSN that takes it down, even though Kurzel here attacks for game and wins it. So let's call it 5-4, right? It's 5-4 instead of 5-3 because that's a very honorable win there by Kurzel for Team GNDI. And still, though, FSN with Boss and the others is moving on to top 4. Pearly looked really good there. Are we going to see it again?
So you can't ask for much more than a 9-game series, by the way. But yeah, the Pearly coming in clutch, just being that pocket pick to really help you out when it comes to matching up against the Snake Eye Fire King.
Yeah, for sure. And I think against that deck specifically, also it has a pretty decent matchup because a lot of decks have disruptions in form of destroying, and you don't want to destroy Fire King monsters as they would trigger in the graveyard. Pearly Noir, though, just casually shuffling back into the deck.
What do you think about the Tenpai matchup for the Pearly?
It can be good as well, because how is Tenpai ever going to get over next Pearly Noir when it's unaffected, you know? So I can see it being decent for them as well. The only problem I see is when Tenpai is running like Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, and all those kind of cards, it's tough to set up Noir through that. So it really depends on the approach of the Tenpai player. If the Tenpai player is running Raigeki, Lightning Storm, and all those kind of cards, I think it's good for Pearly. When they're running those hand interactions like Veiler, Imperm, and so on and so forth, it becomes a lot tougher.
So the strict destruction is really easy for it to deal with, but the disruption is a little bit more difficult, especially when it's from the hand. Yeah,
it's tough to overcome when it's there. It's hard to really get into the flow when you're being stopped consistently from the opponent, though, for that deck,
And actually, shout out to those decks that we did see just then. The Pearly, even if it didn't make it through,
Advance,
it was still very good to see it, and it performed very well. The Chimera as well was one that really impressed us.
For sure, I like the Chimera deck a lot. I think it definitely may have been the most impressive decks from the ones we saw here. Probably looked also really, like the decks that actually ended up not advancing now, they impressed me the most for sure. Those were the coolest decks of them all.
White Forest Runic as well was another one that we were very happy to see. Honestly, really exciting to see how this is developing in terms of a competitive game right now, just looking at the landscape of the decks available. Wonder if Tenpai Dragon will be the one to take it. Wonder if Snake Eye Fire King will remain on top. And Ubel actually has been doing very well these recent rounds.
For sure. And I mean, I think we definitely saw that the pressure is now also rising, right? We saw longer thinking periods from players because they're like, okay, now it kind of starts to really matter now, so we better think about this for 15 seconds collectively as a team. We had that long phase where Boss really was trying to figure out what to do, and then we also had that on the other side where the Chimera player was really trying to figure out his line, and in the end we ended up having everything working out for Team FSN, so they're on to the semifinals, but we have to also go on into the next round really quickly, so we will go for a short product video, and then we will be back with top 4 right away.
Welcome back, everybody, to the top 4 of the Challenger Cup 1000 Days Qualifier. My name is Ibriz. I'm joined by the wonderful Emre.
Hello, guys. I'm back again. And I just said it funnily enough, like all the cards that I wanted to see on this weekend, on all the decks, I just missed.
Yeah, honestly, I think we got very lucky to see the Chimera, the Pearly, The Runic White Forest as well was
exactly.
another one that you highlighted as a particular favorite of yours. Tell me a bit about what makes these decks stand out for you, because I know that we spoke in depth about the Chimera. We spoke in depth about the White Forest and its functions as an engine to support Centurion and support Runic to stand alone as well. But Pearly was maybe one that we weren't expecting such a commitment onto.
Yeah, so Pearly is a deck that I always see on Challenger Cups for some reason. I don't play against it myself a lot on ladder, but it's really popular in Challenger Cups. I think the reason for that is that an X Purely Noir with 5 or more materials can catch you really off guard.
Yeah, honestly, the discussion I was having with Lampy, just watching the Noir just sit there untargetable, or sorry, unaffected by effects, letting you draw because of the sleepy memory as well.
Yep.
Just the long game is very, very easy for the Pearly to play.
Yep.
And I think if you can indeed weather that storm of the consistent single turn commitment from the Tenpai Dragon, from the Snake Eye Fire King, it's very easy just to out-resource your opponent turn after turn after turn.
Yeah. So Noir with 5 materials is a so-called tower monsters. The term tower comes from the monster Apocryphal Towers, which was the first Towers monster that's unaffected basically by activating effects.
Sure.
So it's a card that's really hard to out. You will always struggle to get rid of it off the field. And on top of that, it also has a removal effect. By detaching 2 materials, you can spin back any card from the field to the deck, or even graveyard, I believe. And you just have to be aware that if you get rid of your materials, that it doesn't become unaffected anymore if you don't have more than 5 or more. So you always have to be conscious about how you interact with the Noir.
Thanks to the field spell, though, it does regain some of those.
Exactly. Every end phase, you can attach 1 memory card from the deck to the Noir.
Yep.
And on the opponent's standby phase, you can always draw cards with sleep memory. So it should be your #1 priority to get rid of the Noir as soon as you can. What is also really dangerous is if you keep the Noir there, and let's say they use it like once or twice and it has like 2 or 3 materials, you always have to be aware that they can put up a Zeus on top of it.
Yeah.
They just attack, put up a Zeus on it, and then you have to deal with the Zeus, which is sometimes even more of a problem than it is for you to deal with the Noir. Usually you can out the Zeus with the Typhon.
Yeah.
But since the Zeus was just summoned, since you only summoned once from the extra deck, you can't special summon Super Typhon on your turn.
Haven't seen much of the Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder this tournament so far, but as you mentioned, especially for these Xyz focused strategies, always remains a threat. Now, something else I wanted to discuss with you heading into this top 4, effectively, semi-finals. The UBEL deck, this might be a bit of recency bias because we've seen it do so well in these past couple of rounds, but it was something that we considered to be maybe a level below Snake Eye Fire King, a level below Tenpai Dragon, but so far it's been very, very powerful, and it's held its own against these decks.
Yeah, I think the reason for that is sometimes if you can play through the hand trap, you can just put up a board that you cannot just interact with because there are too many negates. But now we're in the top 4 and we have Falgal against Lesty.
Yep, Melodious actually coming through for Lesty on Team REV versus T2P. Sorry, T2S.
We start with an Ostinato. I think this might not be pure Melodious. So we go... It is pure Melodious. We go for, I think, Exceed the Pendulum now.
Yep.
Exactly.
Good call. Tell me why.
With Exceed the Pendulum, you can make an Appaloosa before you start your other in-engine plays.
For insurance against the disruptions from the hand. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So now we basically have an Appaloosa for free. We have our scales, and we still have 5 cards in hand. We have the Concerto in hand, which can summon a fusion monster from the extra deck. But we go into an Apo now.
Nicely called. Appaloosa Bow the Goddess, of course, with these 2 materials will be at 1600 attack and will allow 2 disruptions to be prevented here, as we do have Lesty actually now committing to the Pendulum Summon, the Melodious Concerto coming out as well.
I think this was the first Pendulum Summon of the day, if I'm correct.
I think I saw one in the corner of my eye on like a dual B, and I was very impressed. Mostly seeing synchros these days, actually.
The synchros are back, indeed, but it seems to be pure Melodious, and Melodious is known for playing a lot of hand traps to back up their board.
I mean, look at the amount of commitment to the field from Lesty with 4 cards still in hand as well.
Yeah.
Just really testament to the power of this deck when it comes to generating additional resources.
That's basically just one Ostinato.
Wow.
And other than Brandon Fusion, for example, Ostinato is not once per turn. So if you want to Ash it, you can just use another one.
Wow.
And the Banshee now, I think, gets you a Snake Eye Ash. That's what I said. So
Snake Eye Melodious.
Yeah. The Melodious cards are not only putting up an interruption in the form of Appaloosa, they also bridge into the Snake Eye engine with the Infernal Flame Banshee, which searches any Pyro monster, and Snake Eye Ash happens to be a Pyro monster.
Yeah.
So now on top of our Melodious combo, we are going into our Snake Eye combo, and we have, as you said, insurance against hand traps, against every hand trap basically, except the combination of 2.
Divine Temple of the Snake Eye now, just further reinforcing this field that Lesty is setting up here. Rev looking to be in a pretty good position against T2S.
I think on Duel C we see T2S in a really good spot. The opponent has only 3 cards in hand, and we are comboing with our Ritual Beast strategy.
Is that a Garura in Duel B?
Yeah. I think Abo is still playing Branded, and he probably super poly 2 monsters away, but now the Gates brings back the Lotus.
Yes, I'm sorry, D-Lotus coming back thanks to the opening of the Spirit Gates, but Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring now running interference, but the Ubel deck is so resilient, so powerful.
Nightmare Cerberus is a card that I haven't seen in a while by myself.
I think Link 2 is always a very contested slot now that SP Little Knight exists.
Yeah, but you could use maybe the newly released Steelhead Rabbit in this place to put up another form of interruption. I think this will be a Tri-Gate Wizard. Okay, we're going for the Co-Link, so it becomes an Omni-Negate. This is really interesting. I haven't seen that combo by myself yet.
Very well played so far.
Yeah. So we place the Banshee, special summon the Snake Eye Diabolic Star, use Oak to summon Flumberge, I think.
I think the Ritual Beast deck also just went for the Infernal Flame Banshee, by the way.
Yeah, all of a sudden it became a really popular card.
Okay.
I think when it first got released, there was no good deck that can special summon it and then make use of that target.
Yeah.
But with Ritual Beast and Melodious Snake Eye now, the card has been really good.
So Nemesis Flag into the eventual Arc Nemesis Protoss.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And of course using it as a bridge to the Snake Eye engine as a whole for the Snake Eye Melodious.
This field is just amazing. It already has at least 4 or 5 interruptions with 5 cards in hand backed up. We see Princess now. I think we might end on Flumberge on the field, IP in the Spell Trap Zone. And we could even go for the Atlantis here. We can go into Raging Phoenix, link off the Raging Phoenix into the Atlantis. And the Atlantis also points to the Tri-Gate Wizard. So if the opponent ever goes into the battle phase, I think we can pop 10 cards.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is Raging Phoenix.
Yep.
And then that should be the Atlantis. Yeah. I think this is unironically the best Snake Eye end board I've ever seen.
Very well composed. Composed, melodious. Yeah. Will be interesting to see just how Falgal approaches this. Still has yet to reveal a card. Maxi is going to be a card revealed against him, however, and could very well just further reinforce the lead that Lesty now has.
battle phase. Interesting.
Evenly?
Could be an evenly, but we can negate that. Okay, I think it was just a bluff to maybe force out something, but we have the Omni negate, so I think if you commit to that bluff and it doesn't go through, I think you know that you cannot break the board, because otherwise you wouldn't commit to your battle phase without anything. So we're just setting cards face down.
Situation they kind of find themselves here in, basically, with the fact that we now have Lesty and this massive field of negations.
So I know for a fact that Falgal is at the moment trying out the Labyrinth deck with the Equation Cannon. I just don't know if it is that deck right now. It could be, because there is no hand trap, nothing.
And because there are 4 face downs.
Exactly. So IP hits the field. We're not going to an SP in the end phase, which is interesting. It is Labyrinth.
Okay.
So Power Sink Stone hits the field. We only have 2 effects on it we can use. Anything other after the 2 effects will get negated. So it's like a skill drain at home. But we just go straight into the... Oh no, we're in the main phase, sorry. But yeah, I think we can just go into the battle phase and just pop a lot of cards. But there is a Daruma.
Okay, nice.
And that's really strong now. So 1 effect has been used.
Yep.
Okay, so 1 more effect. Trap trick.
Trap trick resolving here means that whatever that last face down is, it can't be used for the rest of the turn.
Yeah.
Well, unless it's a quick play spell, but very unlikely at this point, given it is Labyrinth.
And that
nice.
just gets rid of the entire field. That just shows how strong Daruma Karma Cannon can be. I think I have never seen 4 or 5 Link monsters leave the field. And
that was very impressive, to be fair. But Lord of the Heavenly Prison now coming through. I haven't seen this card in a while, by the way.
It's been a while, yeah. And now what is really interesting is Power Sink Stone is alive. It has 2 counters. That means Leslie cannot use any monster effect anymore. And he has to deal with the Heavenly Prison. To be fair, Falgal can't use the monster effect either, because the summon condition already put up 1 counter on the Power Sink Stone. Yeah. And the on-field effect is a different effect, so that doesn't work. But that's still, as you would say, it's a Blue Eyes on-field right now.
Diabellstar the Black Witch now coming in, hoping to get the Snake Eye component starting again. You have to imagine this will be the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye being added, but could very well be something else. In the meantime, we do now have the Flamberge Dragon's effect resolving to allow for more Snake Eye cards to come back.
But I don't know how we can out the Heavenly Lord without monster effect. I think Dual C looks pretty much over. By just
the Ritual Beast.
The Ritual Beast one.
Very, very potent when left uninterrupted.
And if we look at Dual B, I think the UBEL player has the edge right now. Yeah, we're just passing because we cannot use any monster effect.
Power Sink Stone, as you mentioned. Ooh.
I think the Ogre is still negated. No, sorry, it only gets on the field. Yeah, so the Sink Stone is gone.
Monster effects now restored.
Yeah.
Linkuriboh as well, basically buying a turn if needed. We did actually see a victory in Duel B for Team REV. T2S, can Falgal make a comeback here? Lord of the Heavenly Prison and the destructive Daruma Karma Cannon managed to mount somewhat of a comeback, but can he close this one out to even up the score in this series?
I think it's suboptimal to run multiple Heavenly Lord. Yep. You want to see your impactful trap cards, but Falgal can't draw them, unfortunately, and I don't know what the last card in hand could be. It could be a Lady Labyrinth. Or a Lovely. I think more likely a Lovely because the Lady would have been summoned already.
We still have this mystery set card that was locked out thanks to Trap Trick.
It has to be a lower impact trap, otherwise, I mean, it can't be Trap Trick. Sorry, it can't be the Daruma Cannon because all three are gone now.
Yeah.
So the Snake Eye Diabell can put both cards in the spell and trap zone when it gets attacked or it attacks, getting rid of the Lord. Oak attacking directly. It could be a Welcome Labyrinth or a big Welcome, but it doesn't seem...
Or Simultaneous Equation Cannon.
Could also be Equation Cannon. Equation Cannon, I don't know if the math right now adds up. We have 13 cards on the field, and we have a level 7. That doesn't work.
That doesn't work.
Now it works.
Wow.
He could have changed the Equation Cannon to the Link Karibo because we only had 12 cards and a level 7. No, yeah, 661. That would have worked.
Math is very difficult.
The card is a bit difficult to, like, once you get it, I think it's not that difficult.
Just be glad that it hasn't been played yet. And yeah, okay. SP Little... Okay, Big Welcome Labyrinth
big welcome.
Now resolving. Oh, not resolving as it turns out. Ash, Blossom and Joyous Spring now preventing that from happening, preventing the appearance of the further Labyrinth monster, and now probably preventing T2S from making a lead here as REV look to take the lead.
But the Lord will still summon itself because the trap was used, and it will set a spell trap from the deck face down, which is Trap Trick, which is any trap in the deck basically.
Without giving it away immediately.
Exactly.
So keep the versatility. Yeah.
But the Divine Temple will trigger now because the Lord has been special summoning the Lumbrush Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you could link that off now if you want to. It just depends on what you have left in your extra deck because one SP is already gone. You could... Yeah, I think the correct play is to put it in the spell trap zone, link the SP and the Flumbrush off to Nightmare Phoenix, pop the Trap Trick that can't be used this turn, and then you just maybe pass with follow-up. Yeah, the
Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle?
Yeah, it was Lady, which he could not summon last turn because of the Power Sync Stone.
Mm-hmm.
We chain Little Knight, which is fair enough. So
yeah,
we
protecting both monsters.
Yeah, we also get the Little Knight out of the extra monster zone for future plays. Yeah. That's why the Labyrinth strategy is so good, even going second. I feel like no other deck could have beaten that M board that Leslie put up, because it was just too much for any deck. It was like maybe 10-15 interruptions with like the Tri-Gate.
Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you had like not only the Karma Cannon, you also have Trap Trick to get you to Karma Cannon. And you also have the Simultaneous Equation Cannon, which would have done basically even more than the Daruma Cannon.
Assuming the math was correct.
I think if there's a Flumbrush on board, it is pretty likely to work out.
Will this game be pretty likely to work out for T2S though? Falgal, he's trying his best.
I think Falgal's in a good spot.
Trap Trick now being used on Falgal's turn means that we're probably going to look for an offensive use of another trap.
I think you can get Equation Cannon here. There are... Let me count the cards. It's Flumbrush 1, Divine Temple 2, 5 back row 7.
Oh!
It is, yeah. 7, 8 with the hand card. 13. 5, 5, 3. That works. To explain the card, so you target a monster, the Flumbrush in this case, and then you count every card on the field and all the cards in the hand. And if the then you can send 2 XYZs and 1 fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. Sorry, you can banish them, I believe. And then if the XYZ and the fusion level, the rank and the level equals the level of the monster on the field. And,
this happened.
Yeah. And the other card added to that equals every card that was counted. You can banish the entire field from the opponent. So now it works.
You are so happy after seeing Chimera earlier, after seeing Pearly, after seeing White Forest even.
They should have just listened to me. I knew it was good.
This is what really makes you happy. Simultaneous equation cannons now coming out. Resolving?
It should resolve, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 5/5/3. It should resolve.
Okay.
The only way we can dodge that. Yeah.
Nice.
The only way we can dodge that is if we make sure that if we like flip the monster that was targeted face down, because then the game doesn't know anymore that it is level 8, so the banish effect doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or if we somehow make sure that we tribute our cards for cost and chain to that.
Can I just say that was incredibly impressive. 2 times over now, the destructive Daruma Karma Cannon to clear the field. Once Lesty committed to rebuilding it, Fargal now finds access to the simultaneous equation cannons. Again, thanks to Trap Trick, by the way. Trap Trick, unsung hero of this deck. The Labyrinth just manages to come back again.
Yeah, as I said, Labyrinth is so strong this format, and it's something that people are overlooking because some people don't even know that the card came out. It just got released in the Legacy pack. It got added in the Legacy pack. And it's so strong, as you guys can see. And Lab loves to be in this position where your opponent relies on a top deck, and you also like top deck every turn. And usually your top deck is always, and I say always, stronger than what your opponent can draw.
Dimensional Barrier now?
We use Barrier to trigger the Lady to get a welcome Labyrinth, and then just go for game next turn. And I think there's no answer to or Trap Trick.
Okay.
Yeah, Trap Trick will set you another spell trap, basically. But I think there is no answer to that because you cannot infinite impermanence the Lady.
Lesty now actually did pass to Fargal. Fargal should be able to comfortably close this one out here.
Yeah. There could be an Ash Blossom to give Lesty one more turn. But then again, Fargal's top decks are just stronger than the cards that Lesty can draw. And I think we went through our entire engine already. Yeah, we also play around. I think we also play around Ash Blossom if we use Ice Dragon's Prison, because you cannot Ash Blossom that. Okay, we go for the welcome.
Big Welcome Labyrinth in the battle phase to guarantee a second attack. But Ash Blossom, as you said, coming out. How do we play around it?
I'm not entirely sure, but I think IDP, Ice Dragon Prison, special summons run from the graveyard, and I think you can summon it in attack mode and then just attack. I'm pretty sure. That was one way to play around Ash Blossom. Let me quickly double check.
Regardless, even if that Ash Blossom Joy Spring did happen, it is T2S that closed this one out thanks to Fargal on the Labyrinth. That Labyrinth made such a good comeback thanks to the destructive Daruma Karma Cannon, thanks to the simultaneous equation cannons, and thanks to that Trap Trick. Labyrinth now being the deck of the top 4 so far.
I think this has been the best deck I've seen today, honestly. That game was like one of these games when like you play ladder and you have that game, you just save the replay. So if someone goes into your profile, that's what they see. I think it just shows how good the deck is, how good it can play going second. I think that's something that a lot of decks struggle with at the moment, going second against those crazy boards that we just saw. And in addition to that, your game plan for going first is basically the same as going second. You're just going to set 5 spell traps, pass, and then you're using your interruptions depending on what your opponent does. And by going second, you basically have one more card. So it is really, really good.
Exactly that. And thanks to that Labyrinth deck, we now have T2S 2-1 up against REV, but it is a best of 9. First team to 5 victories will win, but there's still 3 more wins needed for T2S to advance here.
Yeah. I think, as I said, and I think it was round 2, right, where we saw T2S being featured the first time.
Yes.
Yeah, that they might be the favorites of the tournament since the Quantal team got eliminated, unfortunately. I just found out last round. And I think they are now my favorites. I really like their deck choices with like the 60-card branded deck. We've seen them play a 60-card Tier Limit 10-pie Snake Eye deck, and now the Labyrinth deck.
Yeah.
I think their decks are just so unique that it's also hard to prepare as an opponent against those decks.
Yeah, the variance is really, really cool to see. And as you mentioned, really difficult to prepare against. And just having that versatility and ability to change your game plan on the fly, depending on what the opponent is running, depending on the information you've been fed by your teammates.
Yeah. Imagine,
very, very, very well played.
Imagine you're playing against a 60-card tier deck. Your opponent normal summons Rhino. He uses the effect, unless others. Some people don't use the effect of Rhino. They use the effect of Rhino. You throw a Vader on that. Then you see them play like, okay, Sangan summoning. You're already confused. Okay, I'll Ash that.
I was confused when I saw it in the corner of my eye.
And they go Snake Eye Darebell, and then just full combo. Like you just don't know what to expect next. You don't know where to hand trap. And I think that makes the deck really strong.
So tell me how to deal with this Labyrinth deck that we saw be so dominant in this game. Because it felt like the setup was really good against it, honestly. But again, time and time again, despite the Snake Eye field.
So it's a deck that I've been playing myself in a TCG a while ago. And it is really hard to play against, I have to say. I think you need to know how to dodge cards like Simultaneous Equation Cannon, because that if that card resolves, it's over. And you just need to be like aware of like the level count of your monsters and like the count of the overall cards on the field and hand. You just have to make sure that they cannot resolve it. You can play around it with, for example, only link cards. If you only have link cards on the field, your opponent cannot use the Equation Cannon. I think that's one way to deal with the deck. You can also try to make sure that they will never get to their Labyrinth monsters. The Labyrinth monsters are basically beat sticks in the stakes, because you can special summon them for free with like the traps. But they're like Lovely, for example, is a really strong card, but the effect of Lovely in this deck, for example, is not that important.
I think the discussion we had previously was kind of weighing the furniture build versus this build, and this build only runs what, like 5 Labyrinth monsters?
Yeah, I think 4. I think
4. 2 and 2,
or even 3. You probably play 2 Lady and 1 Lovely at most. Or you can play 3 Lady, but as you said, the Furniture Labyrinth, I think that deck counters the Trap Lab the most. Because you can trigger your Furnitures every turn, on your turn and on the opponent's turn, because you both play trap cards.
Yeah.
And I think by playing that version of the deck, you have a really, really good matchup. So if I knew that my opponent will pick that deck, I would just go with Furniture Labyrinth.
Regardless of how that game did play out, though, I have to say the Melodious Snake Eye, the setup was so clean. Granted, there was no disruption on it. It just got to do whatever it wanted, and yet somehow the Labyrinth managed to mount a comeback despite having no disruptions in turn 1.
The field was insane. As I said before, I think that was the best Snake Eye endboard that I've ever seen. If I compare to like the usual endboard, it's like 2 or 3 times more interruptions than the usual endboard.
Yep.
And we are talking about the Labyrinth deck the entire time, but we also have to give the Melodious Snake Eye deck a lot of credit, because that was also really clean.
Yep.
I think against any other deck it would have won. I think it was an unbreakable field. It somehow got broken though.
Well, somehow.
Yeah.
Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon.
Into
Simultaneous Equation Cannon.
Yeah.
A lot of cannons.
It's all the cannons, yeah. I was just going to say it's all the cannons.
And Trap Trick, by the way. Trap Trick, so good. As a Dynamorphia player.
Trap Trick is a really broken card. It's like any trap that you want in your deck. In the Trap Lab especially, it's any monster that you want. It's any trap, and you can against any matchup you can always like see what trap is the best. So it's always better to have Trap Drake instead of any other trap. And I think the Trap Lab also has a really good
How is the matchup against Ritual Beast?
I think the Ritual Beast matchup is probably one of the more tougher ones.
Yeah, I think I cut you off there when you were saying that the Tempai matchup is actually quite...
Actually, I think the Ritual Beast matchup is fine.
Yeah?
I think you don't care about their import.
Okay.
You're just gonna set 5.
Well, speaking of setting 5, and actually speaking of Ritual Beast, by the way, here we go. Ritual Beast. Maybe we won't see a set 5 because actually it's Lesty playing, you have to imagine that Snake Eye Melodious again rather than the Labyrinth repeat. Instead, it's going to be Ritual Beast versus what we have to imagine is Snake Eye Melodious.
Yeah. The Maxi resolve, which is strong. That's like the main concern I always have when I see Ritual Beast, is that you really lose against Maxi if it resolves. Now I'm curious on what endboard Mount is going for. You don't want to give your opponent probably any draws.
Yeah.
And setting 2 probably means you have like some sort of protection. Hard drawing Steeds here is really good because we'll just pop 2 cards. But let's see what Leslie is playing. Maybe Leslie switched up decks.
The Branded doing its thing in the Dual C as well, by the way.
But it's a different set of sleeves. So maybe it's a different version of Branded.
Okay.
And it is Melodious again, drawing Couplet.
Yep, couplet the Melodious Songstress.
And
I see Skill Drain and Labyrinth cards.
No, it's not a Labyrinth card. Did you see the one? It's True Draco.
Ah!
And Labyrinth.
Yeah.
So we see a deck lockdown and a True Draco monster.
If you manage to tribute a continuous trap for Masterpiece, the True Draco Slaying King, it may have a pretty good matchup into Labyrinth.
Exactly, but there's a Skill Drain on board, and I think if Skill Drain is face up before the True Draco Masterpiece is on the field, the Masterpiece should be negated.
Okay.
And there's also a Maxi on Mouth Sand. Let's see if it resolves.
So actually, stark difference compared to the previous game, because Lesty now early commitment to the Snake Eye Ash here. Previously, by the time that this player got to that stage of the combo, of the setting up of the field, the Melodious had already resolved massively into that Appaloosa and into further establishment thanks to the pendulum scales being set.
There's a
but
super
here
poly.
is super polymerization. Do we see Garura, the Wings of Resonant Life?
I feel like setting both cards is really risky here, because if they have an answer to your Maxi with an Ash Blossom, for example, your Super Poly also doesn't work anymore. So the last card has to be a really good defensive card. Otherwise, I think you will just keep it in your hand.
Yep.
For that reason. And now I think Lesty now has to go for the push. Even though we are under Maxi, I think you just have to risk it here. Because if you don't, you just lose to the next turn of Ritual Beast.
Snake Eyes Diabell Star now coming through as well. And again, Lesty just leaning in more on the Snake Eye part of this Melodious Snake Eye deck and actually putting a lot into this Spell and Trap card zone, but giving a free card thanks to the Maxi.
Okay, we're just going to the battle phase, attacking the Rampengu, which, fair enough.
Yeah, you want to run interference on the eventual fusion. Plus, of course, once the Garura is removed from the field, it will give a draw.
Yeah. No, I think you just have to attack the Rampengu because it's the only form of follow-up.
Hey, Emre, we got Masterpiece, the True Draco Slaying King.
We do. And I think the Skill Drain will get popped now.
We shall see.
It's the first Masterpiece of the day, right?
I think so. I think it's first True Draco of the day for sure.
That's exciting.
It is.
Against the Trap Lab deck. And I think the Trap Lab deck has also a really good matchup against that because of the high level of Masterpiece.
Really, really cool to see, actually. And yeah, just how this matchup goes. Is that Ice Dragon's Prison being
It
used?
is Ice Dragon's Prison. I think we can banish the Masterpiece if we have the right target in the graveyard. I think we should. Let's see. Yeah, and the Masterpiece is gone.
Okay. Now Ritual Beast ulti, Canahawk coming out here. The start of the combo for Mount here.
I think this looks really good for Team 2TS.
T2S indeed looking pretty good here. The Labyrinth is in a good place against the True Draco. The Ritual Beast has already managed to
Get into
pressure
his combo,
the Snake
yeah.
Eye.
We
And
get,
Dual C branded.
yeah, Brandon is
doing
also
branded
popping up.
things.
Yeah, I see double loss there, I believe. And we're just resolving a spell card. It's High Spirits, I think. I think this might be a 3-0 victory in this set for T2S. I think that the team name is Think Twice. It's a very good Master Duel team.
Ah.
They crush the Challenger Cups in every weekend when I see them play. And they're doing pretty good right now as well.
Wonder if they will crush this one in the finals.
If they make it.
If they make it.
They make
But REV now in their way. Still in this. Still have one game to their name. So could still very well make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, the Snake Eye player still has 4 cards in hand.
Yep.
Could also be a Nibiru, which is always really strong against Ritual Beast. We'll see. But there is a lot of pressure right now on the team because the team members are all behind at the moment. I think Abo's end board looks really strong. I see Mirror Jade, I see Lubellion, Lost, Wham. And I think there can only be one on Falgal's field, which is also strong against True Draco.
The Ritual Beast team is Ephraim Pillica now coming out as well to further extend here, further access more of those heavy hitting Ritual Beast cards. Spiritual Beast tamer Lara as well now coming back does mean we will have access to further Spiritual Beast options such as the Canahawk.
Yeah, and if Lara gets
Reraltary.
if Lara gets banished, it can special summon a Ritual Beast from deck, which also extends. I think we might even win this turn.
This has to be Ritual Beast ulti Reraltary, right?
It's
No,
Appaloosa.
actually Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess.
Which I think is a really good call because we are now nip proof. Garura drawing a card. And now I think we can banish 2 to summon, I think it's Ultinokia Draco. And that would trigger Lara, but we trigger Lara first from the hand to have an additional summon, a normal summon. So I think Maut just wants to go for game this turn.
Yep.
Yeah, the Ritual Beast Apelio also pushes every Ritual Beast monster by 500 by banishing 1 from the graveyard, which triggers the Lara. I think we can banish the Lara special summoning Canahawk from the deck, but we're going to banish the Link monster, interestingly.
Yep. Small attack boost, but an attack boost none the same. Where do we go from here?
I think we can go for the Ultinokia Drake right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Banishing 2 Lara. Lara, by the way, is a beast entertainer.
Nice.
So it works for both, which is something that I had to find out the hard way too. And Apelia's attack push is for the entire turn.
Honestly, like Spiritual Beast Tamer Lara, very, very powerful card.
Such a strong card.
Accessible via emergency teleport as well in the worst case scenario. Just
It's such a strong card. Has been released, I think, 3 months ago? Right after the WCS?
I believe that would have been 2 months ago with Outlaws from the Inferno with the Tempai Dragons.
Yeah, such a strong deck. Such a strong deck. And also like a fan favorite. I think a lot of people love Ritual Beast.
Very difficult to pilot, but very rewarding once you are able to remember the combo lines. And actually, speaking of combo lines being remembered, the Labyrinth one actually has now resolved, and T2S did win in Duel B.
And I think the Ritual Beast player also has game on board here. I think there's no card realistically that could stop the OTK now.
Let's see. The Snake Eye Melodious from Lesty was so good at establishing itself in that first game, but fell short against Labyrinth. This time around, doesn't even get a chance to set up properly, just gets shut out of the game by Mount and this Ritual Beast deck. Can this attack connect? Will the next ones connect too? Let's see. There's one.
I'm asking myself at the moment what instructions we do even have. I think there is none. We have the Appaloosa as well. I think should be it.
100 life points remaining. If Maut can get this, it pushes T2S to match point. It pushes T2S to 1 win away from the grand finals.
So now it comes all down to Abo against P3. And looking at the current game state, I think it depends on if the Lubellion is resolving or not. It's not okay.
Tenpai Dragon Fadra now.
Okay, let's see what we have. I think if there is a Rimbrum in the graveyard together with an Albas, I think we can clear the entire field by discarding a card.
The 2 branded Lost, by the way, tell me a bit about what they're currently doing.
So Lost is usually played at 1 because you can search it off Lubellion, for example. If you summon Lubellion, you can just place it in your spell and trap zone.
Yep.
And what makes Lost super good is that your opponent cannot negate the activation of fusion summons and their effects. And if you have
Rimbrum was in the graveyard, as you mentioned.
Yeah, Rimbrum was okay. So let's switch the topic real quick.
Okay, let's go.
Banish itself, special summon Albas. Albas effect, discard a card. Albas usually fuses away 1 monster on the field.
We sent the Guiding Quem, the Virtuous. Where do we go from here?
You just use every card on the field to summon the Alba Lenatus, which requires Albas, and 1 or more dragon monsters, so you can just fuse away the entire field. But we have a Raigeki here, and the last card then should be Kaiman, right? Yeah, no, it's not Kaiman.
Okay.
And now main phase 3 for Branded. Alba Lenatus searching your fusion card.
Deployment, yep.
Any
so
fusion
use
card,
that.
by the way.
Okay. So I think in this case, the fusion deployment is used with the Grangagnol, the Dust Dragon in the extra deck to get the Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous.
Yeah, you can summon Cartesia. I think there's a way to summon... I don't know if there's a way to summon Quem, but Albas for sure. But usually you go for Cartesia or Albas. And now 7 cards in hand against it, just 1 single card in P3's hand. We are starting off with a Cartesia, which we can special summon because we have a fusion monster in the graveyard.
Remember that if T2S do take this, they will win. And they do manage to qualify for the finals here.
Yeah.
Decisive
really nice
victory there in that series of games.
This was a really nice match overall. I think in round 1, we had maybe the best game of the day, in my opinion, with Labyrinth against the Snake Game Melodious. I think that was a really nice game. And now we just had 3-0 sweep of T2S with also like the Labyrinth deck countering the True Draco deck. And
I mean, True Draco was still really cool to see.
Yeah.
Masterpiece, the True Draco
finally back again.
Yeah.
The Snake Game Melodious deck just struggles with one thing, and that's, I think, something we just saw. Actually, 2 things. Going second and Maxi. So while you put up a huge board at the end, you kind of struggle to put up that board under Maxi, or if you go second because your cards don't play that well into interruptions.
Yeah.
So you want to go first. You want to set up that board so you can win. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've had a fantastic day of games so far, and it's all come down to the top 2. We'll jump into that in just a little bit, but until then, why don't we talk a bit more about the super cool decks that we've just seen. Labyrinth, I know we waxed poetic about because it was so nice to see the Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon, the Simultaneous Equation Cannons, all of that good stuff. But the Ritual Beast now showing that that is one of the decks to be in this tournament.
So, yeah, we talked about, I think I talked with Lampy about Ritual Beast earlier. And Ritual Beast is a deck, if it goes first, it plays really well into hand traps.
We will actually now jump into the other game of the
other semi-final.
Of the semifinals here. And the score is currently 4 victories for FSN, who are 1 game away from qualifying to the finals as well, versus AF2, who are at 3 wins so far. Can Doggy even up the score in this series? Right now, actually, Boss looks to be in a pretty decent position, though Sungen summoning Hieratic Seal and a Tenpai Dragon on the field does mean that it's not the best position for this deck to be in.
There's also a Fucho on the board.
Oh, true.
Which the bird, it's a bird that's why
almost
I love it.
Flunderies.
Almost Flunderies. And the Fucho is just a card that the Tenpai deck cannot deal with. It just will give
It's gone now. It's been linked away.
But we're on turn 3.
True.
So we did Fucho on turn 1 to make sure we go into turn 3. And now the game plan works. We get rid of the back row, and all we have to deal with now is 1 Seals and 1 Chundra. But that's
and 1 Sungen Kaiman.
Now with 1 more Sungen Kaiman. So Boss had to know that he was playing against Tenpai.
Genroku will summon itself. Potentially. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying the epic music right now that's being played.
Yeah. Epic music befitting epic
And
gameplay. Draw and lock bird for good measure there, just to prevent Boss from adding any further Fire King or Snake Eye cards to the hand.
So here the problem for Boss is that he has to deal with that board this turn. If he doesn't, he will just lose the following turn, because the follow-up is just too strong. We have a Genroku, which can be any Tenpai monster. We have a Chundra, which is the most dangerous Tenpai monster out there. And we have a Seals. And we are now also under Draw and Lockbird.
I think we're also seeing another Snake Eye Fire King, maybe versus Tenpai Dragon?
It is.
Yeah.
I don't know what the monster is on the left. I think the right one is a Chundra. Fadra.
Fadra, yeah. I thought so.
I can't tell what the monster on the left is.
Here we go, a lot of thinking to be done here. Again, you said it yourself, if Doggy can make it through this turn, he can turn it around with the Tenpai Dragon damage. Here we go, the Link summoning now coming through. Nightmare Phoenix and Link Ruber will make Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. Doesn't need anything to be added to the hand, so can play through the Droll and Lockbird, but where do we go? Snake Eyes Flambear's Dragon also coming out in Duel B at the same time. The Snake Eyes players are feeling the pressure, but they are turning up the heat. Tenpai Dragon now?
Other monster on the field is a Grantas Dragon. Do you know the Grantas Dragon?
Please elaborate.
It's a side deck card in the TCG that Tenpai likes to play. When it gets summoned, you can pop 2 cards on the field. Now you're asking yourself, okay, why should I play that card in my Tenpai deck? So Seals can special summon that on the opponent's turn. And then on top of the 1 bounce that you have from Seals, you can also pop 2 cards. So it's a really strong card. And there is only a Flumber's Dragon on the board. And I think FSN will take that game.
So if FSN do manage to take that game, they will take the series and they will take on the other team.
2TS.
T2S?
Yeah,
T2S
yeah.
in the grand finals. FSN now 1 game away from taking on T2S in the grand finals of the Challenger Cup 1000 days qualifier, crowning the best team of this tournament. We've seen so many good games, we've seen so much good gameplay, and it continues to unfold on your screens right now. Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, gonna be what Boss opts for here to keep FSN in the lead and to secure that place in the finals, but he's hoping that Duel B is going smoother than this one, because right now Doggy is actually holding on pretty strong for AF2.
I think Doggy is favored in this game, but I think Duel B is just too one-sided from looking at the game. I think FSN is going to win this, even though Doggy might still win this game, but FSN will take the set and overall the match then. So Pytro hits the field on the other duel.
T2S waiting in the finals for one of these teams. So which one will it be? We are going to find out very, very, very shortly. We now see a further Link summon commitment.
Raging Phoenix.
Salamangreat Raging Phoenix, you have to imagine, will eventually lead into the World Sea Dragon, Zealantis, that classic combo in tandem with the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. That tremendous amount of damage. You said it yourself. Boss cannot let this go to another turn. He has to finish the game here. Otherwise, the Tenpai Dragon is gonna strike back. Doggy, if he gets another turn, can maybe pull it back. But right now, he is just trying to hold on. We said Boss didn't need to win this game because his teammate will win anyway. Yeah. But it looks like Boss is going to manage to take this one too. A convincing victory for FSN momentarily, you have to imagine.
Actually, I wouldn't be that sure if Boss will win this because the Seals is still alive.
True.
We can bounce a card now in response to the Princess effect, targeting the face down, or we can just hold the Seals for now. I think we're going to hold it for now.
Yeah, it looks like we're holding it.
Now the Raging Phoenix will come back as well.
Again, just paying attention to Duel B in the corner of my eye as well. FSN in a commanding position here. Salamangreat Raging Phoenix coming out for Boss. Erratic Seals of the Heavenly Sphere still available.
Yeah. But I think now it's too late. I don't know why we didn't use that. I don't think it was negated either because it came back with the Zealantis, so it would have been resetted.
Does indeed look like it's too late for AF2 because it's FSN that will qualify as your other finalist for the Challenger Cup 1000 days final.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that after seeing the other team, AF1. Is it AF1?
AF2.
AF2. All the twos. After seeing AF2 dropping only 1 game in the first 3 rounds. That was like an insane performance so far. But
Doggy was very, very convincing on the Tenpai Dragon. But ultimately, being able to navigate that, just really, really well played. Boss, especially there with the Snake Eye Fire King, showing you why that deck was considered to be the deck to be, even given the recent dominance of Tenpai Dragon.
But a top 4 finish is still a really good result, especially in this player pool with like so many good and strong players. Top 4 finish is really good.
Yeah, we saw some really fantastic decks throughout today. We saw some really fantastic games throughout the day from some really fantastic players on fantastic teams. Tomorrow, by the way, we will see fantastic players take to the stage again, take to the duel field as we look to crown the best solo player of Master Duel for the Challenger Cup 1000 Days edition then. But we're not done with this team tournament quite yet. We do, of course, have the grand finals coming up soon.
So what do you think, which team is more favorite in the final? T2S or AF2?
Not AF2.
What was the other team name? Boss's team. That's called Boss's team. Which team is more favorite, you think, after seeing both perform so well?
So I really like T2S, what they're bringing to the table here, just because the variance was so good. And I think seeing the Labyrinth be able to play out against Snake Eye strategies, even if it wasn't Snake Eye Fire King, it was Snake Eye Melodious, was really convincing for me that team at least knows what they're doing in that matchup, and it's a matchup that they're very comfortable playing against.
If you would ask me, I think T2S has a bit of the edge here, solely because of their deck choices. I think their deck choices are really good. It's something that I think we haven't seen any other team play. I think that was the only led deck that we saw today, or the only trap led at least. And I think Abo is the only random player that we see today. So I think they might have a little bit of an edge, but
there is still time to see Gimmick Puppet, White Forest Runic, potentially also Chimera Illusion will
or
make...
Trickstar.
Okay, yeah, true.
But maybe we're holding the best for the end.
Maybe. Centurion as well, one that we think is a little bit underrepresented today, given the fact that it has been so dominant in ranked duels. That being said, we will see indeed which decks we will see in the final, because we have the finals coming up for you after these pack videos.
And here it is. As we like to say, it all came down to this one. Only one more match to be played in this particular case of the 3v3 tournament. Of course, it's possibly up to 9 games in total that are going to be played. FSN on the one hand, and then we have T2S. And Emre, I think you're really in love with the Labyrinth deck that we are seeing there from T2S, huh?
I think the deck is really good, as we saw. What do you think about it?
I like it a lot as well, and I think the factor right now that it's so brand new and that people are not prepared for it enough yet is going to be a huge upside as well, because you have been explaining in the semifinals a lot of ways to possibly play around that card. I think a lot of people aren't really there just yet. They have just seen this card since yesterday in Master Duels. They were like, oh, what am I going to do against this? So I think it's very, very good of a call into this tournament. You actually called it before the tournament even started already, and now we're going to see it here in the finals if they stick to that deck, of course, as well. And then, I mean, what a legend Abo is, right? Abo literally every single... He probably has won 2 Challenger Cups or 3 Challenger Cups that you hosted. He has won 2 or 3 that I hosted as well. I think he won finals before as well.
I think he won final in this season even.
Yeah.
I think...
The last season.
Yeah,
at the end
summer,
of last season. Yeah, for sure. He's just crushing, winning every single Challenger Cup, and that with branded all the time.
Yeah, I think the ceiling of branded is just so high. If you... I would say that he knows how to play it perfectly
yes.
at this point. And if you can play a deck so good with that ceiling, I think you're just going to win more games than any other deck.
I agree, for sure. And it almost seems like the deck has no bad matchups, right? Because naturally, it has always been the case that you were saying that Branded is really good into back row decks, like Labyrinth, for example. It also seems pretty good into Tenpai, if you ask me, because Tenpai is just not able to play through so much most of the time, especially when there's a Rindbrum in the graveyard still. That cool thing with the Albalenatus.
That's something that I always do with Chimera as well.
Oh, true. That could also be coming. But overall, I really like the deck picks. But sometimes... it's not about creativity. It's not about being the special one. Sometimes good old reliable, good old Tenpai and Fire King Snake Eye as the other team, as the team FSNN has been mostly bringing, is what brings you the title. And it's not only the title. Both of the teams already have secured and set up a Rescue Rabbit plushie.
Yeah.
So every single person, so it's 3 plushies per team already. Then they're also, of course, going to get the acrylic figurine of... You don't see it here just yet because it's not out yet, but the 1000 Days of Challenger Cups, or of Master Duel Challenger Cups with the alternative artworks of the Live Twins is going to be a prize for them as well. Then the game mat on top of the acrylic figurines, and then...
So what are they even playing for now?
What is left there? Exactly. There is a keen difference between the two teams on top. First place, every single one of them is going to get an iPad, which is pretty insane.
A special iPad.
Special iPad, true.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. It's actually special indeed.
Yeah, so the back should be engraved with the Live Twin artwork that we can see on the background, I think.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
What else?
And then there is going to be a live final, which they are qualifying for in March. It's a special tournament happening in March. We can't confirm any location just yet, but it's going to be massively cool. And I mean, what's better than having a trip together with your friends, but you're just qualified together with as a team?
Exactly.
Can't really imagine anything better. Honestly, the joy of traveling through Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been one of my greatest joy with the game, and I think you can equally say so, right?
Of course, yeah.
I mean, you've been to Japan and now the US back-to-back years through the World Championship, which is just amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the best parts of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That you can spend time together with your friends, not only at your locals. Even like, I would have never expected to be in Japan with my Yu-Gi-Oh! Friends.
Yeah, but you did.
Yeah,
you did.
Then in America, and we'll see where we'll be next in March.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be there with another very special tournament, and therefore it's a lot on the line between those two teams. It is T2S versus FSN. The scores are back down to 0-0. They're starting with a fresh best of 9. And who's your pick? Who do you have?
I said it earlier to Ibris. I think Team 2TS are my favorite
because of Labyrinth, huh?
Because of Labyrinth and because of the branded deck. I think how Abo just pilots branded. I think I could just watch it forever.
How could you bet against Apple? That is a very, very good point. This man seems unstoppable.
What do you think? Who's going to win?
I mean, I now cannot just lean on that either, so I have to go the other route. I'm a big supporter of Team FSN. I mean, they have someone called Boss on their team, so who could stop the Boss, right? He has been bossing it up quite a bit for sure, and therefore I wouldn't be surprised if they end up taking it. As I said, it doesn't always have to be the creative route. It can just be the conventional best deck of the format, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see very many high-class plays here throughout this final. Let's get into the action, into the first set, and we do have FSN Bronas going first.
Also, someone we see every time at the top, and there is an Ash against the Maxi instantly. Maxi in the draw phase.
Great start here for Bronas. I think, judging the amount of cards in the deck of Abo, that's not 60, huh?
I think that's not 60.
Very interesting. There's now Bonfire from Bronas. Fun story. I yesterday played a Challenger Cup and I lost to Bronas because you always lose to Bronas in those Challenger Cups, as this guy is also one of those guys that is just going to be on top of the competition. I think, funnily enough, don't quote me on it, but Bronas might have also been in the finals of the last season's final. So it might have been Abo versus Bronas in the last season's final, because he was crushing last season, now this season again as well. And we are playing some Snake Eye cards, and we have been saying it earlier. When there is Snake Eye, Diabellstar, and Temple, that's usually an indicator of this being the pure version of the Snake Eye deck, right? And I've been seeing Bronas play this a lot too. So seems like that's what he is going with.
I think I see Ritual Beast on table C.
Yeah, agreed.
And
looks like it.
A Bonfire getting a Snake Eye Ash on table B.
That's how it is. And there is now a Snake Eye Ash as well on the field of Bronas, enjoying himself. Overall distribution regarding who goes first is Team FSN starting twice, and Team Think Twice is only starting once, so maybe they should have thought about it for a second time.
Jet Synchron is a card that I haven't seen in a while in Snake Eyes. It was really popular when the deck first came out.
100%.
With Borrowed
Savage Dragon.
Borrowed Savage Dragon and Baron the Floor having a double Omni Negate on the field when passing the turn.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see that now. We already have basically a Baron secured with the Formula and the Snake Eye Diabell.
Indeed we do, but let's see whether we do get there, because of course Abo might have further interruption. He usually is not playing a deck with many hand interruptions. I think from him today, of course, Maxi is somewhat of a no-brainer to include, and I think we've also seen Nibiru from him.
Yeah.
But besides that, I don't think we've seen literally any interaction. Oh, that's a discard of Flamberge there, isn't it?
Which is really strong here because it can get you Oak and Poplar back if those are in the graveyard.
I think they are. Rona's thinking about it quickly, but I do believe they are for sure. Rona's. Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, I didn't see an Oak there yet.
Okay, so maybe that is the moment now that we're going to see Oak then. Yep,
Yeah, but I think it's still fine since we can bring back the Flamberge of the Princess and then we can link off the Flamberge again, get 2 bodies. So I think that's totally fine.
And I mean, how crazy is it that we already established a Baron de Fleur on the field, right?
Yeah.
Because very often, you mentioned that, you want to then have Formula Synchron on your opponent's turn, and then after you already used, for example, the Flamberge, or back in the day a Savage Dragon as well, you would then Synchro Summon to Baron de Fleur on top. But already now having the safety net and the safety ground of Baron de Fleur early on just makes your combo so much easier, because you just feel so isolated against many interruptions.
And now we have the option to go into the Savage Dragon because we have a level 1 tuner and a level 7 monster. So we can go.
Oh, Baron de
I think
Fleur.
we're popping the Wanted to get a draw.
Oh my, that is perfect execution. We already went through the original Sinful Spoils, so couldn't set that anymore. But now we're turning the effect of Diabells of a Black, which basically just into a draw 1 card effect, which is always a good thing. A mini Maxi on our own turn there through that. And and we drew into a Sati Glory of Horus. You gotta be kidding me.
Did we just contact
Retaliating C?
I think it was Contact C.
Was it Contact C? I think it was Retaliating.
No, you're right. You're
honest.
right. It was Retaliating C. And now, what will we end on?
Oh my, the possibilities are endless, and Bronas is just, he's such a crazy deck builder. I remember still from the first seasons, he was playing Hurley, Sprite, and all kind of wild decks, and since then he still has progressed so much. He was very big on playing Sky Striker, Snake Eye a lot, so you saw that as well, And then now he has found a new combination of things, which looks beautiful once again, and I'm very excited for it.
I think he won like my Challenger Cups left and right with the Snake Eye Sky Striker deck.
Yeah, I remember that too.
And we're linking them off into IP. Okay, I think we want to go for Flamberge and IP in the spell trap zone, or we just want to free up our monsters. So what are we going for here?
Bronas will know, let me tell you that. And I think we tried to just Veiler. Yeah, we tried to Veiler the Flame Banshee there against the Ritual Beast player, but it's still resolved, so I would imagine there was also somewhat of a Call by the Grave or a Crossout Designator involved, as we still are probably going to set up our Protoss here. But first of all, Princess.
Princess hits the board. Probably bring back Flamberge.
Oh my, a lot at stake. And on dual table B, Fire King Snake Eye popping off as well. Must be good, right? Simultaneously as teammates were basically just both completely performing full combo there.
Yeah.
One of them going with the Fire King Snake Eye approach. Bronas going with the Horus. Oh, there's the Retaliating C, by the way.
That's really interesting. So we will bring the Retaliating C back on the opponent's turn.
That's so good.
Yeah, because really relieving when you're playing a 3-3 and you know you're in a good spot. You look over and you see your opponents are also your mates are also doing well. That's always really good, like position to be in.
Ulti-Raratori now being summoned. So the only game where the team FSN is not in a super good spot right now is on table number C, as there is Ritual Beast doing quite well for T2S, and that should be Maut, who has been playing it the entire time there. But what Bronas is doing here is marvelous. I love the creativity. Oh, but we are destroying the Retaliating C to search out Maxi. There's no way. What a crazy combo are we seeing here? We don't even need to summon it out to the field. We just replace it with a Maxi in our hand.
I have never seen that being done.
This is madness.
We used Baron the Flirt's effect to pop a card twice.
Oh my. True. We reset our on the floor. I didn't even realize through the Zelantis. These players deserve to be in the finals. That is for sure. They do absurd stuff, and nobody really ever finds a way to beat Abo, but Bronas might be the one who has just created himself a chance to, because that was an impressive first turn field there.
We have a few rescues.
Look at that!
I have never seen Abo play anything that isn't branded, so I was going to surprise anyway.
He had that episode where he played that for like 1 to 2 tournaments. I remember it, but he very, very quickly moved back on over to the branded strategy. But he apparently was afraid of Bronas just counterpicking him too hard, because Bronas just usually counterpicks very well, and therefore he went over to the Rescue A strategy. Okay, we do use the effect of the Impulse here, exactly. And also it looks like, yeah, it's Tenpai down below on table C versus the Ritual B strategy there from Mout.
It seems like the Protoss is not there anymore.
Is that one monster? Is it Protoss on the field there? It could be Protoss.
No, it is Protoss.
It is Protoss,
it is Protoss,
right?
yeah. So if Protoss...
Cosmic Cycler too, though. I guess the Pydar probably was normal summoned, right?
Yeah.
So that could have not been stopped anyways. And probably now we're just not allowed to special summon any fire monsters. But let's see. Yeah, but it looks like we're shut off from special summoning the fire monsters. We're just attacking into the Ryotori there, interestingly enough. And we are seeing Abo now taking his sweet time, thinking this one through. And who can blame him with all that much on the line, and this being the finals of this 1000 Days of Challenger Cups, 1000 Days of Master Duel Challenger Cup edition. So now the Diabell's Level Black Witch comes down, discarding the field spell, but
and
there
we also
is
have the
an infinite impermanence, man.
I'm not sure if I think I would rather use Baron here, so the opponent can't go into a heater, personally.
I think the Impulse, like on the effect of Maxi, we changed the effect of Impulse, and isn't Impulse able to negate a monster on the field? I feel like we might have negated the Baron de Fleur for that. Isn't that what it does?
I think you are correct, because we are not negating the original Sinful Spells either that we hard drew.
Ooh. Not really a card you want to see, but it can come in handy once in a blue moon. And maybe that is going to be the saving grace here. And yeah, basically Impulse can just target what effect monster your opponent controls with the highest attack, and then neither player can activate that monster effect. So it's not negated, but it's not really necessarily able to activate its effect either, and therefore we did deal with the Baron de Fleur.
And now we only have to deal with the Maxi that has been resolved. But it looks really... It doesn't look that good for Abo, but I think it looks better than expected. Because
I've seen him come back from worse, but that was usually with Brandon, to be honest. So I don't know whether he can also do it with Rescue Ace. That is to be seen. But definitely very, very exciting. I mean, when you're that deep into one deck, the branded deck that Abo is, how do you even have the capacity, the brain power to also like be able to play another deck on such a high level? That amazes me, just the pure imagination of that. But he is, and he's here in the finals now, and his teammates did not stop him when he said, I'm not going to play branded this game, ladies and gentlemen.
if we look at over at table B, I think it looks really well for the Tenpai player here.
Ooh,
I think they are in battle phase.
Oh, but there's Garunix.
That's Garunix triggering, yeah.
So
and Flumbrush.
Yeah.
Actually, don't quote me on that.
Now you're locked in. You're for the Tenpai player there. I mean, overall, Team FSN looks really good on our main feature match still, but Abo is going okay. So you said Team T2S, and I said FSN right now. But I mean, it's the first set, but it's very, very close overall for sure. Very, very, very close. So we actually have seen seen 2 out of 3 cover monsters from the Challenger Cup season throughout the day today. And right now, one of them, Baron de Fleur, still from the spring season, is sitting pretty on the field. And we have seen Yama earlier when we saw a lot of Jubel. Only missing Charles. Come on, someone now in the finals switch over to Infernoble. That would make Ibris the happiest person in the world.
True.
But we will draw the 5th card now with the Maxi, and there's Fire Engine activating.
Even a 6th card here.
More and more and more. He doesn't stop drawing cards, but does Abo stop applying pressure, because we are getting into a situation where a Zilantis line could possibly lead to enough damage to just overcome the entire field here, doesn't it?
The problem is if you go for the Atlantis line, you are resetting the bear on the floor.
But you can set it.
True, you could set it. And
Literally resetting.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I think if you are that deep into the combo, giving your opponent 6 draws, I think you might even like commit to try to win this turn.
Yeah, I think that's definitely reasonable.
Right.
Haven't even used Promethean Princess yet. Oh yeah.
I think that's what I was trying to do.
Hydrant, and I mean, there's not that many. The thing though is, if we do go for the Zilantis line, one thing that really is tough against that would just be Effect Veiler, right? Just a simple Effect Veiler dropped on Vigilantis pretty much shuts it down completely, and then you sit there.
Do we even need to go for the Zilantis line
you're right.
here?
That's a lot of attack points already on the field there, right? Now the Raging Phoenix on the other side is actually triggering. And we have a final blow on table number B, as there is FSN taking the lead with the Fire King Snake Eye deck. I told you, sometimes it doesn't need to be that creative. And also, I don't think anyone is playing Labyrinth here, right? I don't
Not
think...
yet. Falgal used to play it in the last round, but he decided to pick Tempai Dragon for set 1 of the final. Maybe because he thought that the opponent will expect him to play the lab deck.
Probably. Always counter-picking the counter-pick, essentially. And for now, it's going better for FSN as they are up 1. But Abo, the branded god, has turned over to the fire side and is trying to make it happen now.
Summoning his own princess here.
I think the second princess already?
He took the first princess with Hita.
Oh, okay.
So I think just to free up the monster zone, maybe.
Fair, fair. Okay, yeah, linking up, continuing to climb.
But now...
Has to be the Raging Phoenix.
Now Princess is alive. Isn't it?
Is it? It should be, you're right, yeah. There is a fire monster on the field of Bronos as well, so we may as well do it here.
What does Hydrant say about targeting?
It itself cannot be targeted.
Ah, okay, I see, okay.
So, oh, okay. But the Prince is now maybe on the Zilantis, which is the better card to go after anyways. As you want to prevent this one, maybe Bronas sitting there pretty still with Effect Veiler in the hand though too. That could be possible.
But Bronas is also someone where you can never expect what's coming next.
Yeah.
There might be a Nibiru.
Oh.
There might also be a Nibiru. And as we can see, Duel C was won by 2 TS.
Oh, okay. Equaling the overall score. 1-1 we are.
So now we're summoning all of our big guys again.
This effect resolving, the Zilantis effect resolving, always scares me because I know how many clicks you have to do for it. So when I'm doing it, struggling with time usually, it's costing me like 20 seconds alone to resolve that Zilantis. So you're already halfway there, you see the finish line, but then you have to do 20 clicks to actually get there. It's driving me mad. Okay, we're summoning back the Zilantis in attack position. I mean, you can only summon those back in attack position anyways. But that's also still going to give them more max C draws, more and more and more. And the funny thing is, if Bronas has Nibiru, it was very smart to just wait for the Zilantis effect to resolve, because now the Baron de Fleur is set and you would be able to keep it through the Nibiru, which would be very, very funny. But first of all, we do go for the Princess. More cards drawn for Bronas. This would be absolute madness if Abo just wins this game here this turn through 20 cards in the opponent's hand. But there is the Princess now. He held onto it carefully. Are we chaining a Nibiru? Because if we don't, there is not going to be Nibiru at all. There is a Magnum. That's not the Nibiru just yet, but still another monster to defend ourselves.
Also, the Zilantis leading the field now is huge because you cannot pop cards in the battle phase.
Oh yes, that is true, and it is resolving. All of that does resolve. Can Abo recover? Or did Bronas find the perfect line of defense here? Promethean coming back. Nibiru not a threat now anymore, but we may not even need it anymore either. There is the... Oh, Turbulence, let's not forget, when the card leaves the field, Turbulence now doing the mini Zelantis technology, because we can destroy one card on the field and we will go after the Baron.
If we have no answer to this, it's game.
Right? It's still so much damage on the field. There's Preventer in the hand. That's another super strong monster. And what can it even be? Nibiru not possible anymore as there's Promethean Princess.
I think this is it. I think
Abo, you mad lad. The best branded player in the world, now also just casually going through all the motions with the Rescue Ace strategy. There is no way. Attacking over the Magnamut.
Maybe
5,300. There is a Druid's Worm though to protect Bronas. What a way to start those finals here. And wait, we have to target our own monster there, getting rid of the good old Black Witch, and we just go into main phase 2. And we pass it over. Abo, no business.
I think we were short on time also.
Probably,
because we just instantly went to
Didn't
the
even
end phase.
Another Druid's Worm is being added. And yeah, that tells you a thing about Bronas.
Yeah.
Bronas was prepared for Abo in the branded way, because he is playing all the Bystials, which usually would be good against branded. Worked out for him nicely here too in that scenario, because that Bystial Druid's Worm really saved him the game here. And now he has all the tools available to him again. And he starts ready to take the Promethean Princess here. And is that going to resolve? It is. Working through this field step by step. Rolnas showing what kind of a caliber of a player he is. Now going for the Druid's Worm. And when Druid's Worm gets linked off, of course, its effect is going to activate. And yeah, we're just trying to work through this. I don't even think Bronas right now is prioritizing to win this game this turn.
He's
just trying to take apart everything that Abo right now has to offer.
Piece by piece, getting rid of the field. And I think that's the correct way to do it.
Agreed. That does look like a very, very solid approach. And Bronas, of course. Oh, okay, we're chaining Emergency, which probably was the target of that Nightmare Phoenix, I would imagine. Oh, but there is Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. I mean,
you have to expect it, yeah. At this point, I think if you give your opponent, 20 draws almost, you just have to expect everything.
For sure. So Emergency not resolving. But I mean, at least it traded with the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring there. But Bronas can afford right now to trade 2 cards for 1. Because he's so far ahead in terms of card advantage. And there is now the next Druid's Worm being summoned, banishing the Magnamut. One thing I wouldn't be surprised by would be Access Code Talker as another option maybe in his extra deck, and that would be a really good card to access here as well. So maybe we're going for that next.
I think also you can just go into battle phase here, because your King's Sarcophagus can send any monster you attack once per turn to the graveyard. So you can get rid of the Raging Phoenix. So I think Bronas is just trying to get as much damage on board as possible.
Yeah, for sure.
And that even might be game this turn.
He's definitely trying to go for that, for sure. But then there could always, of course, be a Rescue Ace trap maybe preventing things. Is that possibly a second Promethean Princess? Some people play 2 Promethean Princesses. Is that what we're going to see here? It's just Hita, okay.
The Princess is now in the graveyard, so you can't special summon the Princess from Abo.
Yeah, that's true. Just make it work with the opponent's Princess. That forces Abo now to activate the effect of Princess in the graveyard, as he doesn't want it to just be taken away like that. But that is going to target Happy. And there is Call by the Grave. Wow. And this is so good, because you had to do this on the summon of Hita, meaning Hita did not even activate its effect yet. So we could just summon something else. We still have all the options, and Call by the Grave just clears away that Promethean Princess there.
Also, your #1 priority has to be, if you're Abo, to get rid of the Happy. Because if you get rid of another card, the Happy will trigger and just will add any 2 cards from the graveyard or banish pile to your hand bag.
Indeed. Battle phase it is now. Rescue Ace Preventer, let's not forget about the secret effect, as we like to say, able to perform a Book of Moon. And that means we can at least probably prevent game here. Preventer now also summoning. Yeah, we should be able to hang on here, I would imagine. This should be fine.
But yeah, as we said earlier, we don't need to win this turn.
Yeah.
We can just take the board apart piece by piece and then just win on the following turn. So Rescue will special summon the Baron, which is interesting.
That's massive, actually, because this one is, again, able to negate. Promethean Princess would immediately be something that you would have to negate as well, though.
That was Cold Bite.
Oh, true. True. Contain on the Happy. Abo remembers those things. Abo does not even question it. He did not even probably blink when that Promethean Princess was activated. Let's be realistic. Abo has played so many games already, and he cannot be faced with something like that. It feels like he's actually ending up with Baron the Floor on his side of the field. Is Rescue negating the card by any chance? I would have to double check on that.
We're normal summoning Imseti here.
Oh. Interestingly enough. So Rescue... no, it's not negated.
Yeah, it usually only special summons something from your graveyard, but if you have the Hydrant on the field, you can also target a card in the opponent's graveyard to special summon it.
Yeah.
And now we see Emergency Reset, the trap card from the graveyard.
Yeah, and Emre, I didn't think I would get into that situation saying that, but even though Bronas has like so many more cards, none of them right now really do scare me, right? So is Abo really going to pull off the comeback after the comeback? We were already thinking he would come back in the last turn, then he was stopped and we were sure Bronas is having control, and now it's back over to Abo with another chance.
In these simplified game states, I think the Horus cards just shine so much because they're so strong and hard to deal with.
Battle phase first of all, though. Attacking on the Imseti. We did probably negate the Happy here, right?
No, we need... With what?
With the Impermanence? Oh wait,
no.
No,
the Impermanence was on the airlifter, yeah.
Okay. Not to forget, King Sarcophagus, not only when we attack, but just when a Horus monster battles. So we're crashing into Imseti here. Using Raging Phoenix in the graveyard, though. Creating an even bigger monster to then attack over things afterwards. There it is. And I mean, Bronas definitely went through almost all of his resources in the extra deck. Only has 7 cards left in the deck. So he will have to do... This man, he was so prepared for Branded. It doesn't even stop with the Bestials and the Retaliating Seas. He even brought in Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. And if you played against Branded before, and you had this card, you know how good of a card against Branded it is. And therefore, Abo, the genius he is, he really made a good decision by not playing Branded in this game. But still, it looks like Bronas is going to come out on top.
And I think the last effect of King Sarcophagus is not once per turn. So if you have multiples on the board, you can use it more than just once. And
to send cards?
Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
Per turn? Okay, but there is now, for Abo, the last hope, the Superstar Slayer Typhon. And that is going to... What are we even...
I think it doesn't matter now. Now Imseti and Hapia. Okay, wait. So how do you out your own card now? Is the question.
In what way do you mean? Why do we need to out our own cards?
Ancient Organism.
Oh, you're right. Your own monsters are
we can't attack either.
This is somewhat of a pot situation right now. Bronas. Okay, you just send away the Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. Easy like that. There is the Diabellst of a Black Witch.
And the last card face down, I believe, is just trap, a rescue ace trap.
Yeah, I think so too.
And we're going here for Dark, triggering the Duelist Room, sending away the Starslayer Typhon. And that's game.
Yeah, but also just to confirm, King Sarcophagus to send an opponent's monster to the graveyard is once per turn.
Is it once per turn?
Yeah, it's once per turn. It has a weird way of wording because it says this is only once per turn, and then there's another thing saying also this is once per turn. So it's kind of funnily worded, but I'm sure Bronas doesn't care about the funny wording of that anymore as he's normal summoning, tribute summoning Psy-Frame Driver, and he's really showing dominance by doing that here, and he is taking the lead back to Team FS and defeating maybe one of the strongest player in all of Master at the moment, defeating Abo. And that means 2-1. And that was a start to a finals. Yeah. If I could have pre-written it, if I could have scripted it, that would have been how I would have worded it, man. That was great.
First, I thought that Bronas was going to win.
Crazy combo right away.
Out of a sudden, like searching Maxi, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Out of a sudden, I was like, okay, Abo might take this. Maybe he will just OTK through the Maxi.
Yeah.
And then we had the Magnamut, we had the Druid Room, which gave us another turn, but we couldn't clear the field.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I think Bronas probably has it. And then again, he didn't have it.
Yeah.
And then at the end, he got it.
It was so funny, really, going back and forth there multiple times.
Yeah.
And that Baron de Fleur all of a sudden also going over to Abo, I was like, there's like, all of a sudden, they have the best monster in the field again. How is that even possible? How did that even happen? And hey, they just held onto everything so carefully as well. Like, they didn't even bother activating their spells and trap cards from the Rescue Ace archetype before that. Just doing that then at some point, even in the end phase, going with that Baron de Fleur. And yeah, now, you gotta say, you were rooting for Team T2S because they showed that creativity with the Labyrinth deck and all that. But that was peak creativity there by FSN in the hands of Bronas as well. You got to give it away.
So I've been in this position a lot where in the first set you are down 1-2.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you, it's not over yet. Like, I remember a lot of times we lost the first set and we still were able to come back.
Yeah.
And I think it's almost like it's 0-0. You're one game down. If you are confident with your strategy, I think there's like still a high chance that you will advance. You just need to win one more than the opponent at the end. Which is fine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, you can just say that, hey, that first set, we really did our absolute everything. Was a little bit of variance that, for example, Abo there was not able to win the coin toss. Because if he would have won the coin toss there, things might have just looked completely different. So now, having a fresh set of 3 games again, maybe then Abo is able to now win the coin toss. But a very interesting question is, do you expect Abo to go back to Brandon now?
I was just going to ask you that. I'm not sure
it's very interesting, isn't it?
If I was Abo, I think I would stick to Rescue Ace because we saw Brona's deck being an anti-branded deck, but still being a good deck overall.
For sure.
So if you play branded, I think you're just gonna straight up lose because you're playing against a really good deck overall, which is specifically built against branded.
Yeah.
But if you play Rescue Ace, for example, you are playing against a good deck with some not so good card against you.
That's the thing. Like, if you prepare for one deck so hardcore, you're kind of weakening your deck to other options, right?
Exactly.
And that is exactly what happened there. Because Grave of the Super Ancient Organism, how good is it really in general against Rescue Ace? I mean, you can prevent the Turbulence from activating, actually.
You can prevent a few things, but I think that you would still like other cards instead.
Yeah, for sure. I would definitely agree. But in the end, it all worked out nicely and smoothly for Bronas and for Team FSN there for the first set, being up 2-1, and therefore now, if they somehow pull up a 3-0 now, they have it already in their hands. They can win it in this upcoming second set, and Team T2S cannot, as they can only get up to 4 points even if they go 3-0 in this round. So
should I make a bold prediction?
Bold prediction, go at.
I think Bronas will play against Palgal now. And I would assume it's going to be Lab against Tempai.
All right. We're going to have answers very, very quickly as I think players are ready. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go into the second set, rejoining the action. Finals of this beautiful Special Challenger Cup. In we go. And there we have it. And we do see Maud going first. And Maud has been very, very good at piloting that Ritual Beast deck. So is he going to do it again? Yes is the answer. There it is. And we're watching the lower table. Bronas, I think, is playing some good old Horus cards again.
Guess I was wrong.
Yep. And I think we saw a pass on table C. There's 6 cards in hand already. Yep. We saw an immediate pass on table number C. That's no good news for Team T2S.
And there's a Lightning Storm.
Oh my. On just the 1 set card.
I think we might see a Tempai Classic here.
No, we passed it right back. What's going on there, Table C? Do they know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? They're just not activating cards. What is going on there? On the other end here on the main table, Maud surely knows how to play this game because he already reached the point where he summons out Ulti Canahawk. Oh no. Oh no, boss.
Did you see what happened on Table C again? Set 1 pass again.
Oh my. But like, I was about... Boss just tried to Veiler Ulti Canahawk, and that's like the 101 on interacting with Ritual Beast. You just never try to use effect Veiler on that.
Maybe he was trying to bait out the Cannog with the Maxi.
I mean, aren't you just always doing that anyways?
Yeah, I think you're just waiting, and you get punished really bad if you play into an answer into Maxi.
Crossout designator for the Maxi. So Maut not only dodging the effect Veiler, but also dodging the Maxi now with the crossout designator.
If we look, I think Duel C is already over.
Yep, there is the 10 by cards flying onto the table there for sure. Going quick and easy about it. And I think the player that bricked there, by the way, I think that's Abo,
it's
right?
It's Abo. So it could have been Branded, because Branded likes to brick every now and then.
It happens once in a blue moon. I think like even when Abo was not playing on the first turn, I've seen it way too often that he still ended up winning the game, somehow miraculously pulling it out of the hat. But this, what we're seeing there on table number C is immediately over. So FSN putting the score up even higher.
Needs 2 more.
3 and 1. And we are focusing more so now on the main table here, where at least Maut is still going
I think
strong.
this looks really good for Maut.
I do agree. Already 2 cards in hand eliminated from his opponent. And still very, very healthy in our combo. Speaking about healthy in our combo, though, Ronas is enjoying his finals experience so far, going first in the first set, going first in the second set now again.
Really
summoning
interesting
a couple
deck.
of Snake Eye cards. Yeah, really.
I think we haven't seen Snake Eye Horus today at all.
At all. Like, not just today. I think overall that's just a super undiscovered, super unpopular deck in general. But Ronas shows us once more that sometimes thinking out of the box, just finding new decks, finding new ideas, combining existing things together that so far have not been combined before can just work out nicely and beautifully. And therefore, he just casually has 5 monsters on the field there again on table B. And we see Maut now banishing the Spiritual Beast Tamer Lara. So that is going to net us another monster from our deck, which is the good old Spiritual Beast Rumpangu. If you ask me personally, the cutest one of the Spiritual Beasts.
I agree with you. I have to agree there.
Is pretty cool as well, though, I gotta say. But definitely both up there. And we do get to banish one from the extra deck there. Oh, early rank 4 here. Is it going to be a Baguska?
Could be Baguska.
Or is it going to be... Oh, no, it's the
Banshee. Baguska would have been odd here, since you still want to combo, and I feel like your opponent he knows that his opponent has no more hand traps after using 2.
Pretty much. So Nemesis Flag is added, is of course also quickly summoned out. And what else are we going to find here? Protoss probably going to be a no-brainer. When was the last time you saw someone going for the Thunder Dragon Colossus line? That has not been very popular in Master Duel, right?
Yeah, in the TCG I've been hit with the Colossus a lot.
Yeah.
But just as you said, I didn't even think about that. I was completely missing Colossus today.
Yeah, not seen it for a while, to be honest. And you know what? You haven't been right about the deck from Bronas, but I just saw that we did summon out a Labyrinth monster from our opponent there. So we do have Labyrinth on table B for Brona's opponent, but we just used the opponent's Labyrinth monster there because probably there was a zombie vampire bringing it down to the graveyard, and then we reused it ourselves.
So I think here your number 1 priority as Bronas should be to set up an IP to go into SP at the end of the main phase to get rid of a spell and trap card that was set.
Agreed.
I think you have to do that in the end, in the main phase still. But Bronas seems to linking off the Flumbush.
There is the Raging Phoenix. And now we do go for... Banshee returns, which is the cool thing about it. We can, when it is banished, just summon it right back. And now
it's
we're calling
fodder
fire.
For the Protoss.
Indeed, and it is just, it gives us the opportunity to go even for the fire attribute, because otherwise there was no fire monster on the field. And now that just makes us safe from so many different things in the format. We're safe from the 10 by Dragon deck now. We're somewhat safe from the Snake Eye Dragon deck now as well. All the fire decks just ruled out. And yo, you have been thinking whether this card would hit the field in the last match of Bronas, but we now see the Barlord Savage Dragon there on his end field this time around, which honestly is a really good card into the Labyrinth strategy.
Yeah, so Omni Negates in general are really good against trap decks. The only way to beat the Omni Negates are counter traps, such as Solemn Strike, for example.
Indeed.
And I see that Bronas was smart enough to put the Lady in the spell trap zone, so it makes sure that you have one less zone to place your spell traps in.
True, true, true.
And there's a power of duality which you have to negate, which Bronas does.
Yep. You just explain why you just have to negate that, because why is it so easy to just negate this one?
Yeah, so the deck plays like 4 or 5 monsters, like as many pot cards that you can play, and just traps.
Yeah.
And if your opponent uses a spell, you just know that there's no other card that you can activate. So it's a free negate.
Exactly. You will barely have an opportunity even to activate
I
any
think
more
there's
negates there.
No other way, no other card that you can negate turn 2 with an Omni.
But, I mean, there was the Lord actually there activated in the hand, and now Baron de Fleur is not as good anymore because Baron de Fleur cannot go after the set cards anymore as long as that Lord is face up in the hand. But we are seeing, oh yeah, Ulti Raratori there in the end phase activated its effect to banish itself and an opponent's monster, and we are left with very little on boss side, and Maut is back in the driving seat here. We see the Cannon Hawk ticking down. This always reminds me of Gold Sarcophagus, by the way. Turn number 1 out of 2. Let's see whether we are going to see the turn where this card comes back to the hand. And this should be another Ulti Nature Drago. Yep. Royal Rare again, man. We have seen a lot of Royal Rares throughout the day today. That shows us that we have some passionate duelists in this playing field. Some people that spend countless hours. And there is, I think, Power Sync Stone for the player at table B for Team T2S. Ulti Raratori now. Activating. So Ulti Raratori is really good because it does not only provide you interruption on the opponent's turn, but now also, as we can see here, on our own turn, we'll be able to add back a Ritual Beast from our banished zone, and then immediately after also normal summon.
And there is a strike by Falgal. So it is a way to beat an Omni Negate. And I think the stone already has 1 counter, and that should be the 2nd counter.
Yep, we do see VM SETI activating. It does also resolve. One thing to consider, though, is life points. Oh, we just got
the cannon.
The cannon there.
I think that
crazy.
also is alive at the moment.
Yeah. And I mean, we still have 1 more Omni Negate. There's only 1 more set card. And we have plenty of attack points on the field. So I think Bronas might be just off to another win there. Welcome, Labyrinth.
I think this looks really good for Jonas.
Yep, we negate the Welcome Labyrinth. So I think Table B looks like it is going to bring FSN even closer to this overall victory, because Bronas just keeps on winning today. He just keeps on showing that he's one of the best Master Duel players in all of Europe. But still, Maut here for Team T2S holding strong. Activating the effect of Protoss. And I think,
that's game.
Bronas is there putting in the final blow. So as we were saying, 4-1 favoring Team FSN, and therefore only 1 game away. So they have 4 match points now.
Yeah.
Either FSN boss can do it right here, right now against Maut, or they just go into the last and remaining set where they can just win 1 out of 3 matches there. And to be fair, it looks like they may have to go into that final set, because this right here, right now, is looking nice for Maut at the moment.
It is a really tough position to be in for Team 2TS. Having to win the next 3 next set, if they get to that next set, is a lot of pressure. But it's not impossible, so let's see even if we get into the next set. It looks really good for Maut at the moment.
Maut knows what he's doing. I think Maut, we saw Team T2S in the beginning of the day. I think it was the top 32 featured match where we featured them. And I think Maut there was mainly playing a 60-card Teeleman Snake Eye deck with also a little Tenpai engine and so on and so forth. But then later on in the tournament, when we kept on watching them, I think he just basically stuck to that Ritual Beast strategy. He has been playing it all the time, and we do have a win for Maut with that Ritual Beast deck, and therefore we do also have a 3rd set of matches on our hand. Overall score 4-2 with that. So FSN only 1 game away, and you know what? I'm convinced it is Bronas' day today. I think Bronas is going to seal it for Team FSN. Just going first again, setting up this impressive combo field, and then going to take it home for the team.
Yeah, Bronas also really impressed me in the past 2 games.
Yeah.
I didn't get to watch him before, and like he's been playing incredible. I know that he's a really good player from the Zelda Cups. but I still have to stick with my Team 2 TS.
Of course.
I have to stick with them, and I think
No worries.
even though they have to win all 3, I think it's not that unlikely because, as I said, their decks are just so good. What I expect for Team FSN to do, like what I would do personally.
Go ahead.
If I would be Team FSN, I would, if I play against Abo, I would counterpick him. Because I think you can risk that if you are up 3, if they have to win all games.
Yeah, okay, so you can take that risk. I understand your way of thinking there, okay.
I think you can take that risk, even though if it happens to not work out, you still have 2 other duelists that only need to win 1 game. So I think it's worth it. And if it works out, then you are in such a good spot when you only need to win 1 and you have that counter deck to pick.
Yeah. I can see it. It's really like Abo, he has a little bit of a target on his back there because he's just so good with that deck. I mean, it's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time, right? On the one hand, he just keeps on winning against everybody with this deck. But then on the other hand, yeah, when everyone knows you're on that deck and you're crazy with that deck, they may as well just counter-pick you. And therefore, he may be in a bit of a in a bit of a weird situation here. But overall, I think in Abo's shoes, if I would be... You were saying you're thinking about the position of FSN. If I'm with Abo, though, I'm like, okay, I will have to go with what I love the most. I will have to go with my branded deck, even if they counterpick me. I've seen plenty of matches in Challenger Cup history where Abo was counterpicked, where people were playing a million Bystials and more, and still Abo came out on top. He knows how to play against those counterpicks. He knows how to pilot this branded deck to perfection. So I think he can just listen to his heart and just activate Branded Fusion, honestly. Yeah. And that's what he likes most.
Let's get to the last set. I am hyped. Are you hyped?
I am very hyped. So let's go. And let's go in. Last and remaining set. FSN only needs 1 more. Can they get it, though? FSN boss can get the dice roll.
I think those sleeves are the branded sleeves.
Ooh, those are nice sleeves. Those are the new Dragoon sleeves. Oh, and we
so
see Maud is going first with Ritual Beast.
And Lab also went first.
Yeah, but Maud is activating... Yeah, Maud is passing, I think, after 1 interruption because he's just normal summoning and setting 2. Oh my, everything happening at the same time here. Sometimes easy to lose track. But yeah, Maud has passed very, very quickly. And it looks like we have a set 4 from Labyrinth, but 10 by Dragon deck on the other hand. Oh my. So Hoppla now. Maxi from Abo. Good start for him if it resolves. Does the Maxi resolve?
I think it does. It does.
Resolve. That's so good for Abo and for Team 2S in general.
And the Bonfire on table B got Ash Blossomed. So there are only 4 cards left.
Oh my.
And it's Imset. Is that Imseti?
That is Imseti. Yeah. Discarding the Biru there, interestingly enough.
It will resolve because the Ash was already used.
We do use an Ash Blossom there on Welcome Labyrinth on the Tempai Dragons player side.
There's a big welcome.
Oh my. I think we're going for Fucho here. That's an Exceed summon, isn't it? Yeah. That is an Exceed summon. Kiki, Nagachi, Fucho,
so I think,
the pass.
So I think you do that no matter what you play against to be sure that you'll have 1 more turn, no matter what. And since we are under Maxi, I think we have to do that here.
Probably. But Abo now free to move. 7 cards in hand in total. He has all the tools available to him. And I think he listened to his heart. I think he is back to the branded strategy that he masters himself so much. And I mean, overall, it looks like Team T2S may actually be coming back, right? Because Abo is in a spot where he could win.
Yeah.
Maud, if he somehow survives there, could possibly turn it around. The hard-drawn Branded Fusion for Abo. There's nothing better than drawing the one-off Branded Fusion in 60. Is it resolving? Is it resolving? It does. It does look like it, right?
I think it is, yeah. I think when you're a boss and you see Branded Fusion, you just have to instantly click on the Ashes.
You're required to. Legally, you're required to immediately activate the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Branded Fusion. Okay, we see now we see Cosmic Cyclone there. That looks like it is a Tempai Dragon version that is maybe tailored towards beating the Labyrinth deck.
And I think it is beating the Lab deck. I think we're in battle phase.
We are still in battle phase indeed, yeah. There's Chandra on the field. Life points going down for our Labyrinth player there. But they do have at least
have
a
Lady
special summon.
and they also have the Heavenly Lord. But I think it doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter.
We go over. Look at that. We are looking at that.
There
is
is Trap Trick.
Trap Trick, though. That is the last and best card remaining in his deck because it does equal any trap card that he could ever imagine. Which one are we going for here?
I'm not sure. Maybe IDP?
Maybe IDP or the Ruma could also be alright?
I think the Ruma Cannon is here the safest choice.
Possibly, yeah.
No, it has to be IDP, I believe.
Okay, I mean,
because
I
I don't know if we still have Kaiman in hand or if we use it already to summon the Chundra. If we still have Kaiman, I think you go for IDP. If we don't have Kaiman anymore, it might just be the Ruma Cannon.
All right, let's see. We do get the chance to use the Lady Labyrinth here to set another trap card that will not be able to activate this turn anymore, of course. But still, if we do survive this turn, this will be our follow-up. So, which are the cards? So, like, for follow-up, we probably go for either Welcome Labyrinth or Big Welcome Labyrinth here. Probably Engine, some kind of that. And then the trap card that is best to interrupt the opponent is going to be Seen. All right, back to the overall view, and we see that Bronas, even though he did not win the coin toss this time on table number B, is still looking good, right? He just keeps on summoning Snake Eye monsters and Horus monsters, and he does not really stop with that at all.
I think Bronas got it this turn even.
Oh, and I think we said Dimensional Barrier with the Trap Trick, by the way, there.
I don't think it's going to matter. I think Bronas already has game on board.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Does he? Is Bronas closing it out? Bronas was so dominant in the first round against Abo. He was also winning in the second round, and he might be the deciding factor for his team here overall in this best of 3 encounter, getting this big up on the screen, but there is literally Steeds.
But I feel like that's a really desperate move.
It is.
Since you can only pop one card, and that will make your... It doesn't matter.
Oh, let's see.
It doesn't matter.
That is still enough,
yeah,
right?
it's enough.
Is that the game
and
for
that
Bronas?
also triggers the Horus card, but we're not even gonna trigger that because it's game over anyway.
Attack, attack. Bronas really being the deciding factor here in the finals of that 1000 Days of Master Duel Challenger Cup 3v3 Tournament Edition. Team FSN is the winner, and I can only applaud. That was crazy gameplay from Bronas specifically. That was such nice execution there overall.
I mean, you have to give credit where credit are due.
For sure.
Yeah, just insane performance.
Yeah, I mean, at that level, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bronas at the next World Championship, right? That was really, really top-notch. And I mean, overall, that can be said for this Challenger Cup competition. They were really showing us top-notch gameplay. And like, for the people at home seeing that, you should definitely make sure to get engaged in those Challenger Cups, because you get to that level as well if you continuously keep on playing. Also, keep on watching, of course, here, as there also... That wasn't even it for the weekend.
Yeah.
That was the 3v3, and we have now found 3 people traveling together to that invitational tournament in March, where there is more people to be qualified. Exactly one.
Tell me more about it.
One more person will be sent there tomorrow, actually, because there is another edition of the 1000 Days of Challenger Cup, or 1000 Days of Master Duel Challenger Cup edition, 512 player capacity, 1v1 tournament happening tomorrow. Same time as we started today, so already set your alarms so that you are there with us. Going to be the same trio ready for you again tomorrow, casting the entire thing. Ibris, Emre, and of course myself. And it's going to be another marvelous day of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel action, right?
Can't wait for it.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? Do you?
I was just going to say, guys, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! It's crazy.
It really, really is. No, major congratulations to Team FSN. They don't have to sweat now anymore. I think they probably are going to play again tomorrow because they just like
for fun.
The Challenger Cup competition so much. Of course, just winning an iPad ain't that bad. Just winning a second one, maybe. Who knows?
Would have also been nice.
But they are qualified already, at least for that tournament in March. I hope everyone at home enjoyed the tournament coverage for today a lot, because I had plenty of fun. Emre, huge congratulations. I think you did a fantastic job in the booth already today. I had a lot of fun with you. And of course, Ibris also being the last one of our trio. Let us know in chat what you thought about today's tournament coverage, because I think that was the first time where we actually covered those Challenger Cups here in the booth, live in person with each other together. And I really, really think that was cool. And yeah, I don't think, do you have any last and remaining words? I know you have some famous last words to give, right, Emre?
Yeah, I mean, you already said it, but can I say it again?
Please.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
We all do love Yu-Gi-Oh! And I hope you at home also love Yu-Gi-Oh! We're going to have another look at some of the products just released yesterday. But from our side, it is goodbye. See you tomorrow for another tournament. Goodbye.